Good morning. Of course on purpose. Of course it's gonna be on purpose. I saw... Okay, we didn't drop any frames. I saw, the, little Twitch preview of the bitrate being very all over the place, and I was like, oh, shut up. Oh, please no. But then I realized I kept the stream open. So, thankfully there's no worry about that being a huge issue. So this happened a lot later than I planned, but I'm actually kind of glad we did it this far after. So it's given me time to at least think about it a bit more. I mean, fuck it. There's reasons for that, but we'll obviously get into that later. And I don't think there's much mileage in pretending like I'm alone here. Hello, friends.
Hello?
Hi.
Hello.
That was like bordering on Kirby.
Good.
Hi.
Hello, chat.
I live to curb.
Hell yeah.
It's been a while since I've been here.
It has been a while.
It's been forever since I've been here.
Oh, yeah.
Literally forever.
Literally forever, yeah. Huh. Funny how that works.
I feel like an
Math
actor
joke.
who's like watched shows and now I'm on the stage.
Yeah, it's like when actors wanted to join Twin Peaks.
Yeah.
And they just, yeah. Meanwhile, I feel like I'm still the stagehand, like, fumbling with everything, going, oh god, why is the
You're just fumbling with the lights.
Oh no!
Now I know what Michael Cera felt like.
God. Yeah, he sure was in Twin Peaks.
Truly, I am the Wally Brando of Warpy streams.
I love Wally Brando.
I need to watch Twin Peaks, holy shit.
You do!
Yeah.
It's good. I'm watching it with a Vi, and I was gonna say it's good, but there are parts that are not good.
Seasons 1 and
but
3 are good.
That's kind of the point, I think.
Seasons 1 and 3 are good, and then there's a huge portion of season 2 that's just like, I'm just gonna skip this scene.
Ooh, that...
Yeah. Not that it's bad, it's just really boring and has nothing to do with anything.
Gotcha. Oh, that's weird. Luka AI not here.
What?
Whoa.
What?
Usually we have Luka... Hold on. Why are there new sources in my source list?
Oh, we're doing a bit.
Oh, yeah, oh, sorry, yeah. I was just joking about things going to shit, too. Oh my god.
I'm like,
No,
oh, I didn't know we were doing a bit.
Hello.
Sorry.
Bit broke.
Yeah, I should have said I was going to do a bit for that. Which reminds me, I forgot about something else I meant to ask.
Wait, why am I not in a diamond? Hold on. I made myself in that. Hold on, I need to...
Do you have a second
fix
browser
that.
source that might be the thing instead?
I don't think so. Hold on.
Well, so real quick, then, the thing I forgot to ask. If Nirvana Initiative has taught me anything, is that these streams can... Me and Luka being on a stream can extend the time that stream should be going for about an hour.
Yeah?
If we went until Luka's usual finishing time, in case this goes for a while, is everyone cool with that?
Yeah. That's like a 5-hour stream.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, cool.
I have nothing to do.
Yeah, the only thing we have after this is date night. So
Hold on, can you refresh my source if it hasn't changed?
It has changed, actually.
Okay, good.
Yeah, there you are. You're in the diamond now.
I forgot that you have to scroll slightly down on the website, and then you're in the diamond.
yeah.
You actually have to save.
I'm gonna assume that
image.
makes sense.
Yeah.
You just said words to me.
Yeah. You have to. No. Okay. So the thing is with the website we're using is that like when you change the images for your for like the reactive images,
Mm-hmm.
you have to hit save on both of them. but that's just below the page break. So you have to scroll down, but everything else is on one page. So it's easy to forget that you have to hit save because there's also a big apply button.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That causes me physical damage as someone who works in
Yeah.
software.
Yeah, it causes me physical damage as somebody who's had to work with this website for bordering on 30 minutes.
Excuse me, this really awesome tool has this one small, insignificant usability feature.
Throw it in the garbage.
Yeah, really.
Get it out of here.
Yeah, so today, I am joined by both Luka and Mina.
Hello.
Mina.
We're gonna be talking a lot about everything.
Are we doing like meaning of life? Is that what we're going? Is that what the stream is today?
I was going to continue, but we can if you want. No, actually, Luka, if we got started on anything that's not this, I feel like this would devolve
We'd go.
The
just go.
stream that never end.
Yeah.
It's how I feel about OBS. Charles, I don't understand how you keep running into this stuff. It feels like it's a different issue every time.
I told Charles about our discovery that OBS is coded in C++ on stream yesterday, and I was like, "That's why you're having problems, buddy."
It's like the running joke that in Nathan For You, every time he has computer issues, it's because the computer in question runs on Windows 95 for no reason.
May look like
Nathan
it's
For You is so
10,
good,
but
actually, it's running on Windows 95.
Yeah.
That's actually probably truer than he realized, but
No, that is true. I think every like ancient computer that you'll use for work runs Windows 95.
Oh yeah, if you're in a place that's got like Somnium files?
Did Somnium? Okay, I was watching and I'm like, did Somnium's files just crash?
Hello?
Hello?
Okay, so yesterday I was putting together stuff for the tier list, and I wanted to grab some stuff from AI 1 and 2 because I didn't like the portraits that people had generally used, and I wanted to pull funny faces from the game. I tried to start up Nirvana Initiative, and it sat there loading for an hour. And then I verified the files in Steam, and it said, "Oh yeah, the things need to be replaced."
You're missing the EXE.
Yeah, it's the weirdest thing.
Weird.
You hit the loading screen without the EXE is fucking wild.
Don't know how that happened.
Yeah, crazy. So it started patching, and it was it goes through the process of finding what files needed to be doing, allocating memory, all that shit, and it sat on 0 out of like a gig for 30 minutes.
God.
And I was just like, oh. Is
Steam
this the
works
stream
so
ender already?
Steam is so good. Video games are so functional.
Yep, they are definitely not held together by duct tape.
It's not a wonder that any game gets released.
Yep. Tokiko's just the first to realize how broken they all are.
I love the digital future.
Yeah.
I also love it.
Absolutely not horrifying as it's. I feel like people in real life, when I talk about that kind of stuff, is like, but you're in tech, like why aren't you for that? I'm like, because I've seen what people do with their software. Like, hey, you want a good example of the really horrifying parts of the digital future? Go and look what happened to G-Shade.
Well, they've obviously never seen the meme of tech people who keep a gun next to the printer in case it makes a sound they don't recognize.
Yeah, exactly. Like tech, like you can tell the people who actually work in tech and aren't just there like being. Actually, I don't want to cast too many aspersions, but
tech evangelists.
You can tell the difference between tech evangelists and a person who actually works in tech, because a person who actually works in tech will tell you the tech evangelist is full of shit every single time.
Yeah, 100%.
We can cast every version you have. I'm here for it.
Yeah, we can just make this work.
Favorite cantrip.
Are you sure about that?
It's like those fucking videos of like the transparent phones and people saying like, we can just make this work. It's like, how do you make the components transparent? Like, what?
Do you not think it might be a security or personal privacy issue that like anyone can just see
Look at your
what's
phone?
on your phone and you can't not hide the screen from people?
I think the safe version of that is probably the back still being non-transparent, but the transparency of the screen being projected through the camera on the back is maybe the idea. So it looks transparent from the front, but not from the back. But then what's the fucking point?
Yeah, what's the fucking point? Exactly.
Looks cool in a video.
Yeah, no, exactly. Didn't Captain Disillusion do a video that was just
Yes,
like...
he did.
Yes, okay. Yeah. God.
He also recently made a tweet about one of those, talking about how on the show House in season 2, they replaced the whiteboard that they write all plot relevant things with a transparent like glass board, so they could do different like shots, and then they immediately switched out of that from season 2 onward. Yeah. Because that can cause some problems.
Sure can.
Some words backwards look like other words.
Oh! Oh no!
Yeah.
Okay.
Especially medical words, they can look not great.
Yeah, especially, that may as well be a jumble of, letters already.
Yeah.
So, vague structure of this. We're gonna start off mostly, vague. I say that because we just went on we just went on tangents for 10 minutes. Like, it's gonna happen. So, like, the first little bit I want to do is going over, or just some, like, broad things about Nirvana Initiative. What I'm going to be doing is just going through some of the somniums to find funny stuff that I ended up seeing in the course of unlocking stuff. And then we might go over, and then we'll go over some of, like, the bonus stuff that we didn't see on stream. And we're probably just going to talk about Nirvana Initiative broadly. And, I mean, we'll probably talk about the first game in comparisons and that, but we're probably going to try and keep it to that. Then, like, maybe a break there, and then the rest of the stream is basically just going to be the tier list, because we'll be talking about characters for a while, I feel.
That makes sense.
Yeah. I could easily spend 5 hours talking about Clover.
Clover is a very interesting character.
Yep. There are characters in AI who I feel like I need to bring cue cards to talk about.
Yeah. I wonder who you're referring to.
And then there's Eric, who I can summarize with 2 words, and it's fuck
Eric.
off.
Oh yeah, there's gonna be some slam dunk, no discussion needed.
Yeah, it's like fuck that guy.
Yeah. Yeah, Jesus. Okay. So,
let's load a game.
Yeah. Where did my autosave put me?
Chapter 0. Oh, what an interesting place for it to have put you.
Oh, that's the last place I was. So proud of this is gonna look so weird.
When is this even?
The director of Horodori Institute of Genetics.
Wait, what's happening?
Oh my god!
After you find Chikara's suction cup to the wall.
No, okay. That's fucking hilarious. I need to explain what just happened.
Like, oh, is that the entire Ryuki timeline condensed into one?
No. Okay, so I was jumping around in the game, going to different scenes to get screenshots for people and their portraits, right?
Right.
That like review thing, or that like last time on thing, was all the sequence of events that I had last been to.
Oh, just for the explicit purpose of getting portraits?
Yes. So like, and the hilarious thing is, it goes from the end of Shoma's timeline to getting introduced to Chikara.
Yeah.
Sorry, not Chikara. Komeji. then like
and then Chikara suction cup to the wall.
yeah, and then hey, look, we're back at the beginning of the game. Don't worry about that.
It's fine. It's okay.
Yeah, anyway, so the first thing I'm going to do is spoil a thing that happens halfway through the game. So I hope everyone is paying attention to there it is.
If you haven't played Nirvana Initiative, you should play it before you watch this.
Moobot with the godlike timing.
Hell yeah, thanks bot.
We're about to spoil like fucking everything.
What is Oh, I didn't know they gave you a thing with unlimited sync. That's cool.
Huge shout out to this. This is like a godsend. Like if you go back, if you just want to collect the eyeballs, you don't have to worry about the time limit. It's amazing.
And I should go like buy and play this game.
The only downside is you don't get to hear Peter with his wonderful catchphrase.
Oh,
wait, what?
That's true.
You've only got 5 minutes left in the sync.
Oh, true.
Yeah. Isn't it 6 minutes total, right?
It's 6 minutes total, yeah, but he adds... He subtracts time.
This is the good shit! Look at Iva!
This is the shit we're here for. That's just you. That's you right there.
That's just me.
Yep.
I've been practicing. How's my dancing?
As good as always.
You're so cute.
Yeah.
I missed you.
This is also a good thing going back through the Somniums, I feel, because then we can like actually look at how this works in the game.
Yeah.
Which, hey, the portraits are even replaced with the thing, with the costume.
Yeah.
Like, it's... I was capturing screenshots, and I went to go grab one for Tama, and went, oh, that's...
She's a hot dog! You finally got the Tama hot dog jump scare.
Yeah, really. Okay, so, like... Mina has... like, basically played this on release much faster than myself and Luka.
Than we did.
This game was my life for, like, 2 weeks.
Yeah,
Listen, I just got paid for a 6,000-word piece on this that will be coming out sometime next week. I have lots of thoughts and feelings about this game, and most of them are very positive, so I'm just gonna get that out there early, because I know that this game has become weirdly contentious as of late.
Yeah. And
maybe even among the hosts of this stream.
Even, that's kind of where I wanted to start, like, more broadly, is how we're all feeling on that, because it's been 5 months for me and Luca since we finished it. And obviously longer for Mina, who did it in time not locked by a stream.
Yeah, and I did go back and re-experience a lot of it in preparation for writing this piece, because it wouldn't have been fair judging it by like 6 months old memories.
No, not alone, definitely not.
Yeah, so I definitely I'm in the unique position where I don't have recency bias, but I also don't have like fond memories or whatever.
Yeah,
like I think I have given this a fair appraisal.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, Mina's still like big on it.
I think it's my second favorite game that Uchikoshi's made after VLR.
So at the time, I said that I very much felt I was in a similar situation, going from 999 to VLR, where
me too.
999 felt a bit more focused. VLR went for the fucking stands. And I think, despite, like, a couple of things here and there that I'm not fond of, it definitely hit it, like, 90% of the way there. And ultimately, I feel torn between a literal 10 on 10 and, like, a 9... Or, like, something that I feel is a 10 on 10, but I keep being reminded of stuff that I'm like, oh, that... actually don't like that bit, or...
See, that's the difficult part. Sorry, go on.
Or things that I feel like were fumbled maybe a little bit. That was just...
I think that's the difficult part about assigning scores, like numerical values and stuff like this. Because like even in the piece that I wrote, I go into stuff about like, yeah, I don't like this part. I think this part sucks. I still adore this though. Like, yeah, I don't know. I feel like that's the way I approach things in general. Like I could talk for hours about how much I think this game fumbles Leanne's character, and how like
Mr. Dotson.
In a game that's mostly about empathy and trying to make you feel for characters, it does the really, really difficult task of trying to make you feel sympathy for someone who stalked a teenager for most of the first half of the game.
Yep.
Yeah.
But that being said, I do think that the writing is overall incredible, and it has a really compelling villain who you have to actually think about, and I think that is what defines the game for me, is that it's able to make take this character, this the antagonist who everyone in the game says yes, so this person's a genocidal maniac, but there are still moments in the game where Mizuki, after seeing Terror's backstory and motives, go, I feel for this person, I deeply sympathize with this person, but we still need to catch them.
Yeah.
And
holy shit, with the black hair though.
Oh yeah.
Black-haired beauty is
Like,
fine.
damn, okay.
Yeah. I'm trying to.
Also, did you see the titties on the fucking prisoner outfit though? Like,
Yes, I
damn,
did.
girl.
Yeah.
Like, wow, them out.
Special power.
I think Tama should have flaming hands.
I think
That's
Thomas
true.
should have flaming hands.
Yeah, but also with that,
You gotta look good in prison
like,
garb.
damn, girl.
yeah, Jesus.
all the way out.
Them fangs thangin'.
Yeah. Ryuki's costume cannot
I'm-
contain them.
I'm glad that we're doing this so easy, so early into the stream. This is what Uchikoshi would have wanted.
yeah, hang on. Tama front and
Thomas
center.
so hot.
Yeah.
This is Uchikoshi's vision.
It's like,
Yeah.
unironically, like last night when I was going through the tier list stuff, I had Wooly and Reggie's React stream archive on, just non-stop, because it's something I can half listen to while doing this. And I go into here to reset her thing to get a portrait, and Tama would say a line, and I'd need to pause everything for a sec and then move on. Just damn. They were on fire when designing this character.
Thomas
Clearly.
is so fucking good.
But yeah, I definitely feel that. I think I'm still there. AI the Somnium Files 1 is stellar. This is, and I'm not trying to compare them numerically as that's the way I should compare them. It's trying to tease out the conflicting feelings I have, where
Yeah, that's fair.
Somnium Files is almost no notes.
Somnia Files is a 10, personally.
This one feels no, there's notes, but goddamn, do I still feel like it's up there.
Yeah.
And ultimately,
I think,
thinking about the particular issues I take with it here and there, it's hard to really pin down
What is
whether
this?
I feel more
Soup?
positive about this than the first, because I can excuse negatives in other games and be yeah, no, that's still stellar. And I guess
you're talking to me, who fucking loves friction in video games.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. I'll play DMC too. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, I am going to play DMC 2,
and you don't give a fuck.
and I don't give a fuck, and I'm gonna love it.
Yeah.
We've defended against
But yeah,
Ryuki's
that's
consciousness.
more or less where I'm at. I think I'm still in the same place. Even with a lot of hindsight, I think I still really like it. But I think my notes have become more focused and comprehensive than they would have been immediately afterward.
So,
Yeah,
I'm-
Luka turn.
I'm a lot more cool on it
Should be.
after going through it and having some time, which is in part because you can't not compare Somnium Files 1 and 2. They are directly in conversation with each other. You have to compare.
Yes. You
and
both can't, because they're going they're clearly on different scales, but you have to because they are intertwined.
yeah.
Again,
And-
very much how I feel about 999 VLR.
Personally, I think Nirvana Initiative feels like it meanders a little bit too much. And I feel like the cameos that we get with characters from the first game don't need to be there, and they get far more time than they realistically should for the amount of stuff that they get to do.
I feel like that situation is kind of a damned if you do, damned if you don't. Because like I've heard that criticism and I agree with it, but I've also heard people legitimately saying the game sucks because the original cast of characters don't get more time, like to be main characters, and it's like it's kind of stuck
they're not supposed to be.
Yeah, and I think like that's the issue, is that by including them but making them very minor, you're not pleasing either crowd, like the people who want a wholly new experience or the people who want to see their old favorites do funny stuff again.
Here's my hot take. I would like Somnium Files more if it was an anthology series.
I think you're right. I think part of what makes VLR so satisfying for me is that the connections to the first game are very gradual. Yeah. Like, you don't even realize that there are connections beyond Clover until you're like, 15 hours into the game.
well, you meet Clover like basically immediately, but aside from that, it's like
that's what I was saying. Is that Clover is the only connection you get immediately, and then the next one you get is like 20 hours later.
Sorry, I forgot that the thing Mizuki focuses on here is the feet, and it
not the corpse.
Me. Yeah. Jesus Christ.
So yeah, I think Nirvana Initiative would have been better if it was like entirely new cast. We get rid of characters from the first game. Maybe we still have Mizuki.
I say keep Mizuki and Aiba. They're the heart.
I would say keep Mizuki and Aiba. Like Date doesn't need to be here. As fun as Date is, he doesn't need to be here.
I'm in a weird position where I'll actually prefer Date as a side character over a main character.
That's true. Yes, you're correct. But unfortunately, they already used him as a main character.
Yeah. So like, if he was a side character from the get-go, I think like everyone would love him. He wouldn't be contentious at all.
Yeah. I think Ryuki is a fucking phenomenal deuteragonist. And the twists that come along with his whole shit are very, very good.
Yeah.
And also with Mizuki's. Like with Mizuki's, the twists with Mizuki are really incredibly good.
Yeah, can we just talk about BB? Can we openly talk about BB?
Can we talk about BB? BB's good.
I love BB.
I don't want to focus too much on characters at the moment because
that's fair.
We have like 3
hours
dedicated to that.
I'm taking my BB fangirlism and putting it in a little envelope, but I will open it. Yeah. It will flow forth.
I think the two protagonists of the game are good. I think thank you, Warfy.
Yeah, BB
I was thinking somebody had to have the emote. I think the core cast that are unique to Nirvana Initiative are good. Leanne could be better, obviously.
He ends up good, but it's hard to reconcile. It's hard to reconcile where he ends up versus where he starts.
Yeah, 100%. Especially when you get when you try to compartmentalize how things are going in terms of like the timelines and like how Leanne is, and like it gets weird to decide if he's a creep once you know where the timelines are set.
And what the weird thing is that they basically just do like a better version of his character arc with Gen. So it's by comparison, it just makes it look even stranger.
Yeah.
But anyway, we'll get to that when we talk about characters.
I have such an issue. I have such an issue though with how this game presents adults getting into relationships with people that they knew as teenagers.
Yes.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
That's kind of unfortunately an Uchikoshi issue in general that has popped up in several games before. Like there is replaying AI1. There is a lot of uncomfortable like weird ship tease stuff with Iris and Date, and that gets even more uncomfortable when you realize who Date is to her.
Yeah. Well,
funny.
hey, Mina, we watched Old Boy. Like,
I mean. It's funny when
if it was meant to invoke those same emotions as Old Boy, I would give it a pass, but I don't think it is. I think a lot of it is just the manipulation.
Yeah.
I haven't watched Old Boy, but the very surface thing I know about that, absolutely not.
Yeah. You should watch Old Boy.
But the thing is, like, I think it can be fine when like Iris blackmails Date into taking her to the crime scene.
Yeah.
Like,
I think that's funny.
Yeah, because it's the point isn't that. It's the context around that situation being that Iris is, like, clearly far more cunning and smart than she lets on.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, she's admitted she's a girl boss.
But when
that stuff's fine. It's just more like talking about like Date knowing her weight and teasing her about it, and like they're outing a date and that kind of stuff. Like that's that stuff's weird.
Yeah, when the joke goes too long from Iris, it's like okay, that's the bit
end the bit.
Stop the bit. Yeah.
Stop the bit.
Yeah, actually, like honestly, you could make an anthology out of this and just pivot on Abyss. Have
100%.
Boss, Pewter, and maybe a random sinker from a different game comes up because they're relevant somehow. But like, you could really pivot it a lot harder and sweep out a lot of other characters.
Absolutely. Yeah. Like, Boss and Pewter can be like the mainstay characters because they're like the heads of Abyss or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they're important. And then like, you don't even have to retire Date. Like, he can appear, but like, oh my god. Rapid petting. Like Date can be around, just like you don't put him in the limelight again. Like he doesn't need to like have a prominent role like he does in Nirvana Initiative.
So I went down the wrong path in this Somnium.
You didn't do the punch.
I didn't do no. I didn't do Dahlia Boat.
Oh,
I went down the wrong path, so we're doing this now, but I just wanted to show that, like, there's a surprising amount of things in the Somniums in this game that just persist when they didn't need to.
Yeah.
Ryuki's flaming head here.
Oh my god, that's good!
Yeah.
Do the punch now. Do the punch, though.
I need to hear one of my favorite line deliveries of all time.
Unfortunately, he is on fire, and we will have to put him down.
Are you sure? He's so down on himself.
It's terminal.
He looks like he needs a good punch. I am not so sure about that, but okay. Get a hold of yourself! Oh, that killed him.
Perfection. No notes.
Zero notes.
Mizuki, you're so good.
God, I wanted to take Mizuki's portrait from this bit specifically, but the face is just so neutral that like it wouldn't be funny as a bit because it's just like, oh well. It's the neutral face.
Mizuki face. Yeah, the joke is that she's neutral about killing him.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, that killed him.
Fuck. That's the best.
So yeah. I feel so. In comparison to 999 and VLR, like you were saying before, how like 999 is more focused.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like Somnium Files benefits a lot more from that than something like Zero Escape does, where like. So the Somnium Files games are really good detective games, like where you're a detective, you're solving a mystery. I don't think that's the appeal of the Zero Escape games necessarily, so they can branch out and go bigger and wilder than that.
Kind of the point of the Zero Escape games is that there is someone present who already knows the answer to the mystery, and it's less about solving the mystery and more just about becoming comfortable enough with that person that they tell you what's going on.
Yeah, so Somnium Files being, formed around the mystery and solving the mystery, I feel like they benefit a lot more from being a tighter experience, and I don't think Nirvana Initiative necessarily delivers on that because there is a lot of meandering, and we have to faff about with like the cast of the first game, and
I'm of two minds about that. Sorry, continue.
I think there's a lot of like way too much relationship stuff. Like there's so much about Lien and Gen, and it's like it's a lot.
I'm kind of two minds about it because like in replaying AI1, I realized that like that game in retrospect also has like a ton of meandering and unnecessary stuff. You just don't notice it as much because of the way the first game is structured. Like the first game is it's not, I wouldn't say it's non-linear. It has the illusion of non-linearity because of the way that the flowchart is structured versus in this game. And
but it's still fairly linear.
Yeah, like in this game, you're going down like one path and then you go down the other path, and you later find out that those two paths intertwine a lot more than you first thought. But it is still like linear by design versus the first game where you're kind of going all over the place in the flowchart. But ultimately, they want you to experience the story a certain way, and they lock out endings in a certain order and whatever.
Yeah.
And like in the first game, I'm not a fan of how certain characters are just like erased from certain timelines. Essentially, like all of Mizuki's satisfying character development is on the timeline that doesn't become canon.
Yeah.
And the true ending route focuses so much on Iris.
Can I jump in for 1 second?
Yeah, for sure.
I think that is actually a huge shame when it comes to Mayumi's route.
It's
because that being canon, like, you would have to do bullshit to make that work, and I don't think it'd be worth it ultimately. But it is a real shame that that particular emotional beat, like, doesn't survive
erased.
into I mean, the way that Nirvana Initiative kind of just fudges with the Cyclops serial killings happened, and it kind of hand-waves it. You could just bring that back in. Like, that's a perfectly reasonable thing to do in that situation. But yeah, like, I do think it is a shame that particular one is out.
Am I right in thinking that the reason Mayumi is not in this one is because her voice actress died?
Yeah, Billy Sampler, who was her voice actor, she also voiced a bunch of characters like Mimi and Digimon. Unfortunately passed away between the two games. And like Uchikoshi really, really cares about the English voice cast. Like that's the reason why, like, there's a special note in both versions of the game, like the English and the Japanese, that commemorates Kagami's original voice actor who passed away between games as well. And why Date looks this way in this game, because Uchikoshi made the conscious decision to not work with the crate instead of just bringing Greg Chun back.
That's right, yeah.
Yep.
God, I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's a shame, because Falco's hot.
He is, you're right.
I've never seen Date being such a good superior.
I disagree.
Compared to Date, or compared to Saito Date's hotter. But like Falco Date is still hot.
He is. You know what it is? That is what I thought. That is what I thought the protagonist would have been if you told me Japanese game with a detective.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying I guess he's not, but for
he's
me
generic.
it's just that is male Japanese protagonist.
He's a brooding
number
detective,
2.
Man. He's brooding detective. He could be in Murdered Soul Suspects and you'd never notice the difference.
Yep.
What is justice to me?
This isn't an I remember. We should.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry.
So anyway,
you were talking about
this game
timelines.
This game's trash.
Yeah. So I think like I appreciate the straightforwardness of this game's timeline. I guess it does meander. That is definitely like an issue with it, but I think I prefer a version that has a bit more fluff and padding, if it means that every character gets to finish the game with their development and intrigue intact, versus one that kind of erases a lot of the stuff I liked most about it.
But I don't know if that's true though, because there's still the specific branches for specific characters that don't converge with the main timeline.
Those are like kind of tragic what ifs, I would say. Like Komeji's is really good positioning that for like the rest of the route, because you get to see the what if he stopped being a selfish asshole and actually put his family first, and then you get to see right after that, oh no, because he's the way he is, that was never a possibility. Like, yeah, I think I prefer that over getting really, really good stuff that is then immediately struck from canon because that's not the one true route or whatever.
I guess, but so something that I still kind of hold on to from Somnium Files 1 is Date's awareness of the morphogenetic field, which they very, very vaguely hint at.
Yeah.
Well, not vaguely, it's kind of upfront about it.
They explicitly state it, but then they don't really do anything with it.
They don't do anything with it. So
it's like
in my eyes, every timeline in Somnium Files might as well be canon, because Date might as well have experienced them in the morphogenetic field.
Yeah, like it goes, haha, but what if morphogenetic field? Oh no, actually the reason Date remembers all of this is perfectly reasonable. Unless
No, yeah.
Right at the last second, it's just like, why did Iris's voice echo?
Yeah.
What?
Morphogenetic field. Like, and I think this game does do its own, like, it's still playing with morphogenetic field stuff, but it does it within a different framework.
Yeah, and
Where
it
the
has
game-
a better conduit for it.
The world as a simulation is still kind of morphogenetic field bullshit,
Yeah.
but it's just doing it in a different context.
The way
It's doing it in a context that makes it more palatable to me, because presenting the Freyr as an omniscient being explicitly from the get-go makes it less that, oh, this character suddenly has unexplained powers from a different series, and
Yeah.
more like, here is the lens through which you, the player, view the game, because it is important that you have a more privileged perspective than any given character does at any given point in time.
It's also finally delivering on the promise of all 3 Zero Escape games, where the player
Yeah.
is finally a character.
Yeah, and that's something that, like... Okay, do either of you care if I spoil Ever 17, which is the first Uchikoshi game that I experienced?
Am I gonna play that?
It's a Japan-only visual novel that only has a fan translation out.
Oh, that feels like it'd be dicey.
Yeah, that feels like it'd be very dicey.
Okay, all I'll say is that, like, it's an idea that Uchikoshi has flirted with in the past in a more direct manner, I guess. Like, it's obviously an idea that's been in his mind since the start.
Yeah, like, I think
One mistake.
Uchikoshi, much like Yoko Taro, his entire career is repeatedly iterating on this one idea that he has and, like, getting closer to perfecting that execution of that idea.
Yeah.
Hello, Kugi.
Hello, Kugi.
Hello, Kugi.
Also, Ryuki and Aiba are wearing pumpkins now.
Good.
Fuck yeah.
When
did that happen?
There's a pumpkin on the shelf in this scene that you can put on your head to cheer up Ryuki. And Aiba
does it just stay for the rest of the scene?
Aiba is just like this now.
What? How did we miss that?
Because I don't think I used the pumpkin.
Oh.
I think it would have been very obvious if we had used the pumpkin, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a watermelon now.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Yeah, even his things have the pumpkin now.
Dahlia.
Oh my god.
It's so unnecessary. I love it so much.
I love how
fuck,
much
what is
Uchikoshi
this?
also does. Have you seen what these look like when you get touched by them?
Yeah, we can do that in a sec. I just want to make sure I'm finding something specific here. Oh, is it not this one? Okay, it mustn't be this one. Alright. Yeah, we can get,
Did we see what that was?
I don't
can't
think we
remember.
saw it on stream, no. So, a reverse sync happens, and,
Door.
Oh no, yeah, I have seen this one before. So if you remember from the first game, Mizuki was trapped in a Ferris wheel, and,
That's the door!
that's the door.
Yeah.
Oh.
So if you get
The core of a
caught by
man.
those things, which I didn't get because I'm
You're so epic.
so epic.
Epic
There's one with the balloons and the cage from Mizuki's Somnium. There's this. You know what? I might get caught as we go along, but I'll have to speed up just a bit because yeah, there's still some stuff in this Somnium specifically I want to get to.
I don't know how I knew about that before we got to this.
Vi.
Did Mina tell me? Oh, Vi told me. That's
Yep.
right.
It's an evolver.
Die.
I don't think Mina would have told me because Mina knew I was going.
Yeah,
full
I
spoilers.
was very, very careful about talking about this game, period.
I shot the pumpkin off his head.
Oh no!
Yeah.
That's so sad.
Loafers like students wear.
I
don't think it's relevant.
Did anyone have a thought they wanted to finish before I jumped to something?
Did I finish my feelings? Generally cooler than on Somnium Files 1 is I
Sure.
guess the summary.
Yeah.
Well, How do they?
Because I think I don't know, Something Files is tighter generally than
This
is. In my personal personal opinion, like it's been I don't know when did I play Somnia Files 2020?
The start of 2020, yeah.
Yeah. So it's been a while, but I feel like it was. I have fonder memories of it looking back on it than I do Nirvana Initiative, and that might be because I personally streamed it, but who knows? Like the experience is weird.
Yeah, that's another thing. I know I wanted to go on to another tangent, so I'll be brief on this, but like this stream was also like really important to me in terms of like actually getting to collab with someone I enjoy talking about video games a lot with. And
who's that?
Oh god, 2 syllables. It starts with L.
Oh, Mina. Oh.
No, L. Liam? No.
Liam Allen Miller.
I've never talked to Liam. No, that can't be it.
Lucas from Earthbound.
Oh, yes,
Lucas
that's
from,
it. Lucas.
From Mother 3.
Yeah, that's the one. Gotcha. Yeah, so when I streamed this with Lucas, it was like it was really fun. And like looking back on it, I don't know if it's such a weird thing cuz like experiencing a game alone or with someone else, like I wouldn't usually think about in terms of how I evaluate it, but it obviously had like a big impact on how we were playing. And not necessarily something I was aware of. Not that I factor that into whether or not I enjoy Nirvana Initiative, but it just struck me then that, like, oh no, this game is actually important for reasons other than, like, just it being a video game I enjoyed. And
so
does that warp my opinion to some degree?
So that's an interesting thing about being a streamer, I think, because the way we experience video games is intertwined with the experience that we have while streaming it. And, you know, how we interact with people in chat and how we talk with people who are collaborating with us on the stream.
Yeah.
Like, those experiences are fundamentally intertwined. Like how Mina's experience with Nirvana Initiative is intertwined with how she experienced it with Alcesti.
Yeah.
Her fiance. It is impossible to separate the two things they inform how we are experiencing it, how we are engaging with it. Which is why, like, I like Nirvana Initiative a lot, and I think I attribute a lot of that to the experience I had going through it. But at the same time, I might end up a lot less cool on it if I had actually personally played it. Who knows? Like,
yeah.
It might be I might have an entirely different read on it. But I know, like, the conversations we had while playing it and like the bits that occurred and the tangents and stuff, like those were part of my experience going through Nirvana Initiative, and those made the game good. Because they were created by the game.
Yeah,
playing it.
I definitely agree with that. Like, the context is so important. Like, when I first, here's an example. This is another tangent, but like when I first played Danganronpa V3, I played it for review, and they gave us review codes less than a week before the embargo lifted, and that is a long game. That is like a 40 or 50 hour long game.
I streamed that game. I know how long that is.
Yeah, so like I had to crunch super hard to get a review up for embargo, and which resulted in me pulling several all-nighters, and like generally you're having to rush through it and not experience like as many free-time events or side games or whatever in it. And I legitimately think that did negatively impact my perception of the game, because when I had time to think about it and, you know, ponder it more, I ended up having a much higher opinion of it than I did when I actually wrote the review. And like, I really should go back and replay it, like, taking my time and whatever, because I think the really harried pace at which I was forced to experience that game did it no favors in my brain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can definitely see that. I guess it, like, yeah, it's strange. Like, I would definitely reconsider an opinion if there was, like, some context that made it negative, but I don't think I've ever done that for it being positive. You know?
Yeah. Well,
unless it was something that's like,
that.
unless it's something that's like bad. Like, if we watch
like
The
problematic.
Room... Like, if I watched The Room together with someone for the first time and, like, got a better experience out of it from just a surface level thing because of that, I'd probably think of... Oh no, like, the only reason I enjoyed that was because of the people there. Like, when those two things are in lockstep with one another, like, playing good video game with good company or playing bad video game in a bad context, I feel like I wouldn't pry them apart as I would the other way around, which is interesting. I bet eat
You
the
say
bum now.
I think it's funny that you say that because there was a point where Mina, Vi, her twin, and we all watched Miami Connection,
Are you?
which is a famous bad movie.
Yeah.
And I think that movie fucks and is good, and I would rewatch it on my own, even without the context of it being like a watch party thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that movie rules.
Fly.
Like there's like the entire end of the movie is a very brutal, gory fight scene, and then the last frame of the movie is fuck.
Hopefully.
What is
it?
Hold on. Something about non-violence. Hold
Yeah,
on.
it's like the peace can only be achieved through the elimination of violence on Earth or something like that.
Let's see.
What's going on?
Yeah, so only through the elimination of violence can we achieve world peace.
Yeah.
And this is after like 20 minutes of incredibly gory, like katana ninja fighting shit.
God.
Yeah.
So good.
So this stream has now been made TOS compliant. Ibo is wearing shoes.
Oh.
And she has a pipe now.
Oh, cool. She's wearing shoes.
Yeah. So there is an achievement for doing exactly what I just did, which is wearing the pumpkin, equipping the metal pipe, and wearing
really?
the shoes. Yeah. Yeah. It was one of the
Oh,
things
that's fun.
I needed to do to unlock a thing. Because
Have
I
you
looked at the
100%
achievement...
completed this game?
Sorry?
Have you 100% completed this game?
No, and I never will. I looked at the
why?
achievement list, and there was one there that I just went, no, absolutely not.
What is it?
Let me look it up. I'm done with it.
Okay.
I can't remember which one it is, but I looked at it and I went, you know what? No. Nirvana Initiative
Hold on.
achievements. Yeah, so I think this might be a good opportunity to pivot the conversation slightly.
Yeah.
Oh, could you imagine if you open the start menu and everything in here was reversed as well?
Oh, that'd be so good.
I don't know if I would find that aggravating or just like...
I would love that.
Yeah. It would be aggravating, but like, yeah. So yeah, and this is a perfect Somnium to do it, actually, to pivot the conversation. Despite the one bad one, I think the Somniums in this game are, like, from top to bottom, like,
they're good.
10 on 10s.
Oh, yeah.
They're way better than the Somniums in the first game. Like,
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Like,
all around.
conception,
This is so
execution,
nice.
everything, except for the one. And I'd even argue maybe Gens, but, like, Gens is, like, I would have expected it from the first game, and even then I still think it's probably better.
Wait, yeah, there was a Somnium that we didn't like.
Yes,
Gens is so
Chikara.
funny though. Like that's what makes up for it. I think Chikara's is the only bad one.
Oh, yeah, Chikara's is the worst. Yeah, because of the
Yeah.
fucking stealth section.
And the only problem with that is execution alone. Concept and everything, mechanics that they wanted to put in there, 100%. That is a fucking amazing
Oh.
Somnium idea.
Oh, right,
Yeah.
we yelled at each other about that one.
Well, no, we yelled at the game about that one. I
there
don't
was,
think...
I feel like we yelled at each other a bit in the crossfire
Why?
in the process of being mad at the game.
Maybe.
It was your dart puzzle moment.
It was the dart puzzle moment. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Like-
fuck that puzzle.
Yeah.
It wasn't BB's Somnium. Yeah, not Chikara's.
Yeah.
Oh,
Or-
sorry,
yeah,
yes,
that's what
you're
I
right.
meant.
BB
I
Somnium.
call it Chikara's because Chikara is the fucking annoying thing in it.
Yes, that's
Yeah.
it's the only thing I fucking remember about that.
Okay, I'm looking at all the achievements now. And I'm trying to find the one that would be like, no thanks.
Yeah, I'm
Oh,
trying
is
to
it
look
all
through
the
it too.
eyeballies?
No, I got them.
Oh, okay.
Was it finishing every Somnium with more than a second left? Because that requires like extremely specific order of operations and time and good timey luck.
No, I did that as well.
Gotcha.
Fuck.
Yep.
Impressive.
Damn. Okay. Is it okay? I mean,
I-
we probably got inspect every object in boss's room because you definitely did that throughout the course of streaming it.
I don't know if I actually did get that one.
What the fuck?
I did the Kusemon Go one too. It's one of the ones in the like bottom of the list because it was like really obscure or something.
We did the third class cabin. Obviously, we did that on stream.
We chatted with
We got the
what's
weird song. We
his
got the
name?
weird song. Can't you check the achievements in the game?
You can't check ones you haven't unlocked.
Oh. Obviously, we gave everybody chocolate, right?
See Hanako during Amame Somnium? What?
Yeah, it's you have to interact with the occult magazine and then the TV.
Oh no. I think I incidentally did that one.
Oh.
Fuck, which one was it?
Is it find all evidence during a Mame Somnium?
No. Yeah, I'll have a look when I'm not having to navigate the game as well.
Yeah.
Video game?
Did you tab out?
Hello? I don't know, it came up with the controls and it wouldn't let me exit using the controls it was displaying.
Oh, it was doing the thing where it was like, hey, we're not going to recognize your controller.
Oh yeah, you're right. Fuck. Every single time. Every
Yeah.
single time without fail. It's phenomenal. But yeah, like, and yeah, just like, in almost every aspect, the one thing I can absolutely say without any notes is this game's Somniums are better, and they are so fucking good.
Yeah.
I think one of the most impressive moments in the game for me is the reincorporation of in a Mame Somnium. You're told she always prefers the right answer, you know, when provided with two different ones.
Yeah.
As in like the answer is physically on the right. And then when you get to her second Somnium at the end of the game, when you get to the multiple choice part, the right one isn't always the correct answer, but it's always the one she wishes she chose.
Yeah.
And that is such a good bit of like subtle character writing.
It's so good.
And I can't remember any Somnium from the first game doing that because they were, for the most part, a lot more abstract and like puzzle room-esque, I guess.
But also, like, these still do like puzzle room, like dream logic, like really, really well.
Yeah, absolutely.
While also still delivering those like really good emotional beats.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh
Like
god,
so.
I can't fucking multitask this as much. Oh, yeah, so I did experience a little bit of friction with that on stream, because I was like, oh, this is just gonna be right? And then I was, like, confused because the one on the... Like, it wasn't consistent whether the one to advance would be the one on the right. And like, it wanted to show both, but in some circumstances, it was clear that this wasn't what Amame chose, but one of them, it was like, oh yeah, this should be the decision. Like, it was just, I think it was like a weird intersection of like dialogue choices and that really clever thing, thematic thing that it worked into the final Somnium that just like didn't click with me, and I was like, wow, that kind of was weird. Which in retrospect is really annoying, because that would have just...
Yeah.
Fuck. I can't say anything. I don't want to talk too much about Amame just yet, because it will not end.
Good point. We can't leave him.
Yeah, like... It's strange, too, because, like, the way that they approached the, like, puzzle aspect of this is, like, subtly different and didn't strike me at first, but feels significant in a way I still can't put my finger on. And I guess, like, I have a weird relationship with these games and puzzles because they never really stumped me in a way that was aggravating. Like, obviously there was
No.
the darts incident, and then what do you mean the game isn't giving me feedback on the thing I'm knocking that's making noise that isn't actually making any noise, but is making Chikara see me?
Yeah.
Do
Oh, the
Yeah.
darts weren't even you. The darts were me.
No, well, that's what I'm saying, right? Is like,
Yeah.
that was not a me, that was definitely, because, again, well, no, sorry, there was one in VLR that fucking stumped me, and it was the, cabin. It was the cabin rooms. I was trying to get the gold file, and I didn't understand what it wanted from me in terms of flipping the numbers, and I legit spent half a stream in that puzzle room wondering what the fuck I was meant to do.
I always love how many times you mentioned that you spent like half an hour just setting up for a puzzle in the Zero Escape games, and then I just accidentally did it in like 2 minutes.
Yeah.
I wonder if Shoma.
Then there was the Monty Hall incident. Where I
Yeah,
was like,
don't worry about
oh,
that.
let me tell you about how clever this thing is. Anyway, I know how to solve it. Incorrect.
And then you
Don't
fucked it.
It's like a fucking like 12% chance of getting it wrong, and you got it wrong.
Yeah, it's
No,
a,
there's a
it's a
there's 3
nine.
doors. It's still 33. It's 33% chance that you got it right.
No. So it's a 9 in 10. So you choose one of 10 doors. It opens all but 2, and then you switch.
Oh.
So there's a 9 in 10 chance that you're wrong.
Oh, because
if you
the
switch,
odds
then
are
it's
50-50.
right. Yeah. So there
Yeah.
was a 1 in 10 chance that I picked incorrectly using that strategy, and I still don't know to this day whether you're meant to fail that the first time.
You're not. I did it the first try.
I think I also failed it the first try, and Mina mentioned that.
I think it's so funny that statistically 2 different people that I know got it wrong the first
Yeah.
time.
Yeah.
And like conversely, that one streamer who got the all 3 ones dice roll.
Oh god, on the first
time,
God!
didn't
Yeah.
understand the purpose of that part. It's so funny.
What?
That's
Oh my god.
wild.
6 by 6 by 6. Yeah, so just casually a 1 in 216 chance of doing that.
Yeah.
That's... Now that I think about it, though, on the Monty Hall one, if the mask wasn't actually put into a locker until there was only 2 left, then it'd be a 50-50.
Yeah. It's still 1 in 10 no matter.
No.
What?
So my assumption is that the mask exists in one of the lockers you can select. If it doesn't exist until you can get to swap, then it's a 50-50.
Oh.
Because you couldn't possibly have picked the mask first because it wasn't there. So it's just a coin flip.
Yeah.
after that might explain it. If it's that prevalent. But then again, like, who cares?
The gold file
that was
dice
funny.
puzzle. Which one's that? I remember the dice one stumping me for a while.
Oh, the one where you have to arrange the dice by rolling them on the grid.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I think I always just bullshit. I always just bullshit my way through those puzzles.
That was the one that Luka bullshit her way through.
Yeah.
And I sat there for a while going like, oh, I need to understand how the dice rotates, because clearly this isn't working with brute force, and then she just...
Yeah. And then I just brute forced it.
Fuck.
I just did it. I won by doing nothing.
Yeah.
Luka wins by doing nothing.
Get confused by the darts, but then you fucking fart your way through that. God damn it.
The darts weren't. It was framed and contextualized poorly.
Yeah, I feel it was framed and contextualized in a way only person who would get tricked by Mizuki would get. To be completely honest.
You got tricked by Mizuki, idiot. I'm not dumb. The darts were dumb.
Yeah.
Maybe.
How much grass does a tiger eat? Trick question, idiot.
Idiot. Stupid. She got you.
This reveal
so
is still, like, fucking amazing.
Yeah.
I think this might be my favorite Somnium. Like, as much as I really, really like Amame's, this just, like...
No, this made up.
This has like huge emotional weight to it as well. I mean, not that Amame's doesn't, but like, I think, oh god, I think as someone whose parents broke up too, there are aspects to this where I'm like, oh, no,
That hit home.
that
I think
almost
that's
could have been me.
Uchikoshi's- Yeah, I think that's Uchikoshi's like true talent as a writer is like capturing these intensely human moments of like dysfunction or connection. Like, because like a lot of people related to Mayumi's Somnium in the first game, and a lot of people have correctly noted that this is essentially the second game's answer to that. Whereas the first one was from the perspective of an adult going through a traumatic incident and trying desperately to remember the good times she used to have with her son. This is about, a son going through a traumatic event and trying desperately to remember when he was happy with his dad. And it feels so real and lived in. And I don't know Uchikoshi's family life. I choose not to look up that stuff because I don't want to have like a parasocial relationship with this man I've never met or whatever.
Yeah.
But like, I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of this is grounded in personal experience or at least secondhand experience because it just feels too authentic to be, full cloth invented.
Conversely, my favorite Somnium is Kusamon Go.
That one is really, really good.
Yep.
What was that?
So I feel like there was a lot of hype moments where I just yelled because the enemy turned into one-winged angel and we shot it with a gun.
And then it exploded.
And then, and then it exploded.
As much as I'm, lukewarm on his character, I really do like Lien's Somnium as well.
Yeah.
I think it has the best soundtrack in the entire game. In a game full of banger songs, the one that plays during his novel Ingress is so good.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's the one with all the safes and stuff, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that one's really good.
I think I compared that soundtrack to early YouTube metal cover artists doing Silent Hill.
It sounds like Silent Hill end credits.
It's very Yamaoka and its composition.
Yeah.
And I think that it almost makes me like Lien, which is impressive considering how off I am by his character. Like
I like Lien as a character completely divorced from he stalked a teenager for the entire first half of the game.
The story that is told through that Somnium that he is like someone who's trying desperately to put his more foolish days behind him, but he can't because society keeps punishing him for mistakes that he's already grown from is really compelling.
Yeah.
Like the fact that someone is as ethically abhorrent as Chikara can look down on him and say you're a bad person because you used to steal things, whereas like he's literally experimenting on fucking babies. Like it's such a good representation of how
on his own child for that matter.
It's such a good representation of how like quote unquote like intelligent society or whatever it completely morally breaks down when it comes to the issue of anyone who has been convicted of a crime in the past.
Yeah.
It's really
so
good.
True. So true, Bessie.
Anyway, his I love that phrase so much. Every time I look at it, I smile. I'm just like, that's such a good fucking play on words.
So true, Bessie.
Anyway, here's miso soup.
Miso soup inside.
So soup.
So soup.
Heat
up. Burn it. Oh.
I can't move.
Are you paralyzed?
Tell me your hands are on fire.
She cast a
The
spell
fuck?
on the soup.
Ah! What?
I love this callback so much because it is
too.
equally as unexplained as in the first game.
Oh, didn't this happen? This happened to Addo Rabbit in the first game, right?
Yeah, in Date's Somnia.
The exact same sequence of events. Lift the fridge, find the thing, it disappears, look at the thing on the stove, and...
Why?
I think I had that happen accidentally in the first game.
I had to have it accidentally as well. I actually failed the first Somnium on the first try because of that, because it takes up so much time.
Yeah. Wow. That's a screamer.
Add a rooster jump scare.
Add a rooster jump scare.
Adarooster's in the background now too. Don't worry about it.
Ah! Ooh! Hey, I don't like that.
Yeah, so I went through this once, getting like all the eyes and stuff, and did that, and went, oh yeah, okay. And then I was testing this yesterday to make sure I remember the sequence of events, and jump scared myself because I got to this bit and went, okay, it's fine. I looked over at my other monitor to be like, oh, what's going on with Wooly and Reggie? And then I started turning back and saw the eye and went,
That's really good.
White meat jump scare.
That's good shit.
Yeah,
oh
really.
God, white meat jump scare.
You can also drop kick the robot.
Beat up.
Who I'm up against. Robot or human. Go!
Rising tackle.
Beautiful
Looks
missile
like they
drop
don't
kick
care
right
who
there.
they're against either.
That was a tiger drop, and it negates all damage.
You need to clear this
Goddamn.
area the same way you do a song.
I really love how, like, Aiba is a certain degree of unhinged, but Tama is even more unhinged than she is.
Tama is just full bimbo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No thoughts.
I am double checking if there was anything I missed from Somniums I wanted to show. Oh, yeah, there is one more thing, I think.
God, I still love the glitching like card on the flowchart.
Yep.
It's really
That's
good.
like half off the whiteboard.
Yeah.
Oh,
Actually,
it's so good.
that's a good way to segue into one more thing I at least want to talk about before we go full tier list.
Right.
How do we feel about the broader mystery and like
Good.
the
I think the mystery is
uncovering of
good.
stuff?
I think so. I think the mystery itself is really good. And I think as you progress through the game and do the different timelines, while some of the timelines may not amount to much aside from like fluff or like just, you know, character pieces, you at least get pieces of the mystery at the end of every single one.
Mm-hmm.
So it always feels like you are being rewarded with a piece of the puzzle.
Yeah.
And I feel like the game drip feeds that really, really well.
This is not what I wanted to show, but this is a very good animation.
This is a very good animation.
I punch your abdomen repeatedly is also a top tier.
Fucking,
Oh my god!
fucking punch you.
I'm sorry, this is gonna land for like no one, but one of the videos that Wooly and Reggie were watching was this fight between a Ryu and a Rufus in Street Fighter 4, and like the Ryu player has a plan, but otherwise is just pressing buttons, and there is legit there's a point where he is light punching a ducking Rufus 5 or 6 times in a row without hitting once.
That guy was godlike. What was his name again? Gandhi. That's it. It was
Gandhi. Yeah, Gandhi versus FSP.
Yeah.
Oh my
so,
god.
Talk about
like
a good player like crumbling because why isn't this guy playing the game the way I think he should?
it's a great exposure of someone who is technically proficient at fighting games but doesn't have fundamentals. Because if he had fundamentals, this wouldn't be an issue. Like the number one rule of a fighting game is you're not trying to hang them, you're trying to make them hang themselves, essentially.
Yeah.
And he doesn't respect that. So this he's getting so tilted trying to prove that he's the better player by doing combos and whatever, that he lets Gandhi do wake up DP like 4 times in a row because his brain is just like, surely he won't do it this time.
Yeah.
It's like Charlie Brown in the football.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's my
No,
favorite thing about
this
fighting
time I
games.
will not wake up DP.
I promise.
Yeah.
I promise.
The best description of fighting game methodology I've ever heard is that in a fighting game, good idea beats bad idea, and best idea beats good idea, but bad idea beats best idea.
That's so true.
Yeah.
That's so true.
Like
You can be the most competent player in the world, and you can do your OP setups that would work against a person who, intelligently would be trying to block. But if that person's not intelligent and they wake up super or wake up DP, like you're getting hit.
yeah, exactly.
That's why I beat Mina in fighting games.
I have cornered this person. They should only do one of 2 things, and then they do a third. The third
Psych,
secret thing.
I used super.
Oh, good shit.
Anyway,
It's a
so I also like how this game isn't one mystery. It's technically two. Because this, like, while the serial killing is like related, like I think the bigger, more interesting mystery is with the Freyr.
Yeah, what the fuck is Nai's doing?
Yeah, like what the fuck is Tokiko doing? Like what is the whole deal? Like, and ultimately, like, is Tokiko the real villain of the game?
You could make equal arguments for her being the true villain or the true hero. I have seen both.
Yeah,
I am not going to comment on which one I believe in until we get to that the character
Like,
discussion.
There's a viewpoint where obviously Tokiko, Chikara villains. Chikara is the ultimate villain. We can just say that straight up.
Yeah, like
Straight up.
Chikara is not like the person we confront to resolve the issues, but he is without a doubt the most abject, horrible piece of shit in the entire game.
He's also I would argue he's the cause of everything.
Yeah, everything bad that's happened in this game, like to everyone, to Lien, to Gen, to Date and Aiba and Bibi and Ryuki, like everything bad that's happened to them over the course of this game goes back to Chikara. Like he is the root cause of all suffering experienced in this game.
He is the root of all evil in the Somnium Files universe.
Mm-hmm.
I find that so fascinating because the game initially presents him as a goofball. Like his Somnium is just movie references and silly, mix and match buff men type stuff.
Well, I think the interesting thing about that is how Chikara perceives himself in his Somnium versus how Bibi perceives him in her Somnium.
Absolutely, yeah.
Because I think a lot of that is like self-image rather than the true reality of like who they are. Like who you think you are rather than what you really are.
It's just so interesting when you can contrast it with the first game because like Saito knew he was fucked up. Like you stick with him 3 times and all 3 times like violence, fighting, killing.
Yeah,
like,
in fact, my goal is specifically get the body back that makes me feel good when I do the fucked up shit.
But also, I think that makes sense in that context because Saito knows that he's fucked up.
Yeah,
and he knows that he loves killing and murder and violence and biting. Whereas Chikara thinks he's doing shit for the betterment of mankind and thinks he's a hero.
To a given degree, he also, is part of a cult that believes that because reality is a simulation, there's no moral karma.
Yeah,
not also that
he doesn't think he's a hero. This isn't the right phrase to use, but it feels apt to say he has main character syndrome. Of like,
well, I think
we are the most important people because we realize this, therefore I will do whatever is necessary to give us immortality, etc., etc.
Yeah, realistically, everybody, like, Nai's is a cult of main character syndrome.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
like that is the basis of the cult. Oh yeah, Cookie's on stream.
Cookie cameo, by the way. I eat Cookie.
Where should I throw it?
I think that's what makes this game so fascinating to me is that it has ideology. Like, this game believes in things, and what it believes in is a bit, not really fluid, but you get a better understanding of it over time. And I just think more games should take a hard line, like, not even like political, just ideological stance, if you know what I mean.
I think video games should say things.
Yeah, that's basically what my entire argument boils down to.
Yeah, a video game or any piece of art in general, period, should have something to say.
Yeah.
We interrupt this broadcast to show you throwing Cookie.
Oh, we're throwing Cookie? Oh shit!
That technique, just like that noseless guy.
Ooh. Oh. Krillin.
Get out of the way, tree.
Doing a fucking destructo.
Oh, it dodges just
it
like
dodged
Nappa.
it!
Just like Nappa.
Don't cut it down.
That's so fucking good.
Oh, I thought the Krillin bit was gonna be the joke there, but then the fucking tree moving out of the way made me lose my
so
shit.
Good.
The first time I saw that.
I think like what makes this game's referential humor land is that there is always character humor nestled into it. Like the reference itself is not the joke; it's how the characters react to it. Like if you don't know who Doraemon is, Aiba saying "Hi, I'm Doraemon" maybe isn't funny, but the fourth time she does it, and Mizuki goes, "Can you please fucking stop saying that?" is like it's so good.
It's so good.
Yeah.
Every character commits to at least one bit. It's good. As they should.
On the mystery,
Yeah.
I like the non-divergent bit. I think it's really solid, and I think the way it presents it is also solid. I am, while still positive on it, a bit conflicted about Tokiko and the divergence bit.
Are you conflicted about the fact that the game lies to you for most of the game?
No, I'm not a idiot.
Well, but no, there is conversation to be had there because
yeah.
In a similar vein, I am remiss to bring about this comparison.
If you mention Heavy Rain, I'm gonna fucking punch you.
I'm going to mention Heavy Rain.
Yeah.
Because there is a point in Heavy Rain. Well, no, it's not a point. There's an entire character in Heavy Rain whose thoughts lie to the player.
Yep.
The game is lying to the player with every thought this character has because this character is the killer, but they're trying to present as if this person is trying to catch the killer.
Mm-hmm.
And the game is lying to you because obviously the killer would not be having the actual thoughts of catching the killer. The game lies to you for the entire game.
Yep.
Whereas
the literal thoughts that character is having do not make sense for that character to think.
Yes. And I think that's the game lying to the player is a very common trend in David Cage games specifically. I think like Detroit Become Human does that a lot. I think Indigo Prophecy is not tangible enough to have a lie in it. But like David Cage seems it's also okay. David Cage and also Stephen Moffat have the idea that everything is in the twist, and if there is no way that the audience can predict the twist, that means you did good. But if the characters in the twist is happening, then they're smart and cool, and people will think they're cool and awesome, and by extension will think the writing was good. But that's not true. Whereas with this game lies to you for basically the entire game.
Yeah.
Where the timelines are converged and twisted, and you're not actually playing the game linearly.
Yes.
Like Ryuki has things that are happening sequentially, but they are happening in different points of time. Oh no, that's with Mizuki. All of Ryuki's stuff happens at the same point of time.
No.
No, it jumps back and forth too.
Does it jump back and forth?
Yep. Here's
Oh yeah, because we see the convergence here. Yeah.
So
Like the game lies to you.
Sorry. When you said that, I was like, oh no, I want to be coy about someone complaining about mystery games lying to you. But there is legitimate conversation to be had there, definitely. Yeah. And ultimately, I think a thing this game does really well is put things into a scene that either does make sense but is recontextualized, or doesn't make sense but you contextualize it. Because, of course, you're going to.
Well, there was also a lot of points where something about a scene doesn't feel quite right. And we caught on to that, and we were like, that doesn't fit. Like something about this scene or a character being here doesn't quite make sense. And we were like, there's something not right.
I remember you picked up on that early on when Tama gave 2 different numbers for the number of missing people.
Yep.
Yes. And I think
I remember.
Yeah, like I caught on to that, and I think you contextualized that as like in the moment, like about like how about how like it could have been just like a current number, like the current number,
something,
updated
shifting
number, like
yeah, rolling average.
But I was like,
there was a day where a bunch of people disappeared, and that got wiped off the average. So, or this day had a disproportionate. This one, yeah.
But I was like, oh, that doesn't make sense. Those are two different numbers, and it turns out, yes, it doesn't make sense, and are two different numbers because they take place 6 years apart.
The ones that stand out to me the most are the ones I contextualized almost naturally, because one of them involved the boss, and I was ready to throw that character in the trash for the rest of time over it, and I'm so glad that I never thought that this would ever be a thing, because that made me had a reaction that made it stick out, so that when I look back at this later, I'm like, oh no, she was pissed at him for that.
Why is Ryuki still allowed to have a gun and be investigating after he almost killed somebody?
Yep. Boss?
Hey, boss?
You bend the rules
boss!
a bit, but,
That's a bit much!
Yeah. And, like, yeah, that's the stuff I actually really find fascinating, because, like, putting in something that is, like, not significant enough that a person will naturally try and contextualize it but not think much of it is, like, requires such a subtle touch, ultimately.
Yeah.
That
it's like,
once enough of those have piled up, like, going back to... What was it? There was a scene where we were in, the basement of the Nyes building.
right.
And Iba just said a sentence that made us go,
What?
What do you mean?
Yeah.
Why are you confused about that? It was this person.
Yeah.
And it's just like enough things had piled up at that point that was like the point that we both looked at each other and went,
like, wait, hold on.
whoa, no, hold on.
Like, yeah, it's like a few of it's like what he did here. And not Uchikoshi as an individual. Like, obviously, I think this game was written by more than one person, but I think what they did here was they dropped just enough small little inconsistencies that build up over the course of playing the game, so that when you finally get to a really, really big inconsistency, all of them kind of start to click into place, and then you realize that they were pieces of the puzzle. And then you start to contextualize them as their own thing, not as trying to contextualize them as part of what you had thought was going on.
Yeah.
Where, like, I think I called very early on that the masked woman was Mizuki. And technically, I was wrong. But also, technically, I was right.
Yeah. Yeah. I think the earliest one was along Shoma's route, where, like, she was using a gun as a club, and you were like, that's Mizuki, isn't it? And I was like,
Yeah.
I don't...
Yeah.
Yeah, like, that was definitely... If that was actually a thing, that's definitely subtle. And there's definitely the parallel there. But it did become a running joke at some point that we were just like, yeah, that's Mizuki too. That's Mizuki.
I think there was a point where there's a scene in Date's apartment where, like, the masked woman is, like, you know, she's there with everybody else. And I think we talked for, like, half an hour about whether or not that was Mizuki. Somehow from the future, or, like, something like that.
Yeah, like, how would that even be possible?
Yeah, and the fact that we had that conversation in a game where, like, things are happening out of sequence between time, I think, not to toot our own horns, but I think we got what the game was going for.
You were on its wavelength.
Yeah.
Yeah, like we knew exactly what this game was, like, going for. Even if, like, a lot of the twists got us, like, I think it got us in the way that the game wanted to get us, though. Even
Yeah.
then,
Yeah, I think what makes the twist work so well for me is that it's not so much a twist on content, but rather perception. Because like
yeah,
something like Heavy Rain, like that game was lying to you. Like it is
Yes.
it is telling you things that are false to try to mislead you to make the twist hit harder. Whereas in this game, like they don't try to hide the twist; they just hide how it's presented. Like if you're really astute, you can work out what's going on like long before the game tells you. And that's just not something you can do.
I think
Okay,
I think
sorry.
by that point, I think we did.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just remembered. Then there's stuff that's like really unsubtle, like, hey, like, yeah, that missile incident. Anyway.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Yeah.
What missile?
Yeah, like the missile thing came up, and then we were
It's
like,
just like,
wait, hold on. What about what about a missile? Hold on, wait, what?
I think my personal favorite instance of that, the biggest mindfuck moment, is when you're playing as Mizuki, so supposedly 6 years into the future, and you go to visit Shoma, and he's talking about Komeiji as if he's he just died last week or whatever, or just like died a couple days ago. When it's like, no, what are you talking about? Like you didn't give him that bow tie like last year. You gave it to him 7 years ago, and like it's the game does not once outright lie to you. There are definitely suspensions of disbelief you have to make. Like I still think it's a bit ludicrous that at no point does Leanne go, "Hey, Mizuki, you look exactly like another Mizuki I used to know," or something like that.
Yeah.
Like there are definitely some concessions you have to make things work, but I think most of them can be hand waved by either they were told explicitly you cannot mention this person's presence because it's top secret or whatever.
Yeah.
Or like in some cases there is enough time that passes between Mizuki, Kuranushi interacting with them and Mizuki Date interacting with them that they probably just don't remember what Mizuki Kuranushi looks like or whatnot. I can't remember the faces of people I met once 6 years ago.
Oh,
Yeah.
I will say, I think, like, there's like I haven't looked into a lot of the criticism people have of this game, and a lot of it is trash. Like, just outright garbage.
But there's so much double standard around the criticism of this game versus the first especially, and I love both games. I think these are both like genuine masterpieces of detective fiction. But seeing people apply criticism to this game that apply to the first game and saying, anyway, go play the first game, it's so much better. It's like, no, like you're missing the forest for the trees. It's totally fine to have, a preference, but like,
don't lie.
Yeah, don't be dishonest in your criticism. It's okay to to say this game that you didn't connect with it or you didn't like how it presented stuff, but like don't be dishonest about it.
Yeah. So the reason I bring that up is there is one bit of criticism that usually is fine for me, but I think this game strains it a bit, and I think it is what you were talking about before, Mina, where there's just a bit too much things that you need to hand wave as a viewer. Like, I usually have like a really, really gigantic tolerance for like suspension of disbelief when it comes to things that just appear for the sake of it, or like for the sake of like something very non-narrative important, like a character moment or something like that. But I think there's one too many, like, or plot-related things that are just, like...
Cookie just brought something up in chat that I think is a big one for me.
See, I can handwave that because we're just wearing a school uniform. It is the same uniform that Iris and Amame wear, but with a high-vis vest on top, like a generic, safety vest.
For me, one of the biggest ones is Date's behavior in this game.
Yeah!
It's a bit too... I don't know if, like... Actually, no, this is going to come into my ranking him in the tier list, so I'm going to keep this brief,
hold on to that.
There's, like... And it's not even just that... Like, I could handwave that alone, but there's just, like, a few too many... across the board little medium and larger ones that I need to hand wave away before I'm like, okay, hold on, what are we doing here? Like, what is the actual point of including this suspicion that Date has of Abyss? Like, what is the point of him just disappearing for that amount of time?
So this factors into my thing with like, what's the point of Date being here as more than just a side character, period.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. And
like, he doesn't actually add all that much, and while he is here, it just raises really, really big questions about what the fuck is going on with everybody else involved in his life.
And I think, like, the biggest one for me actually relates to Tokiko. Because as it relates to her plan, there is an aspect to her knowledge about the game itself that you really need to sit down and think about, and you need to read into her a lot, like with in-game stuff, thankfully. But I don't think is presented in a way it's presented in a way that feels a bit more hand-wavy than it actually is. And I don't know how to square that with my opinions of the diversion part of this game.
Very vague.
Yeah, again, this is the problem too, because even I'm struggling to put my finger on it exactly.
Yeah.
And I think,
that's
like,
fair.
As much as that makes the kind of criticism incoherent, I think it speaks to, like, the actual problem there, where, like...
Yeah.
My interpretation is that Tokiko has seen this exact thing we're looking at.
Yes. How?
And, well, yeah. So, the explanation... that actually, you know what? This is going to get into character too much to... Yeah, this is probably best saved for that.
This is talking a lot about Tokiko.
Yeah. Because, like... Yeah, how can we not? Is the divergent thing, ultimately. Yeah, I guess, like, in hindsight, like, this strains my suspension of disbelief, even. And I don't think I'd fault anyone from being like, there's just a bit too much, like, of that. Which is risky because, like, that is some of the stuff I adore about the first game and adore in this game as well. I don't want to open that criticism up just, like, wholesale and more, like, focus it, but that's the bit where it gets hard because I can't, like, pinpoint the exact things and why. And so, one of the reasons for that, actually, is that this game's mystery recontextualizes so much that, like, after one playthrough, it's not gonna click as well as after seeing it for the, like, 10th time or something.
Yeah. Something that I do find interesting in this conversation, though, is how suspension of disbelief is obviously really hard to maintain in this game, especially with, like, the ending. Because, like, yeah, we know that we know the game's a video game. We know that Tokiko hasn't, like, escaped the video game. Like, like with the whole concept, like, pointing to the fact that we are playing a video game can be done well. But it's really hard to make it believable, period. But, like, it's hard not to conjure the idea, like, oh, this is a video game doing a narrative where the characters are in a video game, and not this is a video game where the characters are aware they're in a video game, which are two completely different things.
And like, it's a difficult tightrope to walk specifically because you almost have to let go of the suspension of disbelief to
you have to
acknowledge that this is a thing that's happening, And when you open that up, but also have things that require it, it's kind of a difficult thing to balance. Maybe that's actually the thing, is like, when I have to step back and think about it, my suspension of disbelief is one of the first things that kind of starts to fall away by necessity.
You know what the suspension of disbelief is? It's the fourth wall.
Yeah.
And this game breaks the fourth wall, so
Yeah.
it breaks your suspension of disbelief on purpose.
Mm.
But whether or not it executes that well is another matter entirely. Because, like, I think you can do this believably and convincingly, where you feel like the characters are actually entities within the simulated world. But in the case of Nirvana and Ishidori, I don't really feel like that. I feel like my friend and colleague Kotaro Uchikoshi has written these characters, and these are pure works of fiction, right?
Yeah.
Like I don't feel these characters as living, breathing entities.
Well, even then, I don't think I necessarily agree, but I run into a different problem where I'm like, okay, let's just accept that this is because these are constructs of the game, and Tokiko, for example, completely acknowledges that.
Mhm.
But is she seeing the game or the simulation?
I
catch
think
my
that
meaning.
it doesn't. I think it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
I think like the fact that she sees beyond what the rest of the characters see is the only important part. And even then, it's subjective as to whether or not she's actually, truly correct in her thinking that. Because sure, we do get, the nil number ending and whatever. But there's also another ending of the game where she's delusional and, ends up killing herself over nothing. And like, there's nothing in the game that indicates that, the nil number ending is the correct ending, or like the
It's also like
the
the Iris Nyes ending. Like, where all of that is actually real.
Is it all real in the Iris Nyes ending? I thought she just dies of a brain tumor.
I'm pretty sure in that route, at least some of it is manifested by believing in Iris.
I mean, it changes Date's perception, but I think up until the end, Aiba is urging him not to believe it because his own cognition has been affected.
Yeah,
but at that point, like, if his cognition is affected by the somnium, then, like, what is reality at that point for him?
Well, but that would be his perspective on reality changing, not reality.
Yeah, that's not like literally reality changing, because he's under the misconception that somniums can change reality, and that's why he tries to use the fruit of life to cure Iris's brain tumor.
That's true.
But like in the end, it is all a delusion, and that's why she ends up dying, because she believed in this so strongly that she shunned any other way of dealing with it or helping or whatever. And
and I guess those terrorists weren't actually Nye's agents. They were
they were just Saito's goons.
Yeah.
Yep.
His hired goons.
Hired goons. Yep.
But
Distracted by
so
porn.
I think that's what makes the nil number ending interesting to me, is that in any other game, it would be presented as the unambiguous best ending. Like, hooray, you saved everyone, everyone's happy and whatever. But there's this deliberate sense of uncanniness to it. Like, Ryuki even comments, like, this feels wrong, like, this isn't earned. And I think that's less, breaking the fourth wall and more a commentary on kind of almost the human condition, I guess. Like, we want happy endings. Everyone wants to, believe that their favorite characters are going to make it out okay, and everyone's going to be happy and whatever. And this is, the game and the writing team pointing to that and saying, but that can feel hollow too. If there's no conflict and there's no suffering, like, there's no context for joy. Like, we only know happy endings when they're put in harsh contrast with the misery you had to endure to get there.
I am taking physical damage not being able to name a game that does that exact thing.
Like, do you know one, or?
I do know one, yeah.
Okay.
Because there's RPG adventure.
I think it's a really interesting idea, and it's one that's played with in Zero Time Dilemma as well, where if you win the coin flip at the beginning, everyone goes free. No one suffers, no one has to go through anything, but it is hollow because it was sheer luck, right? No one learned anything.
Nothing happens. Like
Like nothing happens, no one learns anything, and that's essentially what the nil number ending is like every other character who exists in the world will go on living their lives without knowing everything that that Ryuki went through, like the multiple mental breakdowns he had, and like the literal torture he experienced.
Well,
and
also with like the coin flip thing, like not only does the game not happen, it's also like the prevention of the literal fucking apocalypse doesn't happen.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, but
so
no, that's set up for everyone shifting back.
Shifting, yeah, but also like if that's where the game ended after the coin flip.
Oh,
ideally,
okay,
everybody gets out fine.
As experienced when you first get to it. Yeah, sorry.
Yes,
yeah.
As experienced when you first get to it. Like, yes, they won, they got out okay, but them losing and having to go through the death game is actually the better thing.
And I think, I think they're...
No, sorry.
Again, I don't want to, pretend I have a knowledge of Uchikoshi's personality or ideology or whatever, but he does come across to me through his writing as something of an idealist. Like, even in the first game, when, you had the true ending, and it's the only ending where every character, in the game makes it alive, he even brings back Iva, and they kind of hand wave how they did that, considering a huge part of the climax was setting up how if she's destroyed, like, it's all over, like, she's never coming back.
Yeah.
So I think he is definitely someone who loves happy endings. He loves like an ending where everyone gets to thrive and survive, and that is why in both 999 and VLR, the true endings are the only ones in which no one but the evil characters die.
Actually, now that I think about it, yeah, it almost does feel like the nil number ending is a commentary on Somnium Files 1's ending.
So yeah, I think it's Uchikoshi commenting on multiple endings that he's done, because like, it's a point of fact that in VLR, only Phi and Sigma remember the other timelines, like of the main 9 cast. So only they know, like, everyone who suffered, everyone who died, and whatever, and they have to live with that knowledge forever. But they can just jump away to a different timeline. And like my favorite line in the entire game is Tenmyoji's line in the epilogue, talking about how just because you leave a timeline doesn't make it less real. Like that still continues on, and people have to live with what happened to them.
Like that still happens.
Yeah. So I think that's what makes the nil number ending so compelling. Is I see it less as a nihilistic, like, oh, everything's fake and nothing matters type thing. It's showing you how hollow it would be if everyone got what they wanted so easily.
Yeah. God damn it! I really wish I could name this game, because like that idea, I think, is like the literal best part of the game I'm thinking about, and it's a shame that like it's buried in
Y2K,
a game
postmodern RPG.
Stop. I think it's a shame that it's buried behind an ending that everyone rightly thinks is kind of balls. I think ultimately, like, I don't feel bad about it. I just think it's like, it's something I haven't squared away as, like, I've finished thinking about this. In like a, I have, like, a solid foundation of I can talk about this, like, coherently now. And the questions that come to mind are usually ones that I would usually point me to thinking that the game didn't do as well a job as it could have of really making you understand the mechanics of how that happened.
Yeah, like it didn't do the groundwork.
Yeah, well, not that it didn't do the groundwork, but there's negative space for a very important reason of explanation, but that's kind of the problem, right? Yeah, like, again, it's probably something I'm gonna chew on for a very long time, honestly, just because of the nature of the way the game's structured and that.
I guess I shouldn't say it didn't do the groundwork, considering how much it presented, like, theories of physics and such
like
an
you
an
have
active conversation, but also I think it didn't really contextualize it within this universe and what it means to
I will
Tokiko and like what is going on. Really,
I think one of the scenes that's most talked about in this game, and for good reason, is the scene where you're talking to the hologram Tokiko, and she has like 4 different conversation topics about the most esoteric, like ideological stuff. Where she like you get a really good feel for why she believes in the things she believes in. Like it's a like a combination of like her trying to process her own trauma and abuse, and using like pseudo religious spiritualism as an escape for that, and then through this spiritualism coming to believe, like kind of blending with her science background and coming to believe that there is a way to end everyone's suffering, so no one has to feel the way she did. And like all of this is followed up by the option to make her hologram sing happy birthday to her, which just perfectly, squares the deep, searing loneliness that she experiences, both in terms of like, she has no, both like she feels like she's the only one who sees the world for the way it is, but also because she believes this, she's pushed away everyone in her life who could have, helped break her out of this delusion.
Well,
or
I
whatever.
think not only that, but because of Chikara and the way that he is, I doubt she had anyone around her even before she fully bought into the Nyes stuff. Like, while she was in the cult, when Chikara was abusing her, like, there was a fine line between being a member of a cult and then being the head of the cult and being fully bought in. And, like, and I think, like, part of the abuser's modus operandi is isolating you. And I think Chikara probably did that, and then Tokiko furthered that with the way she feels isolated because of her beliefs, or the way she isolates herself because of her beliefs.
And it's so interesting that she unintentionally carries on that cycle of abuse by, presenting the ideas of Nyes to Uru, supposedly as an escape from all the pain and suffering he's enduring. Like, she presents the Nyes ideology as a way of saying, don't worry, everything you're going through is for a reason. Like, there is a light at the end of the tunnel. But instead of instilling hope in him, it instills, like, utter nihilism and despair in him.
Well, well, it's also, like, it's ironic, too, because in doing that, he is locked in a room in a basement, alone. For all his life.
He was physically isolated, and then she, like, spiritually isolated him as well by feeding him the ideas that all of this is fake and you can escape from it someday. Like, you can transcend the suffering that you've experienced.
And that does make me wonder if she wanted somebody else who understood it the way she did.
I think that's definitely a factor in it, yeah. She, in trying to feel less alone, she accidentally twisted this child who was already, not doing great mentally because of all the isolation and abuse he was subjected to. And turned someone who probably would have just been a really maladjusted person into an international terrorist, essentially.
Yeah.
Like, I think the game presents a compelling enough argument that it is Tokiko who ultimately makes Uru the way he is. Like, Chikara is an utter monster, but Chikara has abused people before who turned out fine, like Bibi. Like, Bibi and Uru are kind of mirrors of each other.
And Shoma.
And Shoma, exactly. Yeah, like, Bibi is, like, the kid who was experimented on and literally tortured and, like, had parts of her broken and ripped out and whatever, and still managed to become a very just, gentle, and kind person at the end of the day. Whereas Uru went through, like, comparable experiences, arguably worse. Like, it depends on whether you consider, getting the skin on your body ripped off as the same as being, subjected to electroshock torture and getting your lung removed and whatever. But because he doesn't have someone in his life like Bibi did, like, Bibi had Mizuki to watch out for, and that kind of grounded her. All Uru had was Tokiko, who he idolized in his mind as this caring mother figure who wanted to help him escape from all this pain and suffering. But she ended up, kind of fucking him up even more.
Yeah. That was another thing that made me realize the divergence, the BB timeline. or the BB Somnium, where the person she's trying to save is like represented by Addo Rabbit, where I'm like, huh, that's specifically been framed as Mizuki for like 2 games. It's weird that that's. Oh no, it's not Addo Rabbit specifically, but it's a rabbit.
Yeah.
And I'm like, huh, that's weird. It's weird that that's a rabbit. And it's Mizuki here, and we know Mizuki's entire background, supposedly. That's weird.
Yeah.
A Silent Hill butt rock. Let's go.
Yeah. This is probably going to be the theme of tier list.
Hell yeah.
So, I want to head to a break, because that feels like a good place to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, just to close out my thoughts, like, on the broader mystery in that. There's... Yeah, so, like, even now I'm still struggling to kind of piece it together, because, like...
That was such a long pause that I could hear the cogs turning in your head as
like,
you...
Because everything you two just discussed regarding Tokiko is, like... Obviously there's some new insights here and there, but it's stuff that I think, like, has crossed my mind. But for some reason, I still keep coming back to, like, what was actually seen by her to drive her into this bit,
Well,
right?
Well, yeah,
Like-
because, like, I think what Mina and I were talking about is character stuff, whereas with what Tokiko saw and what happens in the nil number ending is, like, that's completely divorced from that.
Yeah,
Like,
I guess...
like, how do we contextualize what this world is?
Yeah, and I think that's where, like, it's this weird backwards thing, because I think usually I'm on the other end of things, where I'm thinking really a lot about, like, the, really, like, personal side of her character and what that means, and chewing on that for a long time. Whereas I'm not used to, like, chewing on, like, the mechanical part of it, because it presents such a, like, strange... Or it's an interesting catalyst for her behavior, because even I'm struggling to, like, put together what she saw and, like,
So
how that kind of comes about. Because
Oh, go ahead.
Well, sorry, can I finish that thought? Because, like, the
No,
mechanical...
you go ahead.
The mechanical part is, like, the least important bit, because the thing I then go to is, like, her reaching out to the Freya is purely in service of her goal to break free of the simulation.
Yeah.
And I, like, something that, like, actually caused, no joke, Tokiko brain rot was, like, what if the Freya came about just earlier in her life after seeing that?
Yeah.
Would she have reached out in a way that wasn't so, I guess, like, not self-serving, but, like, goal-oriented? Well,
But
no, more just, like, would she have reached out and said, I need someone to see this as well. I need to know, I need to not be alone in seeing the world this way.
The question then is, like, does the Freyr exist in times where we don't exist in the game?
Yeah.
Like, if Tokiko reached out earlier in her life, we're not there to see that.
Which is the really horrifying part, because, like, if you think about this as Nirvana Initiative, the game, there was no way Tokiko ever could have reached out in that way.
No. She was always going to end up like this.
Well, she was always going to end up like this, and she would realize she would always end up like this.
Yeah.
And
also,
that is horrifying to me.
Yeah.
Sammy.
As for what Tokiko sees, I am fully of the opinion that Tokiko does see, like, the flowchart. Because, like, there is no way that events could be orchestrated in the way that they are to make a compelling narrative for the Freyr to engage with and
yeah,
eventually give her the nil number.
Yes.
without her physically seeing the flowchart.
Yeah. And there's a lot of questions you could ask about, like, how she, like, because the idea that she is the idea that a lot of the hints the player gets of, like, this, or playing into the mystery of the twisted timelines, but also leaving things in place for you to look back on, like,
To be
hang on
curious
a second,
about.
and specifically go back to see her is really...
Yeah. Like that.
Yeah,
like those are
ugh.
there on purpose.
Yeah, she did that. But I think...
She orchestrated that on purpose.
Well, she did. I mean, yeah, she absolutely did. She orchestrated a lot of it. Like, and we
Yeah.
can... I'll talk about that when her character, because there's, like, the state of the world before and, like, immediately before and after the diversion point is, like, something that has been rotated in my mind infinitely.
like an apple. Yeah.
Oh, god damn it, I forgot what I was gonna end on there.
Fuck.
No, it's fine.
Oh fuck.
My brain
Don't think about-
my brain is already going in overdrive from the rest of the conversation.
Your brain is rotating things, like multiple things at once, and it's hard
CPU
to
99.9%.
Yeah.
I
There's
think
so many plates spinning, some of them are gonna fall off.
Yeah. That's fine because she's
We
gonna
take
be
a
the
break.
last thing we discuss on the tier list anyway. So
Yeah. Okay. Good.
yeah.
Yeah. That's good planning.
yes. Assuming the tier list kept my ordering.
We can move it. You can move it. You can move it while you're in the tier list.
I absolutely know that, but at some
Yeah.
point I think the page refreshed for whatever reason and destroyed that.
Oh.
So
Oh no.
yeah. We're gonna take a break because I'm actually reaching brain overload now.
Okay. I mean, the tier list will be comparatively easy because we'll be talking about earlier stuff, and that's stuff that's more
yes,
solidified. I think.
paths much more traveled in my brain.
Yes.
Yeah. All right.
Sammy, there was good discussion that happened. You should check the VOD.
Yes, definitely. Yeah. So we're gonna take like 5-10 minutes.
Yeah.
And then the tier list. I don't know how else to present that.
We're gonna rank every single character in Zero Escape Insomnium files and
Yep.
talk
I'm
about
excited.
them.
I'm pulling my K soapbox out of the closet right now.
I love K.
He's such
Yeah.
a good boy.
Good boy.
Anyway, okay.
All
Let's
right.
take a break.
We'll be back.
I'll be back.
See you in a bit.
I just remembered what I was gonna say. Fuck.
We'll get to that when we're back.
Worthy back.
I am. Oh. I
Oh.
am back. Microphone need be near me.
Is-
Streamer brain curse. Is Mina
Yeah.
back?
Mina died.
I'm back.
Oh,
Hello.
Oh, okay.
How about
Perfect
Mina?
timing. So, literally the second I took off my headphones, I remembered what I was gonna say.
What
were you gonna
It's curse of streamer brain.
Curse of streamer brain.
There's also another aspect to that, like, the realization Tokiko has that I think is especially horrifying. Because, like, if it's a simulation of a world all backwards and forwards and that's, like, that could be, like, horrifying or, like, awe-inspiring at the same way, like, just seeing, like, what I actually, probably similar to what I imagine Akane probably visualizes, where, like, all timelines and all that shit. But if you consider this just Nirvana initiative, was like, and did she just see like this immutable series of events that are not experienced until this game starts, and that's where the flowchart is? Like, because that's like I physically popped out of the timeline, let me look down and there's nothing there.
Shit.
And I look like years in advance and go,
Yeah.
wait, that...
Wait, what?
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Like, there's...
Fuck.
Yeah, there's an aspect to that that's just like... Oh...
It's like your world doesn't really exist.
No. Like, yeah, and then there's questions of like, oh, has anyone in the game actually experienced anything outside of what we saw? Because...
Yeah.
The game doesn't exist outside of that, but
Do the characters actually exist outside of the viewpoint of the protagonist at any given moment?
See, my personal perspective on this is that where the timeline diverges, the truthfulness to Tokiko's ideology also converges. She's proven right in the nil number ending, but I choose to believe that she dies incorrect in the game's quote unquote true ending. Because I just feel like it squares the themes of the game better.
Yeah, that's true.
it definitely squares like a takeaway from it. Absolutely. No, that's gonna go into more Tokiko character talk. Yeah, I guess like I think you're absolutely right. But like, I guess for my own entertainment, I choose to entertain the opposite. That like, no, let's consider the.
She's right.
She's absolutely right. Jesus fucking Christ, how bleak is that?
Like that sucks.
And I think
like
I think it's interesting because like, well, I usually don't put much stock in that unless there is a reason to put stock in it, and like you can do it for either the reading of whatever media you're talking about, like Mina just said, or like for exploring like the emotions and state a character must be in that could inform readings of that therein, because that's where I usually go to, is like, no, well, I mean, it's a crude way of saying it, but let me rotate this character in my mind a bit more, because that's fun.
Rotating the Tokiko very, very slowly in my brain.
Because like my personal takeaway is that it's not so much important what she saw, or even that she saw anything at all. It's just that she believes it. Like,
yeah, that's. Mina, you are giving me a lot more things to think about this game. And I'm already on 99% CPU.
CPU is now at 120%.
But I do really appreciate that. And honestly, this is one of the reasons I was really interested in having you on, because I feel like any time you have spoken about a game I have experienced, I have always come away thinking about that more in a way I didn't.
It's because I'm fucking nuts. I have a weird perspective.
No, you have like really interesting perspectives on this.
This is just a peek into her twisted mind.
Exactly. What if Ivo was a bear instead of a hamster? Fucked
Whoa,
up.
fucked up.
So I realized there was...
I do appreciate that, though. Thank you.
That's okay. I realized there was a thing I forgot to do earlier that we could have done during a lot of that discussion. And it was look at some of these, because some of these I unlocked after, The Thing. And unsurprising, the one I hyper-focused on was Tokiko.
Oh.
So
I love her tired eyes.
She's so hot.
Yeah. Have either of you played the beginner's guide?
Yes.
Yeah.
Like that game like legit just fucked me up for a while.
That game actually fucks.
Like playing that early into my career as a critic really made me question my life choices.
Yeah.
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 Yeah, it did. That was one of the
Guide.
reasons I really thought about, there's labor issues in games, huh? There's more to it than just that.
Beginner's Guide is a very important piece of work, and everybody should play it.
Yeah.
Provided you're in the right mindset, it's very heavy.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's a very heavy kind of mindfucky game, so you should definitely be in a mindset to experience that kind of thing.
I will also add that it is a potentially kind of emotionally and personally troubling experience.
Yeah.
Because of some themes that are discussed in that. But
yeah,
that's for anyone who thinks, for you to judge playing it or whether that's something you'd enjoy.
Val, it is called The Beginner's Guide. That's all it is.
Yes. Yeah, I can't understand what the name of it is. Oh, The Beginner's Guide.
Yeah.
Game by Davey Reedon.
Yep. The creator of Stanley Parable.
Yep. The reason I bring that up is that you'll notice there is an arrow pointing to 3 dots on the back of Tokiko's outfit.
Correct. What's the shape next to the arrow?
I don't know. I haven't, as far as I've been able to turn up, there's not much discussion about this, but, like, I guess for me personally, having played 2 very different games, looking at a 3-dot symbol that forms a triangle and an arrow pointing to it, like, it's an important design feature, makes me go...
Right.
Fuck you.
Yeah, like, was that on purpose? Do you think Uchikoshi played The Beginner's Guide? It seems like the kind of thing he'd vibe with.
It absolutely does. I care not to entertain the idea that that's even related, because...
It's all connected.
Because if it's referencing the beginner's guide, then it probably very much isn't likely referencing the beginner's guide. Well,
yeah.
Sorry, it's complicated.
The question is, as less has Uchikoshi played the beginner's guide, and more has God, what's his name? The artist for this game played the beginner's guide.
Sorry, yes.
That's a better question.
I think Uchikoshi would still vibe with it 100%.
I think Uchikoshi would still vibe with it 100%. Yeah.
Also,
oh no.
Yeah.
There were worse versions.
I love the far right because that just looks like a guy who got bullied in school.
That just looks like a guy.
Dye his hair black and he looks like fucking Kenji at the end of Golden. That makes me sad.
Oh no! Oh fuck! That's just kanji.
It's Nergy.
Yeah.
Oh fuck! Oh, the mummy one looks cute. Oh hell yeah!
Okay.
Pointing at the titty.
Again, very important.
She has to have titty.
I wish I could read Japanese, because that would make this fucking thing make a bit more sense, maybe. But
Can you zoom in on them at all? Or are they just presented as they are? There's no...
The only buttons I see on screen... The only buttons I see on screen are these, yeah. It looks like an incomprehensible symbol to me and not like a distinct character, which is the thing that makes me go... What? Why? But why is it there? What are you pointing at?
What is it? What is that? What is this?
This is also
and then we just that's also very good.
So some of these were for time completion and others for the eyes.
Remember the third eye eyeball?
Yeah.
who's totally a character and is also totally non-binary, and
Marco.
it isn't
Okay.
really handled well.
Actually, I want to speak to that because like I saw a thread by Uchikoshi about that, and I genuinely think like this may have been just miscommunicated multiple times, because the way that initially looks is that using like they them pronouns would have been confusing, but it also sounded like they misunderstood that they were using neutral pronouns.
Yeah.
So, like, I don't... Like, it's definitely still weird, and I think, like, the people doing localization should have probably just, like, well, maybe open communicate. Like, it just seems like communication was either not had or people were talking past each other. Which is the general impression I got. It still kind of sucks, ultimately. But it was weird, because I even read that tweet multiple times, trying to, like, pry apart what he was saying that made it different from this verse.
Yeah.
It's weird. I wish they were more in the game.
Yeah, I wish they were in the game, period.
I hope that if we eventually get an AI 3, I'm torn between wanting it to focus more on Mizuki. Oh my god. Long hamster.
Long hamster.
I'm torn between wanting it to focus more on Mizuki, because this was advertised as being Mizuki's game, but she only really got like a third of the game. So I would like it for her to get her own shot at being the main character.
The fucking
On the other
design.
hand, I would love to see Marco and BB interacting.
Look at the fat. Is that a pig?
I
As
think it's a
number
pig.
8.
Bottom right, yeah.
Got pig ears, yeah. Top
Also,
praise is Mike Wazowski.
the fucking iris design is so fucking good.
Yeah.
Juicy velour iris.
Like, this is such a good design for iris, honestly. Oh, look at that!
I did it.
You did it!
Yeah.
What a good game.
Also, actually, you know what? That'd be a good character thing, actually. Sorry. Every time I'm looking at a thing and I think, oh, we should talk about that, I'm like, wait, no, that's specifically a character. I should wait to do that. So I'm gonna make sure the tier list comes up in my stream correctly before we go back in and get some background music.
Hell yeah.
Oh, actually, you know what?
Yeah, Sammy, it would make sense for the third AI ball to be in the theoretical third game. The game that will be made post Uchikoshi reading Homestuck.
Fuck. Okay, this is also...
And Marco will now have candy corn horns.
Please.
Fuck yeah.
Please.
Give it to me.
Book it.
I want it. Marco's design does have horns, so they could just give Marco candy corn horns. Uchikoshi puts Dave and Carcat in AI3. No, it'd be Sweet Bro and Hella Jeff. Sweet Bro and Hella Jeff are gonna have a cameo in AI3. Fucking mark my words. Bookmark this stream. Flip it.
They said I was crazy.
They said I was crazy, but they will be there. It keeps happening.
Alright, I think that should be close enough.
Hell yeah.
So I also need to stream that to you two. Although
Yes.
that means you're gonna lose the
Probably won't get the music. Yeah.
That's okay. I'll put on my own soundtrack.
Yeah.
I will simply listen to his City Pop playlist.
Nice. Okay. Be very,
Or I'll just
very
watch-
careful.
I'll just watch Gunbuster on the side.
No, I just wanna... I wanna share a window. Yes. Alright, can you all see that?
Yes.
Yes.
Cool.
Light mode, motherfucker.
Is there a dark mode for this?
I literally have an extension that turns every website into dark mode.
Oh, well,
Awesome.
I'm not that fancy yet. You'll have to forgive me. Okay, so I do want to talk very briefly about this because I feel like there's a obvious and less interesting way we could do this, but something that might be a bit more interesting to do, maybe like has a bit more discussion tied to it, because there's certain characters that I feel like would just go into the bottom like immediately because of course they
Like the
would.
Ninth Man.
Yeah, well, yeah, kind of like the Ninth Man, but also like characters that are just assholes. So
Like Eric and Ace.
yeah, actually. So like it's not a hard and fast rule. I don't care if we like break it in some points because it's either funny or appropriate. But I do want to kind of consider this mostly narrative importance.
Yes.
Because, for example, Chikara is an abhorrent piece of shit.
But he's
However,
a good character in the
He's a
context of the
well-executed
narrative.
character.
Yes.
Yeah, he's a well-executed character.
Yes.
Sure.
So,
Worthy, you were talking to the person who put some of the worst Ace Attorney cases very high in the Ace Attorney case tier list. I think we'll be fine.
okay,
Because
good.
I was so surprised because I came into that tier list ready to fight, and she just ended up putting all my favorites high anyway. So I didn't even have to.
I hated Dual Destinies as a video game and all of its cases rated high.
Yeah, so, like, a vague idea just for everyone is, D is, like, actively bad.
Yeah.
C, I would say, is, like, eh. If they left, I don't think it'd be bad. If they're here, I don't think it'd be bad. B is, like, okay, yeah, it's kind of important, or they're fun, or something like that. A is, like, okay, yeah, like, this character, like, really adds something. And then S is just like, I mean,
This is Tokiko tier.
I'm not gonna name it that, but it might as well. Actually, for my first move, I hope you'll all agree.
Are we actually adding a Tokiko tier?
No.
You have
Shit.
to go to edit that. Yeah. This is a bad website that is confusing to use.
I've used this for 5
Purple, it's even
seconds, and I already hate it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, there are multiple of her. Yeah.
We're just gonna...
Yeah. Correct. There she is.
This is like
Correct.
it's like we're gonna bookend it with like my favorite characters in the entire series.
Akane is above S tier. Like, that is just correct.
Yes. That...
Like, every iteration of her is genuinely incredibly good.
Yep. Akane Kurashiki...
She's Catholic. It's canon. She's Catholic.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, I hate that. But no, genuinely, Akane Kurashiki is like one of the most interesting characters in fiction I have ever come across.
Also, she's a good bimbo rep in 999.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I feel like she's being, like, her true bimbo self in, like, the, ZTD, though, a bit.
Absolutely.
Because she's, like, it's not putting it on, it's, like, genuinely more acting herself. Because there's a when I was putting this together, there's a good argument that, like, Akane, I, and Zero are all different people.
Yeah.
But, like, that would make this list, like, untenable for the most part.
Yeah, all of those characters are different people.
Yeah. In fact, I think I'm gonna. Sorry, just an aside. I'm probably gonna try and like order them in that. Like, it's not gonna be.
Yeah.
It's not gonna be like hard and fast again. But
you think VLR Akane is better than 999 Akane?
yes. So. Okay, yeah, this is where like some interesting discussion can happen because of all this stuff. Because Akane in 999 like sparked the whole thing for me, right? Regarding her
Yeah.
character. I think the negative space created between VLR Akane and Akane in 999 is the thing that makes this character for me.
Okay.
The notion of like the Akane Kurashiki I knew isn't here. She's not anywhere anymore.
Yes.
I
100%.
can accept this. And also the fact that the Akane in 999 isn't like true Akane. She's like putting up an act, or like the personality that I would rate Akane higher for is not true Akane as far as that Akane goes.
It's not Shin Akane.
Yeah.
Well, and
exactly.
to be fair, this is kind of the difficulty with it, because, like, yeah, the Akane that is in 999 is good on her own merits, but I guess for me, it's the fact that that is probably more of a mask than is apparent.
Like, realistically, 999 Akane is probably closer to VLR Akane than ZTD Akane is.
Oh, 100%, yeah. Like, you've got, ZTD Akane is, like, Akane before everything leading up to VLR, and
Yes.
Akane in 999 is probably who she thinks she would have been, if not for circumstance.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the reason I put ZTD at the top here is because ZTD, like, a lot of people have misgivings with it. I really, really, really like ZTD, but
I love ZTD.
It's good, actually.
Yes, it is good, actually. But it gave me the exact thing I wanted, which was showing the moment Akane turned.
It also gave showing us Akane and Junpei with the most divorced energy ever.
Yes.
Yeah.
Two characters that have never been married but have divorced energy.
Yeah, exactly.
I
like that makes ZTD Akane for me, honestly.
I don't know if either of you have ever read the webcomic Achewood. There is a character from that who's implied multiple times to have a really, really fucked up backstory, but they never really delve into it too much. And whenever someone asks him, like, you know, what, like, where are you from, or like, what's your background? He just says, I'm from circumstances, and that kind of sums up
Yeah, that's it.
I think all I ever see is the Achewood things that are posted on Twitter that I think are AI generated. I don't know if they're actual Achewood strips or if they're from the webcomic.
See, that's the beautiful thing. It's impossible to tell. That webcomic is incomprehensible in the best way.
Oh, okay, so it might just be stuff from Achewood then.
Yeah, but that phrasing has always stuck with me. Anytime I want to explain a character. Yeah. Anytime I want to explain a character who's really complicated or has a really fucked up backstory, I just say they're from circumstances.
What, you don't say their motives are complex?
We'll get to him.
Yeah, we'll get to him.
Wait your fucking turn, mate.
But yeah, like, the moment Akane stabs Junpei with the bracelet to make him forget is just like,
yeah.
Oh man, that was like everything I wanted. And okay, there is one thing it didn't do, but I'm kind of glad it didn't, because it's better, like, for people to form their own opinions about it. But there are several people who do like animatics of ZTD or Zero Escape stuff in general. And one of my absolute favorite is I think it's called like The New Tomorrow or The New Normal, and it does a character design thing I've seen someone joke about before, where a character goes from having a like the horizontal part of their eye on the bottom and the round bit at the top, to a character with the horizontal bit at the top of their eye and the round bit at the bottom. Which, like, communicates character in, like, a subtle way that's obviously contextualized by a lot of stuff, but, like, showing, like, that animatic shows Akane, like, starting to build up things to VLR very soon after ZTD happens. And, like, there's a moment where she's staring at the ring Junpei gave her with, like, with joy and kind of, like, a little... You probably sense a little bit of remorse. But then her character flips to having the horizontal top, round bottom. And it's just such a subtle shift of, like, focus in that, like...
I'm watching it now, and it just got to that part, and it's very good.
Oh, yeah.
Hold on, can I link it in chat?
Yeah.
Is that a thing I'm allowed to do?
Hold on. I'll give you a permit.
Oh no, I have a permit.
Oh, you're VIP, probably.
I have a passport.
Hell yeah. Yeah, it's stellar.
This is incredibly good.
Yeah. And I think it also speaks to something that can be good with characters like this is just to not actually show a specific thing. Because, like, again, I think the thing that makes a character for me is all of that negative space and just thinking about this character's journey from 999 to ZTD to VLR. And, like, how both horrifying, tragic, but also, like, well, horrifying and tragic it is in a lot of ways, but also how this character kind of steps up to be like, no, I'm going to do this. Like, showing that resolution to essentially cast aside their humanity, almost, in some ways.
Honestly, I think a lot of Akane's character is in the negative space.
Yeah. I've been using that term a lot lately.
Yeah, it's. I mean, I think that's a lot to say about Uchikoshi's characterization of some characters in general, is where a lot of it is in the negative space. Like, you can say that about Junpei too, like how like Junpei's journey as a character from 999 to ZTD, and how we go from this kind of like goofy dumbass in 999 to this kind of edgy. Oh yeah, and also VLR. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I always forget Tenmyoji is Junpei.
Yeah. But yeah, and I think that's another thing. Like, it's a parallel but opposite example of, like, when you saw this woman, it's fucking Akane. When you saw this guy,
that's a different person.
Who is that?
Who is that guy?
But that's really the misleading thing. Junpei is more himself as Tenmyoji than Akane is as Akane in VLR.
That's a good way of framing that.
Yeah.
I
love this series so much. We're talking about other characters, so that means we should move on.
We are.
Okay, Ace.
Ace. We should.
Definitely not
DNC. I want to do the joke of putting him an A for Ace.
Honestly, I think as far as do you consider Ace to be the primary or secondary antagonist of 999? Because it's such a difficult thing, because his actions cause Zero, but Zero is the one who's the cause of the immediate conflict in the present time.
I think I think Ace is the primary antagonist, because, like, not only did he create the circumstances within which 999 happens, you know, in a broader context, he also did it multiple times.
Yes.
Like, he did it more than once. To an unknown number of children. Like, there is the blood of dozens of children on Ace's hands.
Yeah.
And I think that by a country mile makes him worse than Zero or Akane in 999.
Also, would you consider Zero to be just Akane, or Akane and Aoi together?
I would consider Zero to just be Akane, because I think Aoi did, like, as far as is explained in the game, I think Aoi just did a lot of, like, the
work,
the physical labor, whereas Akane set everything up and created the circumstances that allowed the game to happen.
Yeah.
That's fair, yeah.
I think, he's definitely, like, he has a hand in it, but I think, like,
Like
Yeah.
if we're going by like I don't know, like Danganronpa rules, Akane is the mastermind.
Yeah.
Yeah. Aoi is obviously, like, all for it. Because he wants to say, actually, why are you here?
He wants to save Akane.
Oh, no, sorry, I was talking about the order. I thought I ordered this by number, not by, thingy. I'm just gonna rearrange this.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
is it Santa's 3?
San, 3.
Ichi-ni-san. Yeah, right. Right, you're right.
I'm Santa.
I'm
What?
Santa. What?
I'm sorry, you had to explain that too much, dude. That's a lame name.
Yeah, that sucks.
But also
actually.
very appropriate because, yeah, etc., etc. Yeah, now that I think about it, like, I think if you asked me immediately after 999, I would have said Ace is the primary antagonist. But, like, looking back on it, I'm more hesitant but still putting it there. Because now that I think about it, like, one of the big things ZTD points out is that people like Akane don't... Or, no, even VLR, actually, through Tenmyoji, is that someone like Akane doesn't really think about the result of her actions in timelines that aren't the ones she's trying to fix.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Zero definitely, like, kills everyone.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Causes the deaths of everyone involved. In fact, everyone involved except Ace in one of those situations.
Yes.
And there is something to be said for the callousness that is displayed a lot of the time in this series for what happens on those. Especially when it comes to player relationships with those, because a lot of people are like, oh, that's the timeline that does it. But, like, ZTD is like, or VLR at first is like, no, those timelines matter. And then ZTD
all
is like,
those timelines matter,
dude,
yeah.
those timelines... Like, you're even fucking
those timelines
yourself
super
over.
matter.
Like,
yeah, those timelines super matter, dude.
Yeah.
I also think the callousness is pretty egregious, especially considering Junpei, considering she has feelings for Junpei, or, like, considers him a friend at the very least.
Yeah.
And still puts him in those awful situations where he dies, gets murdered, like... the fact that, yeah, like, it sucks, but, like, comparing Akane's motive, because, like, okay, let's think for a second, because in Ace's situation, Ace was also doing the games and was also creating those splinter timelines, just by nature of what he was doing. He can't perceive them, but they were happening.
Yeah.
So all those, like, obviously there's a timeline where all of the children in those games escaped, but that's not the one that we're living in. But, like, all those children died multiple times in multiple different timelines, probably in increasingly awful ways, which I think still makes Ace worse than Akane, because he repeated the game and repeated the experiment multiple times.
I think there's also an argument...
he knew.
Yeah. There's also, like... Because both of the motives are ultimately selfish, but Akane's is, I will not exist. Whereas Ace is like, but science, though.
But science, though, yeah. Also, I think Akane's is obviously somewhat motivated by revenge as well.
Actually, no. No, there is, like, a slight tinge of actual, what was it? What's the word I'm looking for? Compassion? Well, not compassion. There is a bit of compassion I show towards Ace, very slightly, when he says just, like, I want to be able to tell people's faces apart. Like, there is a horrifying aspect to just, like, everyone looking the same, but no one... But everyone else, like, not experiencing that, and being cut off from, like, a way of, like, relating to a person in that way is, like... Yeah.
Yeah, that alone would fuck you up.
Yes. And I mean, evidently is a
I wonder
motivator
how
for him.
I wonder how Brad Pitt feels.
It It definitely comes across as like
does he
a
have
cool
pros-
motive, still murderer type of thing.
Yes.
He claims that he does.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's definitely like his actions outweigh that way more than Akane's do, in my opinion. At least in 999. And like, but at the end of the day, he's still like, I'm gonna drag this child into the incinerator,
and he literally does like a maniacal laugh and
Yeah.
this crazy face for several fucking like shots. Like,
Yeah.
he
and
wants
takes
to watch this child burn to death.
Yeah, like he's taking joy in Akane whose life being threatened more than like if there would be such a stark difference if in that moment Ace is like, no, you can do this, you can. I know, like, I trust in my theories enough to know you can do this, and maybe been driven mad more by like ultimately like killing a bunch of kids to do it. But
even if he was cold and calculating in a science way, where he was just quiet and took notes as everything was happening. Like there is some leeway I can give there compared to muahahaha. I want to watch this child burn to death.
Yeah. Fair enough.
And then
honestly,
go on, Mina.
The only reason I started this conversation is I wanted to hear both of you talk so that I could square my own thoughts on him. I think if we're in consensus that he is like, the ultimate force of evil behind the game, I think he deserves the A rank because like. He's a very, like, it's like you said, Morphe, like, there is an element of, if not sympathy, then, like, motive to him, like, something that, like, is strangely relatable in how, he's not just doing this, like, for the sake of evil, he's doing this because, he has a serious degenerative condition that he would literally, like, be willing to do anything to fix.
Also, I will say, good twist that he, like, is not the kind of, like, cool and nice old man that you think he is at the start of the game.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like narratively, that's a good character.
Yes, absolutely.
Snake.
I'm legally obligated to put Snake in S rank, given
Snake.
he was the first character made gay through Twitter poll.
S for Snake.
Voted
Also
gay
S
by
for Snake.
committee.
Yes, voted gay by committee. The only
Voted gay
good
by
committee, Twitter consensus.
Yeah. Snake's a great character, though, like, just generally.
Yeah.
It's a shame he only appears in 999, because I would love to see more Snake.
Yeah, he, like, you hear about him through Clover in VLR, like, where they were both, like, approached by, I think it was Allison7, to kind of, like, help tracking down, Free the Soul. But honestly, I'm happy with this, though.
Just leave the character, just, like...
Yeah, I think his ultimate, like, arc here is... like, is very, it's fine being, like, isolated to this, because if it was just, I'm angry over Clover dying again, like, if he appeared in VLR in someone's place and he did the same thing again, I would have been like, this...
okay. Like, we're doing this again.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair.
This is one of the few characters I think I can confidently say that, like, he appeared in one game and is, like, reference kind of very in the background, and that's honestly a good spot for him. Especially considering his emotional arc is dragging Ace into a fucking incinerator to kill himself.
Yeah.
I feel so bad for
best.
I feel so bad for the Snake in the VLR timeline, though, because he would have been connected to Clover through the morphogenetic field when she was kidnapped, and then just never saw her again.
Oof.
Like,
yeah,
that would fuck you up.
Oh, God, yeah. There's definitely ways you could make that interesting, I think. But I'm still, like, content with, like, where he's at. Like, if you think about a character long enough, you could probably come up with, like, good ways of doing it, but... Yeah. No.
I have no problem with S tier, though. He's badass. He's one of the best parts of 999.
100%.
He is, absolutely. I love that he flirts with Junpei.
Yeah. Yeah. Santa.
I thought you were defaulting to S.
S for Santa.
Are we just sorting these alphabetically? I think Santa's an A. I wouldn't put Santa an S personally.
Yeah, I think 99's cast across the board is pretty strong. I think that he's an interestingly complex character because you kind of intuitively trust him because he seems like a chill, nice guy. But like if you replay it, some of the stories that he tells you hint very strongly at like a deeper darkness or trauma.
Well, doesn't he literally talk about like the temperature at which the human body burns or whatever?
Like that and the stuff like the reason he chose his name is because like, you know, he used to believe as a kid that there were two Santa Clauses. There was like, you know, the one that delivered presents to good kids and there was one that punished, you know, evil people. And like it's a weirdly grim thing for him to be discussing in the context of the scene where it takes place in. But given that in that timeline, Akane is either already dead or will be dead very soon, he's probably just reflecting on like, yeah, I'm gonna fuck that guy up, like first chance I have.
Yeah.
Which he should.
Yeah.
Also, he's just talking about Krampus. That's just Krampus.
Yeah. Then there's that one scene where he's just like, oh, I hate love, joy thing, because there's 4 and clovers, and I'm like, even at the time, I didn't know what to feel about him saying that, because like, on the face of it, it's like, oh yeah, okay, dude, you hate love, joy, and all, love, joy, trust, and all of this shit, but,
yeah.
and like, no, why are you saying this?
Like, in the context of the narrative, why are you saying this?
Well, not even that. It's just like, well, oh yeah, I suppose to a degree, yeah. And like looking back at it, it makes me feel like he couldn't come up with a good way of like handing the clover to Junpei, so he'd give it to Clover later. So he's just like, oh, the number 4. Oh, I hate that. It's such a loser number.
I guess it makes more sense in the Japanese version when 4
yeah,
is
because it's
the
unlucky,
equivalent
right?
of yeah, it's the equivalent of 13.
Yeah, so they probably had to try to translate that for English and made Santa weird instead.
Yeah, it comes up very goofy. I assumed it was something like that, given that Mista in Part 5 also has a fear of the number 4.
Yeah.
Like, that doesn't appear in 2 properties from the same culture, and I think it's also in another thing I can't think of right now.
Well, the number 4 specifically, I think in Japanese, it means death.
Yeah, it's homophonous. Like the word "she" is homophonous for the word for death, which is why it's more commonly used like as. So they used "yon" as like a substitute to make it less unlucky. But it's still like a widespread cultural fear. Like if you see things coming in 4s, or like, you know, if your apartment's on the 4th floor of a building or something, like it's considered a bad omen.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
It's which, you know, that seems more common than being on the 13th floor of a building.
Yeah.
Like you're more likely to be on the 4th floor.
Yeah. I wanted to make a KH joke for Ace. You could still make it, Charles.
Also, Santa put his hand on the stove.
Well, you did just grab the grill.
Yeah, you didn't just grab the grill.
Special shout out to Evan Smith. You're the fucking MVP of this franchise.
MVP.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact,
I cannot believe that Evan Smith went from voicing fucking Monster High movies to being one of the best and most nuanced performances I've ever heard in my life in Junpei.
Yeah.
It's so good.
2 great reactions to Santa 2, grabbing the grill and also talking about the number 4 and just saying, what?
Yeah.
The first thing I did, I also played the Nonary games for review, and the first thing I did is I fast forwarded all the text to get to the Funny Rempa part because I wanted to hear that voiced.
Yeah,
good. The Funny
nails
part.
it.
He nails it.
His delivery of just such a rude woman. Like it's so good.
It's a shame that if I do ever replay 999, I'm going to do like the DS version just to see like
pros.
Yeah, just to see but
I should probably just go through that again in adventure mode and have all the non-spoken text there. I remember seeing someone go through the furnace ending. Is it furnace? Incinerator ending.
Oh.
With that on, and its description of Snake and like his confrontation with Ace in that is, it is a crime that I
it's not
did not have
conveyed.
that on screen. Yeah.
Yeah.
See, I didn't even realize that because I played through the game for the first time with adventure mode on. So I didn't even realize that like, it was skipping so much prose until it skipped my favorite bit of prose, which is after the ninth man explodes and Junpei is walking through the hallway trying really hard not to look.
You told me this when
Yeah.
we were originally going through it.
And like it describes, he takes like just a quick peek out of morbid curiosity, and he said like the image will haunt him forever. It was like looking at a crab that was upside down with his legs in the air, and then he realized that those were his ribs sticking out through his flesh.
Isn't there was also something in, was it the room where Clover gets in the shower?
Yeah.
Like that was another one that was like, or was that where the ninth man also died?
No,
that was in the
dies
hallway.
in the hallway. Yeah, like
That was Clover and supposedly in that room, right?
fake snake.
No. Yeah, fake snake.
Oh yeah, fake snake, right? Yeah, that's what it was.
And like, because like the way they describe Uchikoshi, or rather the translators at Axis, are really, really good at poetic descriptions of macabre gore. So the description of fake snake's body, about how like the face was mangled beyond recognition and whatever, it's just like, oh, it fucks me up. It's so dark.
Okay, I'm downloading the DS version of the game right now. So I'm just
Blessed.
So obviously C
Clover.
for Clover.
A C for Clover. So it's interesting that Clover 999 Clover and VLR Clover are two separate entities on the tier list.
Yeah, I have a specific reason for that, but we'll get to that, I think.
Because they might as well be different characters between games, honestly. Like just in terms of personality.
There's a lot similar to them, but I think the differences are distinct enough that it warrants discussion.
I
mean,
have a really hard time talking or thinking about Clover because she is such a reactive character.
Yes.
Yeah.
She feels so different across games and even across routes in her own game because she's so shaped by the events that happen around her.
Yeah,
So, like,
especially in 999, I would say.
Yeah.
Like, she's mostly silent and like when stuff doesn't directly involve her.
Yeah, especially after Snake dies, where in every route she mopes for like several rooms straight.
Yes.
Yeah.
And just like, like it's hard to talk about her because like I like parts of her character. I think her design's really cute, and I like the parts where she gets to be, bubbly and happy.
I think the axe ending fucks.
Yep.
It's good in a vacuum, but I don't think the problem with it in the context of 999 is that I don't think the game gives us enough about Clover beforehand for it to be
for
as
that to
shocking as
Yeah.
it wants to be. Because you have the inherent shock value of cute character does fucked up thing, but like we don't know enough about her as a person because she clams up so
right.
hard.
Yeah, you're right.
I think A is fair for her. I think like she's solid, but I couldn't give her any higher.
Yeah.
That makes sense to me.
I watched a couple of people go through that scene and saw them bounce off that ending, and I was really like, I wonder why. And one of them went into it really well, where it's like, the thing with Snake happens so early that you don't get much from her other than devoted to brother. And so the whole thing comes off very, very tropey.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't go much into her character because of the circumstance. Like, it's not...
Yeah.
It's not invalid to do that, but it's just kind of...
I will say that is a valid reaction from her as a person.
Yeah.
To just, like, be traumatized and upset and not talk much. But from a narrative character perspective, it doesn't give us much to, like, sink our teeth into for like getting connected with the character.
Yeah.
And I love what character moments we do have of her though. Like in the ending when she's driving the Jeep and intentionally hitting every pothole to make Ace suffer in the trunk. Like,
that's really good.
Yeah. I feel like I had something else to that, but whatever. We'll come back to
We'll probably
Clover
get there.
anyway.
Yeah, we'll get there in VLR Clover.
This is a slam dunk.
Should yeah. That's objectively correct.
Yep.
Yep.
Here's my controversial opinion. I think I liked Junpei when I first went through 999. I thought he was a very solid protagonist. I think he is very elevated by Evan Smith's performance.
No,
in-
yes,
in
that,
the
yeah,
games.
yeah.
That's not a
no,
hot take.
absolutely.
That's
That's
that
not a
is
hot
100.
take. That is just true.
Yeah, like he's by himself. He's good, but his dialogue definitely reads a bit like milquetoast per tag.
Yes.
Yeah.
But, like just the sheer energy of the performance and like the exhaustion you hear from him, the snark, the jokiness, the fear. It's so good.
No, like yeah, that's like
Yeah.
I think, and I don't think that like detracts from the character at all. I think that just adds to the character. That's like that kind of becomes the embodiment of the character.
Yeah.
Like I think he definitely elevated Junpei to an S tier when otherwise he might have been an A. Honestly,
Yeah.
like with a slightly worse performance, I think it's possible Junpei would have been an A. And obviously,
I would
If-
go
what-
further to say there is a very likely chance that could have landed in B if not for the writing.
yes,
Or some
Yes.
specific parts of the writing. But yeah,
Yeah.
like Evan fucking nailed it. It's
now if
absurd.
we talk about Ten Miyoji and like ZTD Junpei, I think those are more interesting characters in text
yeah.
than Junpei is in 999. But yeah, 999 Junpei is elevated. I think beyond the other two. Well, no, not ZTD because it's the same, but I think it's definitely elevated a lot.
Drew a fucked up Junpei. Welcome, just a little glimpse of my fucked up mind.
Yeah.
Yeah. It like honestly, I can't think of a protagonist that has been presented in a milquetoast way that hit this hard. Like
No.
every other protagonist I can think of that is kind of milquetoast has at least something else that makes it okay. I like this. Junpei feels like an everyman, but the best portrayal of an everyman in this situation I've ever seen.
100%. Like he is Persona 4 Yosuke, but good.
I think what helps is that you get lots of opportunities to make him into a little weirdo, and that doesn't feel
Yeah.
out of character for him.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
the entire Fun Rimpo bit, like it totally tracks with the type of person he's been made out to be up to that point.
Yeah.
And like the part with him, like thinking he's messing with Akane by being like, oh, aren't you afraid of getting wet down there? And like in retrospect, no, she was the one that was fucking with him.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
it's perfect.
Love it.
What a good character. 7.
C for cop.
C for cop.
Oh god.
No, I think I think he is a better character than C.
No, I know. I just wanted to make the joke.
Yeah. So I kind of feel the same way about 7 that I do Lotus in a lot of ways.
I think 7 is very forgettable.
Yeah. Well, I think it's also, like, why he's there, too. Like, a lot of the characters that are in, like, the higher tiers so far have a very deep connection with what's going on. And as a result, there's obviously some stuff that gives them more opportunity to be better characters in the narrative, right? 7 and Lotus are there...
Tangentially.
Like, not just because they were there as seen by Akane or whatever, but
They're there for what they do, not who they are.
yeah, they're there for their past, not for their present.
Yeah, like Lotus is there to facilitate the computer-based puzzles that they have to go through.
Yep.
Um,
Also plant the whole
and-
monitor idea into. In fact, I'm going to do these two at the same time because
I think they are in the same place.
listen, I am.
Lotus
but a
does
simple
have huge
lesbian.
tits, though.
I was just about to say, I am but a simple lesbian.
Listen.
I'm willing to give Lotus a bump for being a smoking MILF.
yeah.
Yeah.
You know what?
You know
Sure.
what?
Very
Yeah,
bottom
hell
of A.
yeah.
It would pain me to put my wife in B tier.
Yeah.
like,
Lotus has a banging rack, and she's rocking that outfit for the entire game. Like, let's give her
Actually-
some fucking credit.
actually, no. she does deserve A tier because she does not take anyone's shit when everyone is on her
100%.
case for no reason.
It's
Yeah,
so funny how
100%.
she shit talks Ace while she's at gunpoint.
Yeah.
Yeah, like Lotus is actually she's girl boss, you know? Like she fucking owns. Like I love her.
Yeah. So
Sammy,
Clover-
you're
Clover's
absolutely
the-
right. She
Clover's
should
the
probably be in
gatekeep.
D for no.
For double D.
cups.
Those
So
are
Clover's,
those are not
Clover's
Ds.
the gatekeep. Akane is the gaslight, and then Lotus is the girl
Oh.
boss.
correct.
Yeah, that's true.
Yep.
Yeah, together they form the Triforce.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, like ultimately, they're interesting characters narratively, and I do think they have enough going on that like I would miss them if they were gone. But ultimately, they are more there for things that have already happened as opposed to things that are presented to us.
Yeah.
Like Lotus's experience with computers and all of that, and obviously her connection to the first, the experiments that Akane was a part of. Akane and Aoi are part of.
Yeah.
7 for actually
Investigating
being
it
there
and, like,
investigating it.
Rescuing the kids to the best of his ability.
Yeah. Yeah, but
And
then
pretty poor reward for helping them, honestly.
yeah.
Like fuck, man.
All right,
We're
thanks.
7.
Yeah, like definitely still like yeah, no. 7 is definitely a solid B, and I think Lotus's character writing is enough to elevate her to A.
Yeah.
Because it takes something that otherwise would have been a really tired joke into like but it's channeling that through a character that turns to them every single time and says, "Do you want to go? I will
Like,
throw
you wanna
down right
fucking
now,
fight?
motherfucker."
like I will beat your ass.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wish I liked 7 more. He's conceptually a really interesting character.
Yeah.
But just in general, amnesiacs who slowly remember things as it becomes convenient is just a little bit too.
I honestly forgot that element of his character, which makes me rank him up. Like, yeah, B is a solid place for that.
I still think that was a bit. Like
What?
okay. So in the ending, 7 seems like, or Junpei points out that 7 seems pretty content with things. And yeah, he did ultimately save, or seems to understand that he saved a person he was trying to save in the past that he failed to, etc., etc. But there is like a part of me that wonders, like, I wonder if he was let in on anything and was told, because there's a compelling thing there. I think there's something that ultimately I think makes his character more interesting than he actually is. Where the idea that, like, Aoi may have, like, nudged him in the side and gone, "Hey, so, like, I know you kind of, like, know some stuff about this, but, like, try not to
Give it away.
But 7 was left to his own devices to think about how he's going to do that, and was just like, I forgot.
I forgot.
Yeah, I guess I kind of feels like even when framed in that manner, it's a bit hackneyed for how good the writing of the rest of the game is.
Also, let's be
100%.
clear. We shouldn't have to write fan fiction to make a character more compelling.
No.
Yeah,
Which is what we're doing here.
Yeah, absolutely. And even though I put an entire tier for Akane, whose entire thing is the negative space you fill in between, the reason that negative space is interesting is because of the implications of the points you do know about.
Yeah, you see the dots and you can connect them yourself. With 7, you just see one dot and you gotta draw a picture around it.
Yeah,
with Akane there are
I did, but
with Akane there are various dots in various places, because like the negative space isn't just around one point; it's around several different points where we actually see the character, and that negative space is followed up on, and like it slowly fills in more of that space.
yeah.
But still leaves enough for us to like think, you know. 7 doesn't have that. For 7, it's all thinking.
Yeah.
No, that's not. Can we have a tier for not a character?
Okay.
Because
Yeah.
the ninth man isn't a character. He's a plot device.
No, you're absolutely right. Yeah, actually, hold on, yeah, you know what, I'm actually gonna do that. That's a pretty good, you sold me on that. Because what I was gonna say is, like, maybe we could use this as discussion of the other members of the experiments, but that conversation would happen in the exact same way. Where it's just like, oh, yep.
No, you wanna close that, and then there you go.
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
no.
they're so bland
Wait.
that, like, I can't even remember their names. Like, I only remember them as the captain, Fake Snake, and the ninth man. Like, I don't actually remember any of their names. And I've played this, or rather, I've experienced this game like 4 or 5 times.
Yeah.
What have you done to the?
I'm gonna put plot device above D.
Above D?
Yeah,
okay, that makes sense.
Like, C is like, I wouldn't take them out, I wouldn't leave them in. I'm putting a special case for plot device where, like, you can't take this character out.
You can't take them out because they're a plot device, but also
their absence wouldn't actually mean much if you had a different way of doing that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
And, yeah, I think you nailed it, Mina. I can't remember any of the names of any of them. And even though they are, like, directly mentioned by Zero as you guys will suffer for what you did.
I don't think we ever have a name for the ninth man.
No,
we do.
They do, yeah. But it says a lot that I remember Junpei's early description for him as the man with the crow's nest hair more than I remember his actual name.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Because I forgot the whole thing with Ace. Like, yeah, there's a bunch of people here who were also associated with
and
right.
Thankfully Ace is easy to trick, so Akane just tricks him into killing them all for her.
Yep, because he's an arrogant son of a bitch.
He's a dipshit.
I don't know why I love the word trick so much. It just, like, it has an air of mischief to it.
Get tricked, idiot.
Akane's 999. Akane's trick.
That's what she does. All she does is she pulls Ace to the side and goes, "Hey, all these people are talking shit about you, you know? She goes, I'll show them.
I'll kill them."
Oh,
what an idiot.
Yeah. But yeah. It's not even a character. I think Dan Olsen made the, like, most, or the best comparison to, or the best, like, way of thinking about this I think I've heard, which it's not much of anything, really, but that was the first place I heard it. He was talking about the book of... Oh, fuck. What the hell is it? The Book of Henry. That's it. And he described that there is a character who is, like, the primary reason to put a plan in place. But the thing is that you could replace that person with an object and nothing about the plan changes.
100%.
And, yeah. You could put in place a business, a corporation, natural disaster, whatever. Whatever needs to be in place for Ace to start doing his science stuff. And the fact that this person is a character would make no difference.
Yes, 100%.
Aside
from the fact that he's flesh and blood and, like, somebody needs to explode.
And, and Zero takes pleasure in killing them.
The context of that was, like, in the Dan Olsen video, was like, you could replace Henry with an especially clever dog. And it would
yeah. Well, no, I think another place that comes up is, unfortunately, a bit more of a serious situation where the the neighbor is his neighbor is getting abused by her adoptive father, and it's like
by Hank Breaking Bad.
Yes. Yes. And the
unfortunately,
the point there is that, like, listen, you tried to put a heavy topic as a motivation for this, but ultimately you could replace the character this was happening to with an object, and the plan or the things that set up the movie in motion wouldn't change.
Yeah.
So
because she's not.
Why the fuck did you write it to be about child abuse then?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ugh.
And that's 999.
That's 999.
I'm gonna quickly point out this is probably not going to get coherent once we start including different characters from different games in terms of the
No!
ordering on the rows. Don't pay attention to that.
It's gonna
That's
be
fine.
a mess.
A for Alice.
A for Alice.
Honestly, I think
That's accurate.
Alice deserves at least an A. Like she doesn't like she has so little screen time in VLR, but she makes so much of it. Like
Yeah.
there's a lot of really good Alice shit, like her going fucking crazy.
like she's great. I really appreciate her as a character and like as a presence in the game. I like that they play with your expectations by making you think that she's one way, and then no, it turns out she's actually like a super spy math genius. Whatever. Like
There's also like Alice is elevated a lot by having played 999, where you're like, is she
a mummy?
Is she a mummy?
Yeah.
Are we ever gonna get to that?
Yeah.
And then it doesn't really.
And Tenmyoji specifically is like, "You're a mummy, aren't you?" And she's like,
what the
I don't
fuck
know.
are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
Well, yeah, she plays it off like, I don't know, but really she's like, what?
What? Hold on. What are you talking about?
Oh, yeah, that is.
Are you getting
that is
savvy and
definitely
senile
great.
already?
I think
She's also
actually, yeah,
hot.
yeah, no. I mean, listen, like, this is why I wanted to do it this way. Otherwise, like, Snake, Alice, Lotus, and a few other characters would be instant S's, no discussion, no notes.
instant S tier.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's interesting because I think Alice and Lotus play very different, or very similar roles.
Yeah.
When it comes, like, obviously a big thing for Alice is decoding the message that Sigma recites to her.
Yeah.
By doing an absurd fucking 13 digit number to the power of 3 or some shit. That's just
It was.
how
It
the
was
fuck?
fucking. How do you do that in your head, lady?
Sorry, I'm going to rush and buy a ring real quick. I think. Yeah, because now that I'm thinking about her in comparison to Lotus, I think Alice. I think Alice is just flat out better because she has another character that she is like. She has a relationship with that's not just I'm part of this game.
Yeah, she's
Like-
she is Clover's steward. Like
Yes, absolutely.
and like Clover, yeah, and like the concern that she shows for Clover, and like, yeah, like it's good. She has really good like emotional character beats as well as her function within the narrative, which is what Lotus lacks because she only has the ladder.
Yes. Like, yeah, Lotus's character writing saved her a lot. The thing is that Alice didn't have that, like, didn't have the same opportunity to lose, like, a lot based on just how she is reacting to immediate scenarios, I guess.
Yeah.
Anyway, Alice, good. All ice.
Yeah.
All ice, baby.
All ice, baby. That's what them titties doing. They all ice.
I just love when Dio asks her why she dresses like that, and she's like, "It's exactly for this because idiots like you focus on that and not everything I'm doing."
Yeah.
I love that so
we're gonna have words about Dio, aren't we?
D for Dio.
D for Dio.
Clover. Yeah, this Clover deserves. I would rate this one higher than 999 Clover.
Really?
Okay.
Yes. Because I think she has more of an actual personality in VLR, which is something that she doesn't have in 999.
Yep.
Like
100.
Like this Clover is not as reactive as 999 Clover. They're still very, very close in terms of like the quality of the character.
I'm just
Yeah,
gonna
I mean,
I'm just leaving
VLR
here for
Clover.
a second, just to be
Yeah.
clear.
She's proactive in that her first and only response to any kind of conflict or trauma is to threaten to murder everyone.
Yeah. Well, Yeah, but also I think she has a lot more character moments with Alice and like with other characters that she just doesn't have in 999 because she's traumatized and depressed.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah.
You know, now that I think about it, like, yeah, the whole like she goes to murder, and I don't know whether that's like a I'm writing the second game, how would Clover react to a situation like this? Let me look at her previous characterization. Because there's a version of Clover in 999 where, like, God, I'm gonna fucking kill you guys, like, just offhand or something like that. And then the axe ending happens at one point, and you're like...
Oh! She wasn't joking!
She wasn't fucking joking! Okay!
She wasn't lying. That girl can kill.
Yeah, and I think that is part of her character, even from 999. It's just I think she has a lot less opportunity to do that in 999.
Yeah, absolutely.
Whereas VLR is made explicitly for that to happen.
Yes, the interpersonal shit is like comes more to the like, the interpersonal shit has to come to the surface in VLR, whereas in 999, it's not as important to the game, like, as in the Nonary game. So, it is, while still a liability, Clover can clam up and it's, like, believable.
It's fine.
No one pushes her on it. It's judged that it's better to let her go because it's not that important. Yeah.
Is she better than I wouldn't say she's a better character narratively than Ace, though.
Yeah, I don't think she goes up to S, definitely. I think...
No.
Yeah, and I think just with the few characters we've got here, like... Clover VLR is a marked improvement over 999, but, like...
Yes.
Still, yeah.
I mean, there might end up being characters between the two Clovers, like, as we do the tier list.
Absolutely. I'm just saying it's a bit weird at the moment. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I'm even second-guessing myself about Lotus at this point, too. Like,
I would honestly put Lotus higher than 999 Clover, yeah.
I don't want to do this too much.
She has a lot more character beats.
Yeah. I don't want to do this too much because it obviously could derail things a lot, but I think sometimes it's interesting to kind of poke at that.
Yeah. Well, yeah, as we explore, like, how we feel about certain characters, and then... Yeah, that makes sense.
D
for Dio! That's...
Yeah.
I argue this
I would argue Dio is S tier.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely.
See,
absolute slam dunk.
Let me plead my case.
Okay.
So, I enjoy an antagonistic character. I don't think a character who only exists to be antagonistic is compelling.
Okay. Counterpoint. The moments where Dio gets his shit pushed in are super fucking satisfying.
But that's more out of, like, spite than out of catharsis, I would argue. Because, like, it's not like he is, set up by the narrative to fail in that regard or whatever. It's just, like, you hate him so much, and maybe that's doing your job, but I wouldn't say I love to hate him. I think I just hate him. And,
no,
like,
I think as I was playing VLR, Dio actually did start to grow on me as a character that I love to hate. Like, he's such an asshole, and like, but I think he's an asshole in, generally speaking, I think he's an asshole in a fun way. Aside from the points where he does really horrendous shit.
Here's my counterpoint though. I think Zero the Third is S rank, and Zero the Third is a jerk I love to hate. Like,
Zero the Third, you're correct. No, I think Zero the Third goes into Kane Kurashiki tier.
We can get.
She did make him. It is technically him.
She did make him.
That is an interesting point you bring up, Mina. That, like, he definitely gets like he gets crushed in a lot of situations, but it's never like he's never like broadly defeated much. Because he's always like the whole thing, like a lot of the narrative is built around thwarting his plan, and thus he doesn't really lose until like very, very late in the game, and to some degree he doesn't even realize he's lost either. Like, there isn't an Ace moment where he's in the incinerator yelling at Zero, why are you doing this to me?
Yeah.
It feels more like just it. Yeah, it's really strange because I feel like the interpersonal and isolated situations where he's an ass and I would turn around and go, shut the fuck! Oh my god, this guy.
they're good.
And then he gets punched in the face or he's put in a headlock and shit like that. It's like, yeah, get him. But he obviously still comes out of that ultimately on top because that, like, the fact that you did that to him doesn't matter. That's actually, I never thought about that before, actually.
The one time he has a karmic death, which is in K's ending when K murders him when he finds out that Dio killed his mom. It ends up you can't even appreciate it because K killing him ends up dooming everyone else.
Yeah.
So like
there is that part where Fi kills him with a rock. Where they're two spacemen on a moon and one kills the other with a rock.
It's pretty.
Wouldn't that be fucked up?
It's pretty fucked up. Yeah, I guess that's my argument. Is that like I don't even really appreciate him as a compelling antagonist because he's just a shit disturber at the end of the day. Like, sure, you know, his planting the bombs does make him kind of the overarching antagonist of the game.
I don't think he is.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is that it's only on a technicality. Like, it doesn't make him...
Like Akane is the overarching antagonist of the game.
Once again.
Once again.
So I guess it feels kind of weird to say this, but I think Uchikoshi has like one of his blind spots as a writer is writing a character who's meant to be embracive but endearing, because both Dio and Eric are both the same kind of like, God, I really wish you'd shut up.
Oh, no. I don't think Dio... No, I think Dio and Eric are completely different ends of I hate this guy. Like, Eric is just like, he's a worthless sack of shit weasel. Like, that's all he is.
Like, you say that, and I think of Dio when I hear worthless sack of shit weasel.
Like, but Dio is at least openly antagonistic. Eric is not openly antagonistic. He is complacent and apathetic.
I guess, like, the thing that I think unites those two is that they're both devoid of nuance, and that, like, you see them, and they are exactly that. Like, Dio starts the game as a manipulative bastard.
But sometimes characters that are that simple are really good.
Yeah,
They
can be, but I would argue then that the fact
Eric is not.
That the fact that Dio doesn't explicitly get blown out by the game is actually big negative to that. Because if we want to have the dumb fun, it's missing the bit where Dio is like face in his hands, like, oh, I lost, fuck.
Yeah,
and is getting getting punched by Clover or some shit.
Yeah, where everybody pogs because Dio got his shit pushed in.
Yeah,
it's I think if
I would at least put him in A. Yeah, I don't like I think I think Dio is a fun character even if he's not a good one.
I think he see this point, I guess.
Like, he is a fun character to have around.
I'm gonna save my bit about Eric for when we get to Eric, actually, because we did just discuss it a little bit.
That's fair.
But yeah, I think there's gonna be distinctions. Sorry, Mina, go on.
No, go on. You need to finish your thought. I'm gonna segue us.
Okay. There is definitely a big distinction to him, and it's a lot to do with the attitude, or it's a lot to do with the way they carry themselves, I think.
I think so too.
But we'll get to that with Eric, because I can circle back to that.
Okay.
So, the concession L will make for allowing Dio in A tier is the K is fucking S tier.
Oh,
yeah,
no.
K is S tier. No, 100. Yeah, no one was going to argue that.
I have such strong feelings about this boy. I love him so much. He deserves the world.
K is really good.
Yep.
He is an interesting example of a character who does bad things. Like, he is a jerk, he is self-centered, he masks a lot of his conniving traits with politeness. I would argue that he is a nice person, but he's not a good person. I think that's the most compelling kind of character to me. In multiple endings, I think he's one of the only two characters, along with Clover, who is actually willing to say fuck you all and bail.
Yes, 100%.
he is very self-serving, but then when you find out why, it makes him like very sympathetic. Like you understand, oh yeah, no, this person would have extremely pronounced trust issues, especially regarding Sigma. Like once that all clicks, it's like, oh yeah, no way would he like fully trust Sigma.
Yeah.
Can we also compare, because like comparing K to 7 as the amnesiac character of the game, like
7...
K is significantly better as a character overall.
Yeah, because 7 never really becomes an active agent in the story, whereas like K is interesting both as Schrodinger's cat, like embodying the character, because in one route he is Akane, and in the other 2 routes he is Kyle.
I can't believe his fucking name is Kyle. I hate
his name is Kyle Klein.
And he's voiced by Troy Baker.
Yeah.
Sad.
Unfortunate. Oh no, sorry. He's voiced by Travis Willingham when he's in the suit. He's only voiced by Troy Baker in the
ending. Yeah.
In which case, it's even arguable whether that's the same.
That's
character.
not K. Yeah, that's not K.
That's the voice coming out of K's body.
But it's not. Yeah. Don't worry about it.
But I think he's fascinating. I love characters who are, openly kind and generous and supportive, but are very willing to get their hands dirty if they need to. And
also, K kills Dio, which puts him in S tier, like Soundblade.
He kills Dio, and not only does he kill Dio, he kills Dio to facilitate a test for his father's love. Like, just thinking about his ending, thinking about how he had to watch as his dad picked a girl he didn't know over his own son is like gut-wrenching.
Yeah.
It's so good. I love K.
The realization and spelling out of like K killing Dio while I think it was Sigma and Phi were unaware was a big moment of like, okay, no, K has realized something, and that is not a simple. It's definitely not a simple thing to realize, and
K's kind of fucked up with it, though.
And it only gets like more and more. It only gets better and better as more of those pieces fall.
And I think what separates K from 7 is like K is actually involved in the plot.
Yeah,
like not only directly involved in the present tense, but also in the background and past tense,
like
of the game.
7 has amnesia to drip feed the player information, whereas K has amnesia because the plot
dictates it. It needs him to.
Well, actually, no. Yeah, it was conscious because Akane told Luna that injecting him with that much like stuff might actually just give him amnesia, and that that's fine. Fuck.
Yeah.
Ugh. Yeah, because like a character has purposely made it so, and it is core to the story that K actually does have amnesia.
Yeah.
It's God. Yeah, I could talk for hours about him, but I'll sum it up by good. K good.
Yep.
K good. Hey Luna.
Speaking
K
of which,
cool.
Speaking of good, I would put Luna higher than K.
Yeah,
listen, you were allowed to put Dio at the top of A tier.
No.
Wait, Mina, you cried. You cried just hearing Luna's song. How is Luna not higher than K?
Because K is a more compelling character outside of the context of that single ending. I love Luna. Like, you've seen how many times I've reposted her button pressing sound.
Yeah.
Yes.
She is great. She is great, but I think K as a character, like, throughout the narrative of VLR is more interesting because Luna is explicitly ordered to be a static character. Like, she is told outright by her masters, you are not to interfere, you are not to help anyone more than they need to survive. So by necessity, she's unable to be a very proactive force in the narrative, and she ends up dead in most of the storyline, like most of the timelines.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's
a good point.
It's actually, like, surprisingly parallel to how Clover spends most of 999 kind of being clammed up because Snake has presumably died.
Yeah.
Like, Luna doesn't get to participate until she is able to open up to Sigma about everything that's going on.
Yeah,
I will
I will
say-
say.
Mm.
Sorry, go on.
No, go ahead. No, you go ahead.
I think one of the best stretches of story is when she's gone missing and everyone assumes that she's a killer robot.
Yeah.
And the way you unlock her ending is still having faith in her despite all that and voting to ally, even though you know it won't do anything. Like,
Yeah.
she's not allowed to escape here. Like, she doesn't get anything from allying with her. It's simply just a symbolic gesture that you trust her.
Yeah.
And that's really thematically powerful.
I will say, Luna's presence in VLR does elevate a different character in the next game a lot.
I really wish they could have kept the voice actor.
Yeah.
Mm.
I think a certain character in ZTD is a lot better because Luna is in VLR.
I'm gonna be honest. I think it's better that it's distinct.
You think so?
Yeah.
I just like the one snippet we get of the Mars site recording. I got like chills listening to that and hearing it reproduced in ZTD with a new voice actor. I couldn't vibe with it quite as well. It kind of lost the haunted edge that it had. Like
If at least that was the same, but like they had different voice actors or whatever like that. I don't know, that would be fine. But I guess it makes sense that they'd have to change the voice actor because
there's definitely a way. There's definitely a way you could do that though. Like maybe you'd have to like shift the perspective, and the perspective in ZTD is really important. But if you were hearing that from the person, if you were in the perspective of the person that's receiving that, you could have like fudged it a bit with like noise and stuff to make it a bit similar, more similar. But I definitely feel that actually. Thinking about it now, that clip in VLR haunted me more than seeing it unfold in ZTD.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it was
sense.
because, we're here, and the residual despair of, this is the timeline, was more powerful than that actual line reading, but that's, yeah.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Phi.
I mean,
S.
I'm okay with her going to the top of S. She's such a fucking good character.
Top of S?
I'm gonna. Okay, hold on. This is gonna be very. I don't want us to dwell on this.
This is contentious because like better than Junpei.
I don't know. I mean, Junpei has the voice actor advantage because his performance is both better and his voice actor isn't a fucking shithead. But...
Actually, I changed my mind. Yeah, no, Phi is better also in text than Junpei is. Like Phi is good in text and also in acting, whereas Junpei is good in acting, not that great in text. Phi deserves top. Yeah,
much like Lotus is propelled into A by a specific aspect of her character, Junpei was propelled into S because of a specific aspect of his character.
Yeah, that tracks. Yeah, that tracks. We almost had an argument. Argument avoided.
Yeah, fuck. Phi is just so damn good.
I feel like I do feel like Mina has a bias.
Listen,
because Alcesti literally cosplayed Phi.
Listen, I was enamored with her character from like her very first monologue in VLR, where she's like, "I'm not Batman or Superman or a Cayman. I am no man." Like it's a fantastic introduction to her character.
Thanks, Eowyn. I really like Phi. But the thing that always comes back to me is that they missed an opportunity to nail that Phi just understands what's going on in that one bit with the loop.
Yeah.
Like, if everything played out exactly the same way, but after after Sigma confirmed to Phi that he had looped and had seen all of it, and she turned around and like a mask dropped, and she's like, "Oh, okay, cool."
Yeah.
Like, that would have been like that would have just nailed that. Like, yeah, this character is very much aware of what's going on, and specifically is ahead of you, depending on timelines, obviously.
Yeah.
Like, that was the thing that always struck me about Phi, is that she always seemed to be ahead of you, but then there were there were explicitly times where she didn't. And I feel like that particular point, especially because of the stuff it leads to later on, not nailing that Sigma and Phi were locked in terms of what was going on, is actually, like, it really, really bugs me.
And then we get ZTD, which handles it better.
Yeah. And I, like, to be clear, it's not that that's a negative, it's just the absence of a huge positive, I think.
Yeah.
Because ultimately,
that's fair.
Phi still works with that, and you can even incorporate into it, like, maybe this was very early on, and especially because of the way that, like, Phi hitting Dio with the rock unfolds, it is very clear that the player and Phi are experiencing this tree differently.
Yes.
But yeah,
like Phi has gone through a few more loops than you, the player, have at that point, and she is fucking sick of Dio.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if there's much more to be said about her.
No.
But yeah.
Phi's good. Quark
Quark is unfortunately a plot device.
Quark is a plot device. Because Quark is barely in the game.
Yeah, I wish I could say
okay, can we elevate Quark to C at the very least? Because Quark does have really good, like, character moments outside of being a plot device.
Remember, C is like, the way I'm
if
thinking about C
if they were
is like,
gone, right? Yeah.
No, B.
Yeah,
I think
B. I think Quark is B, even like bordering on plot device.
Yes,
because Quark is like there are large portions of the game where Quark is not there.
Yep.
Yeah,
and oh, sorry, Mina.
Yeah, like he has the same misfortune as Alice, in that they're both kind of used as vessels through which the threat of Radical 6 is presented.
Yeah.
But the difference is Alice actually has her own ending, and in that ending she's very involved in the events of the story and gets a lot of backstory. Quark's ending isn't even really about Quark. It's more about Tenmyoji.
It's about Tenmyoji,
than himself.
Yeah. Like, yeah, it's like a worse version of the same thing that happens to Clover and Luna, except it locks him out. Like, he's not
very out.
Yeah, like
he's not even in the same building.
Yeah, exactly. And I think another thing that separates Alice from Quark in that way is that there is a lot more to Alice's interactions, and a lot more that Alice actually does outside of when she does contract Radical 6.
Yeah.
Well,
whereas,
also, again,
like, Alice does actually do things while she has contracted Radical 6. Quark does not.
Well, yes. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, like, and I think, I'm gonna be honest, like, I think the thing that really elevates Quark specifically is his attachment to Tenmyoji.
Yes.
Which, in the absence of a lot more to say about him, and him being basically locked out of most of the story, doesn't really work in his favor.
No, but his hat is full of snacks.
His hat is full of snacks. This is very true.
His hat is indeed full of snacks.
Yeah. I remember reading that golden file and going, okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
Can we talk about the milkman?
The milkman.
The milkman himself.
Going comedy.
Silkman. Wait. Sigma Climb.
Oh, right.
Climb
no,
backwards.
You're right. S. Sigma Climb. No.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is actually a hard one.
It is, because he's such a fucking shithead.
Okay.
He's such a shithead.
So baseline, worse than Jinpei 999.
Yes.
He
has a fat hog.
This is where a lot of the writing that will later be discussed a lot more in AI the Somnium file starts to rear its head too.
Yeah.
Of just like...
See, Sigma is the beta test of Date, and he's neither as charming nor as interesting as Date.
Yep.
Yeah,
and that's a problem when you're when you're supposed to be the main protagonist, like,
especially considering this Sigma is clueless compared to other Sigma.
Yeah, and like Sigma's jokes, like his sexual innuendo and constant harassment of women, is uncomfortable, like on its face. And then when you realize that he's in the body of like a 70-year-old man, it makes it even worse.
Yeah. Well,
Correct.
The thing that strikes me too is that like a lot of it isn't pushed back on a lot. Like,
yeah, like characters go like, "Oh, you're awful, you're a pervert," and then like there's no Mizuki to own him.
No,
Yeah.
well, there's no Lotus to turn around and deck him immediately.
Yeah.
Right. Like
You would think that would be Alice. Like Alice, I think would most fit that. Like,
but that's the thing. I feel like this only comes out when the characters present can be written off to either dismiss it or not understand the joke.
yeah,
And I think that's
and,
actually
like,
a big problem with
like
his character.
like Clover.
In Alice's ending, it's revealed that Sigma reminds her of her father as well, which means like she probably wasn't in a position to rebuke him much in the first place.
But on the other hand, cat puns.
Listen, we'll give that to
His curse.
ZTD Sigma.
No, VLR Sigma also has the curse.
Yeah.
No, I know, but ZTD Sigma has that while also being the brain of a grumpy old man, which makes it cuter. Like Atmo is larger.
Yeah, that's very true.
Oh, that's a very good point. I don't think Sigma deserves B though, does he?
I'm okay with top of B or bottom of A.
Top of B?
We'll leave this for now. Yeah, I genuinely like looking back on it. I think a lot of the reason he's good is because of his back and forth with Phi.
Yes.
But a lot of his negatives are when he is interacting with
any other character.
literally anyone else.
Yeah.
And besides, like, the really genuine moments with, like, Luna and Alice when it comes to, like, unraveling some parts of, like, the endings and that, he's just kind of... Yeah, like, B is actually sums up, like, something, like, I think sums it up, actually. Is just like, yeah, he's good.
Yeah. He's not Junpei.
He's
good.
not Junpei, for sure. And I feel more positive or, like, I guess, interested in all the characters on A more
That's
than
fair.
him as well.
That's fair.
I think there's stuff to... there's interesting things there to definitely look at, because he is ultimately the person that goes on to work for, like, 47 years or whatever to become... Zero the Third.
But also there's less work. There's less to do there because he's the start of it rather than...
Yeah. Well, but, I mean, but the comparison I'm drawing here is a little bit of the Akane to Sigma, but I would... And we haven't gotten to Zero the Third yet, but Zero the Third's...
That's Zero...
kind of just...
No, that's not Zero the Third. Zero the Third is the bunny.
Oh, Zero Senior, sorry.
Zero Senior,
yes,
yeah.
That was the one I was looking for. Yeah, like, Zero Senior is a less interesting
Character
yeah. What's the word I'm looking for? Like, it's a far less interesting point bordering
like a
a negative
snapshot.
space, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a different
you're right.
snapshot,
Yeah. That, like,
What?
it's also... Yeah. No,
I think Zero Senior is more interesting in ZTD than Sigma is in VLR.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, I'd say height of B, because, like, he still has a lot of really fun stuff going on, but it's just, like, that's kind of it. His involvement with the... Yeah, like, he's also, like, central to the plot, but I feel so much less about him than Phi.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I'm actually struggling to think of why. I think it's just because of an absence of a lot of...
I think the issue is that Sigma has to be toned down a bit because he is the player character, so he has to be the fish out of water. He has to be the most... He has to follow the same trajectory that the player is following, whereas Phi can be more intelligent and competent than Sigma is allowed to be because
Yeah.
she is not the player character.
Or she
Yeah.
has a lot more opportunities to show character in those situations because
Yeah.
she is allowed that. Yeah.
Yeah. I think
Yeah.
that's the issue with 999 Junpei as well, outside of the acting, is that they are Sigma and Junpei are meant to be extensions of the player rather than unique characters unto themselves, aside from some very
Yeah.
specific traits.
And
And
out-
that's definitely remedied in ZTD to an extent because they become their own characters.
Yes. And I
But
will
yeah.
say, in that comparison there too, Junpei has a hell of a lot of positives outside of the fact he's the main character, whereas I feel ultimately torn about Sigma.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, Junpei has the whole Funya Rinpa thing, and like Sigma don't got that.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
all
no,
Sigma's
that-
all Sigma has is a fat hog. Like that's all.
Yep.
That's it.
Jesus Christ. Why did you
Can't
make
believe
that
that's canon.
I can't.
I can't believe that's canon.
Listen, listen, we get gay Snake out of that. You know what? I'm fine with that.
Like Sigma can fold his dick into the shape of the Sigma.
The fact that it's 9 inches flaccid is terrifying.
Moving on.
Tenmyoji!
Okay, 9 inches
Okay.
flaccid and he's a grower. Like, what?
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, exactly.
Fucked up.
Turns his
Tenmyo-
brain off every time it happens. Jesus.
Tenmyoji's an ass. Tenmyoji's
Yeah.
hard ass.
Tenmyoji's an ass, yeah. He
Yeah.
is my single favorite line in the franchise, and like, he's just so labeled and nuanced.
Yep.
Yeah, he's good.
That
He's-
line.
yeah.
That line in VLR slowly made me realize the full deal with Akane too.
Yeah.
Like not just the, oh, you know, we're on a mission, we're trying to save things, only I can do that because of the time, because I can see time and stuff like that, but like he is both a testament to and realizes Akane's callousness by pointing out that all of these other timelines exist. We
Yeah.
still have to exist in them.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the journey from like you know, the kind of
The boy.
naive chasing the girl guy to like ultimately incredibly jaded about a person he really once loved, and that has
Yeah.
like bled into a lot of his other it's that not the reasoning, but like the emotion has definitely bled into a lot of his life. And then having Quark as well, like, and then Quark
Yeah.
coming into things, and it kind of, it's not explicit, it's not stated as such, but I like to think it's like kind of reigniting, like, no, like, it's not all shit that we have to live in the cast-off timelines from this one person. There is some
Yeah.
good that can be done here, and that's ultimately the position he takes of like, we still have to do stuff here, and I need to, like, I'm not going to stay here and wait for that to metaphysically fix anything, because we can do good here and now, and I should try
Yeah.
and do that.
I think his relationship with Quark definitely does elevate him a lot. Like, I think what that means for him as a character is incredibly important, just thematically, to VLR, and I think the series in general.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like, he's just like incredibly solid character.
Yeah.
Like that's
Yeah.
that's a good one.
I think
He's great, and unlike Sigma, his perverted stuff is played entirely for jokes, and like, it's never directed at other women. It's
Yes.
all like, haha, he has grandpa videos, and Quark knows what they are.
or like you know, double taking at the poster in the cabin room and going, oh,
Yeah.
all right.
Yeah,
Oh,
this is
hello.
at least an 8.5 EU.
Oh my god, erotic units! I forgot about that.
units.
Fuck.
Oh, he's still so funny even as an
I
old
know.
man.
Can't believe the files like fucking
Expand on that.
word no I was gonna say something about like I can't believe the files like did Gilbert Gottfried like that, where he's got
Oh,
like
what?
exceptionally low EU.
Yeah,
Oh.
his EU is low because he's both ugly and like has a bad personality.
Oh, that tracks.
Yeah, like no, like I don't know how accurate
Like,
it is, but
Gil-
it feels like
Gilbert Gottfried is not a sexual creature, or was
No.
not.
Yeah, I don't like thinking of him as a sexual being.
No, not in any capacity.
Bringing it off Gilbert, then, I do think one thing that's remarkable point, like Mina did touch on it, but I think a specific example is like that you could make really easily some jokes about Alice given her outfit, and I don't think Ten Myoji ever makes one, despite the fact that he is interacting with her a lot. But yet Sigma seems to be the one that does do that.
I think
on a
Ten
whim.
Myoji also like technically knows her,
Yeah.
so he wouldn't really be like prone to making the jokes in the first place.
I really appreciate the part early in the game when
Because Junpei met Alice at the end of 999, Morphe.
that is true. Yeah.
Oh, yes,
A-
Alice
a-
is the
yeah,
person that was on the desert. That's
Yeah.
just not the mummy.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, after they escaped the
gotcha.
complex, yeah.
But, like,
But,
okay, so I will rework that then, because, well, I mean, they're not really friendly, because obviously they've been separated for a long time. And
They've been separated for a
circumstance-
long time.
well, yeah, for Ten Myoji, actually, that doesn't make sense. But, like, there isn't
Yeah.
even, like, a snide remark or anything. It's just, yeah.
No.
Well, yeah, even
I love the part
taking that exact...
early in the
Yeah.
Sorry, I love the part early in the game where Sigma calls Tenmyoji Gramps, and Tenmyoji's just like, "What the fuck are you talking about?"
What do you like? What do you mean? You're older than me.
Oh god! And then when fucking Five roasted him, like, huh, you must have done a lot of drugs to look like that at 23 or whatever.
Yeah.
Fuck.
It's incredible foreshadowing via character moments.
Yeah. Oh, it's so good.
It was like I was on this Luca's stream for that, and I remember chiming in and like, okay, you two need to cool off, because that really is how that comes off.
Yeah.
Like, without in a complete isolation, I would believe Fi would make that joke about young
No,
Sigma.
exactly, and that's why it's so good. It's same with the Gramps line, because you could totally see it as just Tenmyoji being offended that someone called him Gramps and not like calling out hypocrisy.
Yeah.
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 Oh. Zero Senior. Not a character in VLR.
Is he just a
Yeah.
plot device?
Unless you really like his termite speech, I don't think he has much character outside of
No.
that. Like, even in Kay's backstory, Kay's only impression of him is he never like was around and only took interest in me when I was, when I had utility to his goals.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, there is something there to, like, him being so jaded, but I think, the whole thing about Akane does that way better. And B, ZTD also shows you could have taken this character... Well, okay, Zero Senior is not allowed to be Sigma in ZTD. So that's not really a fair comparison.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
I think it speaks to at least him not being able to be a character much.
Yeah.
Ultimately, he is a recording.
He is just a recording.
He is never present.
No.
While we are... Well, I mean, and yeah, that's exactly the whole thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, because even with the termite speech, obviously lends you a glimpse into his, like, view on the world, but again, I feel like even implicitly, Akane being in the game just, like, shits on that, like,
yeah, this
entirely.
completely overshadows that, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I think there's not much else to say about that.
I think he's a better plot device than the Ninth Man, though. Also,
Yes.
Zero the Third is S tier.
Yeah.
Like, straight up, you can tell that Uchikoshi became friends with Danganronpa Man in between 999 and VLR.
Yeah. This is very much a
I think
This is Monokuma.
It's so telling that Zero the Third is in the game for 21 minutes total across like every bit of screen time he has, but we still quote him. Like, he's still so memorable.
Sigma! No, it's Siggy!
Yeah,
Fido! It's so good.
It's perfect. Like this character is written and acted to perfection, and
Yeah,
like,
100%.
I think
That's Emil's
VLR
voice actor, right?
is sorry. Oh yeah, it's Cindy
Emil
Robinson.
Neer.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's Cindy
Oh,
Robinson.
really?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Like I think that VLR is the best game that Uchikoshi's ever written. My one major complaint with the story is I wish that Zero the Third was in it more.
Yeah.
Because I love him so much.
100%.
It's actually remarkable. We've spoken about several characters that have had problems not being able to be themselves on screen because they get shoved to the side at some point, and yet Zero the Third is like S tier despite all of that.
Yeah, 100%.
Like, obviously,
I
Luna's
think
up
the
here,
thing is like Zero the Third, you at least go through a scene with him at least once, I think, in every timeline.
Mm-hmm.
Even if it's just like the very last one. But like I think that like how familiar him saying Siggy Fido is like it grows on you a lot, and he's very likable.
Yeah.
Also, he's a little bunny rabbit. He's a little creature.
Yep.
He's a little guy.
Every time I think about like the circumstance that led to his creation too, like rabbit. Of course, it was a rabbit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
God,
just
the
another sign
reference
that
to-
as much as Akane tries to, detach
Also, hi,
herself
James
from her
Games.
humanity, she can't do it all the way.
As much as Akane tries to distance herself from the fact that she killed all those rabbits.
God,
she can't do it.
God.
Just as an aside, I don't remember if I actually said it or not, but the thing I absolutely adore about VLR Akane's design is that the same stone that's in the ring she got from Junpei is just part of her dress, like all over it.
That's really
that's
cool.
good.
Like, there's something there to like, because the more generic way this could play out is that they completely throw away their humanity and all that, but I think it speaks to her character that she's cast them off as immediate concerns, but they are very much the reason she tries to she still holds on to that, and for what I can only assume is like motivation of like, no, this is the reason that I am casting these off, because people deserve, the people I love and obviously the world deserves better than this.
I also think it's indicative of like it's still part of her.
Yeah.
Right? Like those feelings that she used to have when she was, functionally human. They're still part of her, even if she is, What is Akane in VLR?
1,000,000 years old.
Yeah.
Like, is she not just like basically God at that
She's
point?
she's essentially an omniscient time god.
Yeah. Like, and I think, that obviously fucks with how you experience emotions, but I think the fact that she has like an element of that emotional attachment so ingrained in her like design still speaks to like that meaning something to her.
Yeah, for sure.
And even to tie it back into Zero, the third,
And with
the fact that they're a rabbit.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like that is indicative that she still cares for Junpei in her own weird, fucked up way.
Yeah. It's obviously
Or at the
warped
very
because
least
of course it
remembers.
is.
Honestly, when you've lived as many lifetimes as she has, just remembering someone is
Just
impressive.
remembering that, is
Notable.
Ugh.
Yeah.
God,
this is taking
should we
a
take
while.
a break now that we get to the next 3 games?
Fuck me.
'Cause
This is going
I
longer
do
than
have
thought.
to pee.
Yeah, no, I was about to say.
Hey, listen, we have all night.
Okay. Yeah, I don't want to push us too far forward, but I also don't want to like linger. I think, I think we've talked about him like at good lengths. I don't think we've deviated much, but then I'm also looking at the time going, oh, Jesus Christ.
Here's the thing. I think for the most part, I think 999 and VLR are the ones that we would obviously have a lot to talk about. I think that gets a bit less so with ZTD. And I think Somnium Files should be pretty easy as well, because like
I think Somnium Files is going to be mountainous. In that it's either going to be easy slam dunks and we're done, or okay, we need to talk about this because
we're definitely gonna have to talk about Tokiko a lot.
Yeah.
Oh god,
And
we haven't
Mizuki,
gotten
I
to
think.
Tokiko.
Like, we're definitely got to talk about Mizuki and Aiba.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that the picture for Aiba for Somnia Files 2 is a screenshot of her in the cat outfit.
Yes. Yeah.
That's so good.
I thought about turning it off, and then I was like, no, actually,
no.
she gets that in Nirvana Initiative.
Hell yeah.
All right.
All
well,
right.
we will take a break. We will be back soon.
Hell yeah. BRB.
I'm back.
What the fuck? Cindy Robinson also voices Amy Rose in Sonic.
Who's that?
That's the person who voiced Zero the Third and also Emil from Nier.
Oh, god damn.
What the fuck? Okay, she just voices characters that I love. Okay.
Alright, wow, this is new information that I am processing now.
She also voiced Betty Boop in commercials.
Huh.
And Queen Beryl and Sailor Moon.
I can definitely see Betty Boop considering, well, now knowing that she's done Amy Rose. I think
Yes.
that seems
I think that tracks. I can't believe we ranked Dio higher than Sigma. The realization of that is now setting in.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because, like, without context, like, a lot of these will look weird. And especially when it's like, oh, I feel mostly positive about this character, but not much else. And I feel very positive and also kind of negative about this character, like Sigma.
Yeah.
Like, I'm looking at B right now, and I've got Sigma, who I have a lot of positives, but a lot of negatives. Seven, who's fine. And Quark, who's
fine.
also attached to something
Fine.
very good, but is ultimately just fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, no. Yeah. No.
Dio above Sigma.
Yeah, I'm
Dio sweep.
Dio sweep. He claimed that as a sweep. No, yeah, Dio would be it's that image of the guy who's over celebrating for being in third, and then on the second podium is Zero the Third, and on the first podium is Akane.
Yeah.
Thank you. Watch out for that Tokiko sweep, Dio.
It's definitely gonna be a Tokiko sweep.
I have no idea what's going on. I hope.
Sure. You know.
I made sure I threw up the command when you came in, James, just in case. But we're talking about 5 very good games. 5 very good games that if you haven't played them, you should, and if you haven't played them and plan to play them, you should not be here. Yeah.
I'm gonna make a strong case for Tokiko and Akane Kurashiki tier.
I really want to put her there.
Like, because she is that character.
There is an asterisk next to that.
There is, but we'll get there.
I came here for gameplay, honestly.
Oh
yeah,
no, I'm so sorry.
I was really wondering whether I should change it to just chatting. So I do apologize about that. But I think because the crux of this is talking about Nirvana Initiative a lot.
Yeah.
I thought there'd be less downtime between, like, doing the actual game, getting through the non-AI games, and then going through the AI games themselves.
And then we had a lot to say about everything.
Yeah, we had a lot to say in the beginning, and I should have reined it in a bit more at first, I feel, but...
It's fine.
Every time that happens, and I feel like I should have reined the conversation in, I'm also like, but no.
Yeah, Warfy, hey, this was never gonna go any other way.
No, it wasn't.
This was always gonna be this way.
I am kind of surprised how accurately I gauged the first part, though, because I thought it would be an hour and a half, 2 hours.
Yeah.
I guess I just didn't realize the first 2 Zero Escape games
would also be 2 hours.
Yeah. Fuck.
Yeah. Hey, you got 2 very opinionated ladies on this stream. I don't know.
Yeah. No, this is exactly
expected.
what I wanted. I don't know why I thought it would be 4 hours.
Yeah. I can't believe we didn't talk Mina and didn't put in Dio in S tier. I'm so upset about it.
I'm back.
Welcome back. No, I think
Hello.
I think Mina made a great case for Dio.
Mina did make a great case. You're right.
Especially considering all of the characters that are in S. Like,
yeah. Dio doesn't belong among those.
Yeah. I had never thought about that before. Like, the fact that, even if you consider Dio a fun character, he doesn't get blown out like a fun character.
Yeah.
Like fucking Dante gets blown out more often than Dio does.
Yeah.
he does. Oh, God.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
Anyway. C for
C for
Carlos.
Carlos.
There are too many characters that have S, A, B, C, or D in their fucking name.
It will never not be funny.
Yeah,
It's
never.
always funny. But Carlos is good. I don't know if Carlos is S.
He's a bisexual himbo. I think I'll put him in mid A.
I want to put Carlos higher than Dio.
Then move Dio down.
No, we're not moving Dio down.
I am looking at Dio being in, like, top of A and slightly reconsidering, but I don't want to do too much of this. We've already spent shitloads of time.
But it's funny.
It is funny.
Carlos is higher than Clover for sure.
Trying to think, like...
Well, that should be top of A for the part where he talks about the American dream or the American flag.
Yeah, and then there's the American flag behind him. Like it's so
no,
good.
yeah, okay. You know what? Yeah, no.
Yeah. Also he's in a weird throuple with Akane and Junpei.
Yeah. 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 Where's his motif worked into Akane's design?
Yeah, come on.
Tapping...
Where's the American flag on Akane's fucking outfit?
Oh, that would be awful. Fuck.
I would love it.
All she wears as the old woman. You turn it around, it's just the American flag.
It is purple, and you know what you get when you mix red, white, and blue?
Purple.
Light purple.
Light purple.
Yeah. It's interesting because he's probably the most analogous to Junpei and Sigma in that he's probably more meant to be the milquetoast one to have as a character surrogate, but he is very still, he is still very much his own character with very
what I like about
innovations.
Carlos is that what I like about Carlos is that he's unabashedly stupid. Like
he's so dumb.
Like the part of the game in one of the endings where he shows up to rescue Akane and Junpei, and they're like, "Why didn't you just go back before we got thrown in here, stop us from getting kidnapped in the first place?" And his face just drops.
It cuts back to
like,
him loading symbol appearing on his forehead.
Yeah,
he just seriously didn't consider that. I've said it before, I'll say it again. Having a character just be stupid is the best and funniest way to write yourself out of plot holes.
Yep.
Yeah, 100%.
If that wasn't brought up, players would be asking that question. So having that be raised and the answer just being "I'm stupid and didn't think about it" is perfect.
Yeah, it's very good.
Like having a character say having a character point blank saying, "Wait, why didn't you think of doing this?" and it cutting to them like.
Yeah.
Oh.
Somebody smarter should have been in this position, actually.
It's especially funny considering how jank the facial animation is.
Yeah.
He literally goes from smiling to frowning in like a split second.
Yeah, because it's like the fucking, like, bordering on Telltale animation of ZTD.
God.
Ugh.
Fuck everyone who thinks that game looks bad. It makes it funnier.
It makes it so funny. Junpei's little gay run.
Yeah, his gay little run out of the room.
Fuck.
And S tier. S tier.
Yeah, Junpei's run, amazing.
S tier. She is elevated by Luna.
I would say she's the same, if not a little bit above Luna, because she gets a bit more character complexity, like drinking herself into a stupor when she thinks they're trapped in there, or like being full on like willing to hit her teammates to stop them from going at each other's throats.
Yeah, actually, yeah. You know what? Yeah, absolutely.
And also, she's Five's mom, so.
Oh, we'll get to that.
I can't believe you and Alcesti did that cosplay after ZTD came out.
I know, and we made out in front of people just to make them uncomfortable.
That sucks so hard.
It does. It was a shitty thing to do, but it was so funny.
That was god. I remember seeing like some like a little clip on Twitter of someone talking about how it was that, but like Anya and what the fuck is his name from Spy X Family?
Oh, Damien?
No, the dad.
Oh, Lloyd.
Lloyd, yeah. Like, a couple came as those two and were making out, and it's
Oh.
like...
Oh, no!
That's even
Come
worse.
on!
Harder!
Yeah, like, at least in this case, they're the same age, and... Yeah, you can, fine.
They were a very, very popular ship before ZTD came out, so...
Yeah, Sigma and Phi was like, there was no context for that.
It was a very popular ship during ZTD for me until a certain thing happened.
Oh,
Yes,
no.
Do you mean Phi and Diane, or
Yeah, Phi and Diane.
Oh, yeah. Also me too.
The
And then
entire
that stopped
time
immediately.
The whole time you were saying that on stream, I was like, do I bring up Phi's orange eyebrows?
Yeah. Which, well, I mean,
Pain.
we'll get to Phi, but yeah, like, I think even Diana on her own is at least like a high A, without like the connection to Luna. There's obviously that too, but I think the reason that gets like wet. Yeah,
It does sound like 13
it
Sentinels.
does sound like 13 Sentinels. Ugh.
Fuck that game.
I think the reason the connection to Luna is obviously a big thing there, but I think the thing that really sells that is that she, like, that when they're trapped in what do they call it, the
Mars testing site.
in the testing site, she has
Or no, sorry, they're not trapped in the testing site. They were kidnapped from the testing site and brought to
like a bomb shelter or something.
Yeah, it was, God, what was it called?
Was it not? No, the R one was from VLR.
Yeah.
Rhizome 9.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Regardless, like, when she gets trapped in there and there's, like, she has such a, like, tumultuous emotional reaction to spending that time there, I think is, like, a thing that sold me on, like, Sigma, like... Oh, no, because that happens the other way around, doesn't it? Sigma meets... Because Sigma knows Diane already.
It's the opposite this time, where Sigma has to watch her die again.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. Well, either way, I think the chaos of emotion that Diana experiences there really sells her character for me, because like you get to have vertical slices of this character in way different scenarios, and the fact that it's happening just over a span of time with someone who is like probably agonizing over watching her go through this and knowing how this will end is yeah.
I love the part where she's sitting there drinking, and Sigma tries to take the bottle away from her, and she just smacks him, and she's like, no, you do not get to dictate my emotional reaction to this traumatic event.
Yeah.
Like, fuck yeah.
Man, I am still so torn on that whole series of events, because there's stuff about that, like... There's stuff about the dynamic between Diana and Sigma that from the start is kind of like...
coercion-y.
Yeah, it feels like it shouldn't be that, but it is kind of.
I guess it kind of reminds me of like romances in movies like Groundhog Day, where one party has a deeply intimate knowledge of the other, and the other has no idea who that person is.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
And Sigma.
So when you come at it from,
oh, sorry, go on.
When you come at it from that angle, it sucks. But like, if you think about 23 or 25-year-old Sigma starting a relationship with 25-year-old Diana, it's a lot more palatable.
Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, that whole sequence of like that, and I think that dynamic is like really interesting to me because of that. Because Sigma doesn't, it's not used by Sigma to make things happen. Like, he uses it a lot more to like kind of just like mitigate bad things that are happening in that scenario.
Yeah.
And despite the fact that things get kind of rough between the both of them before it kind of goes or before they get together.
Yeah.
I don't think that's a bad thing. I just have a tough time like looking at that and going, I still don't feel great about that.
And yeah, like knowing what we know about Diana, it makes Luna's character retroactively more tragic because Sigma took this woman who contained multitudes, who was like a whirlwind of a bunch of different emotions and hopes and dreams and thoughts and desires, and flattened her into this demure, kind helper robot.
Especially when like Sigma is like, especially in retrospect, where Sigma like literally lays out her entire reason for being at the test site in the first place, and like re-traumatizing her to her own abuse from an ex or something like that. It's just like, oh, the idea later on. And the Sigma that's here is already past the point that he's compressed Diana into this. So it feels apropos that he doesn't think much of that outside of the immediate, like, oh, yeah, that is gross and valid to get away from, but like, yeah.
Yeah.
That's another thing I'd probably, like, chew over for a while, because it is a really dense kind of thing.
Can we keep talking about Diana?
We can skip over it. Look, listen,
we can skip over this one really quickly.
Listen, we've got two really quick things here.
Yeah. D for die.
D for die. Waste of a really good voice actor.
Would I prefer if he was just out?
I would. I don't think he adds
I'm
anything.
actually really torn.
I guess him, like, having a gun is, like, the crux of a lot of stuff moving forward.
Okay, so,
my problem...
Can I circle back to the Dio thing, actually?
Yeah.
Because this is a good opportunity to do it. Like I said, I think there's a difference between these two in the way they carry themselves, where Dio is very, like, in control but an asshole, and Eric is not. Like, the biggest...
He is perhaps the least in control person you have ever seen in your entire life.
Yes.
Like Dio is composed and manipulative. Eric is just like a problem. Like,
he's just pathetic.
His X-Pass image is so appropriate because he is just a giant baby.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like Dio will Dio will, like, you know, deal with Quark, and even though he's being manipulative, he's not like a child. Whereas I feel like Eric needed to be restrained multiple times from just hitting Q.
Yeah.
And
emotionally, not because he's an asshole.
Yeah. Like, and I hate all of that. I'm having trouble squaring that away, though, with, some of the efforts to act, or his connection to Mira and, because there's glimpses of him being really reasonable, even with Q in frame.
You mean Sean?
Well, Sean,
yeah. Sean.
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to differentiate that we're talking about the same character.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Because
Q is
you
on
could
the
argue that his
portraits,
compassion for Q/Delta is one of his few redeeming traits. That, like, even in bad timelines, like, he will go out of his way to make sure that Delta doesn't suffer because he thinks he's an old blind deaf man.
Yeah, which again is one of those things that I think Nirvana Initiative adjacent of, like, you really have to look back at all of the scenes to kind of put that together. But
yeah,
would I feel better if he was just gone? I'm having trouble coming up with a reason why, other than just Mira. And I
could make a case for Eric being a plot device here.
Mm-hmm.
Because Eric getting a gun is just an excuse to move the plot forward.
Yeah, every time he has a gun, he just makes the worst decisions possible.
Yeah.
Are you making an Eric tier?
No, I'm not making an Eric tier. It's something better.
It's gonna be a tier that only has Eric in it.
Why does it go away when I fucking... Hang on. How do you spell that?
Oh my god.
That's right. You got it in one.
Yeah, okay, I do.
Like,
okay.
I guess I just wish that he had a more interesting backstory, because he's supposed to be the everyman. Like, he looks very plain. You know, his name is just Eric compared to like Junpei or Quark or whatever.
Yeah.
But then like his backstory is just like very rote, if tragic, you know, child abuse.
Yeah.
And he never really feels like he connects to the full picture or whatever, like the full story.
Yeah.
No, he's just kind of there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, because like even in the grand scope of the chain of events that led up to the game, his mom being killed by Mira is so circumstantial. Like, it doesn't actually a butterfly effect into anything else compared to like Mira, you know, killing someone that results in you know, the car crash that kills Sean, which prevents them from, you know, doing some other science.
Yeah,
bullshit.
the whole snail thing.
Yeah, like it's so disconnected from that. Like it feels like it was written in at the last minute to give Eric a connection to the story.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
It's really weird too, because there is an easy thing there of like having Eric realize, while not being murdered, that Mira is who she is, and having to grapple with that. But but every time it could be, he's either dead, he's being
or about
killed.
to die.
Yeah,
or
and that's it.
Or we see it in the epilogue when we don't really get any like real character stuff.
Yeah, and even in the epilogue, when he finds out, he still loves her and visits her in jail. It's like, dude, this was the woman who
helps
murdered your
helps her
mom.
break out.
Actually, no.
Yeah.
No, he is in D.
It's
He's straight up in D. No, I think.
That's fair.
Yeah, no.
We talked ourselves into putting him in D.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, why do you feel affection for the woman who murdered your mother, which resulted in your dad going off the deep end and murdering your brother? Like, this is the author
And
of all
also
your pain.
murdered you in multiple timelines.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my God, he would know. He knows at the end of the game. Oh my.
Yeah.
And it just never come. Yeah. No. D. Get out.
He is
Get
a deeply broken man.
Oh my God.
Sorry, Luke Skywalker. Die.
Die.
Alright, gab his ass.
Gab his ass.
Yeah. No discussion.
Top of ass. Top of ass.
We don't need to talk about it. Anyway, Junpei.
Junpei.
Yeah.
I would put him an S high, like right between Tenbyoji and yeah.
I think that's fair, yeah.
Yeah. He gets so much more character in CTD.
He absolutely.
I do think, as much as I love his character, I do think it's really funny that he's talking to Akane and it's like, you have no idea the things I saw in the past year, all the human atrocity I've had to witness, and I wanted her to shake him by the shoulders and say, I have seen you die 700 times.
Well,
Also, I have seen everything.
But Junpei also, like, in other parts of the game goes, hey, Akane, why don't you use the morphogenetic field? I was just like...
And she's so mad about it.
Yeah. I fucking love that shot so much.
Yeah, it's so good.
If it was any other writer, I would assume that him being a little edgy child is like a mistake, like they misjudged the character, but I feel like it's totally intentional.
No, it's 100%. Like, yeah, in character.
He had one bad year, bought a leather jacket, and decided that life has no purpose.
Yeah. Yeah.
He
played
did.
Final Fantasy VII and was like that Vincent Valentine thing. He's got it figured out.
And yet
I
that
just
made
love-
his character better somehow.
Yes,
Yeah.
100%.
Like, that
I just
doesn't
love
make
how-
sense, but good. I'm
Like
glad
he has some amazing lines like, "Ha, enjoy my ass." Like,
Yeah.
it's just too good.
Yeah, you know what it feels like? It feels like Junpei was like, oh, I survived the Nonary game. I've been through something like this before, and just has confidence in himself for no fucking reason.
for no reason.
The arrow pointing to him is his unearned confidence.
Yeah.
But yeah, he is deeply entertaining, and we have to give him props for this is the first time Evan Smith portrayed the character, so it was a test run for his soon-to-be legendary performance. So
In
Oh
999,
god, that would
yeah.
have happened first
Yeah.
too, because the voices weren't added in in 999 until it was re-released, right?
yeah, so Zero Time Dilemma was 2016, and the Nonary Games was fall 2017, so there was about a year and a half between them.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
I almost feel like the Junpei of 999 at that point is then informed by the Junpei of ZTD.
Absolutely, yeah. Like, rather than taking a voice actor's performance and say, okay, make it more jaded, they did it in reverse, where they took his jaded performance and said, okay, now make it more idealistic.
Yeah. Make it more naive.
Yeah.
Yeah. I drew a more normal version of Junpei, just an image from my
normal mind.
Normal mind, yeah. It's the opposite. Fuck.
Mira. I enjoy Mira.
This is almost like plot device positive.
Yes.
I think I would give her a C. Like, narratively, she's so uninteresting. But, like, she is the... I kind of love how audacious it is that Zero just gave her a knife and immunity to the venom and just assumed that she would cause problems on purpose, and she did.
Yes.
Like...
Well, okay, but C is the tier of... wouldn't notice if they were gone.
Yeah,
like,
so I think that's
she should
at least
be low B.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah, low B.
Yeah.
I guess, like, like, she's funny, but I don't think she's funny on purpose, is the thing.
She's an epic girl boss, and you have to respect her.
Yeah, like, actually girl boss supreme, because one of the teams killed her team, and she said, okay, everyone dies. Fuck you.
Everyone on Earth dies with us.
Yeah.
Like...
to be fair, she probably assumed that Fi would just kill herself, and then they just made the choice for her.
I suppose, yeah. She does, like, kind of specifically implicate, like, the fact that this is gonna spread. But, oh my god, the emotions that went through my body when the reason that Radical 6 spread was... I don't want to say petty, but it is the word I feel like I should use.
It's okay. She's one petty bitch. You can call her that.
Yes, 100%.
Oh my god. Just that's why. Like on the tier of culprit in 4. That's why we're all dealing with this.
Yeah.
Are you fucking serious?
Yeah. That makes her a good character in my mind.
Yeah.
It is, you gotta hand it to her. She sure did cause that apocalypse.
She sure did. She sure fucking did.
I have just been informed that, in fact, you do not gotta give it to Mira.
You're not good.
Under no circumstances do you gotta hand it to her.
Yeah. Oh, fuck.
Fi. I want to put her next to Fi in S tier.
I think she's a little bit lesser in ZTD just by merit of she has far less screen time.
Yeah.
And one of the longest timelines in that game is the one where she's dead, so she gets even less by comparison.
Yeah. But also, one of the longest timelines is the one where she's born.
And that is true.
So it all comes around.
Like,
it's the circle of life, baby.
She's definitely not present for some like significant parts of the game, but I feel like she makes up for that for like every single line that comes out of her being fucking gold.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like
every interaction
when
she has with Sigma is perfect.
Yeah, when she's trapped in the furnace and Sigma's like, "Are you all right?" Or like, "Why are you in there?" or something, and she's like, "Cutting my next album. What does it look like?"
I also adore the running joke of every time she brings up her cup size, it's bigger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not clear whether she's doing it as an intentional bit or she's just that insecure that she keeps forgetting what she said last time.
She's so good.
It would be remiss of me not to talk about the thing that it does with Fi in ZTD.
Yeah.
I really, really, really like it in concept. The idea that she was kind of born out of this whole fucked up mess we found ourselves in throughout the series.
Yeah. That sucks for her.
I just really dislike the path they took when it comes to Fi and Diana specifically.
Uh-huh.
I hear you, but the part where she drop kicks her brother in the head is pretty fucking rad.
No, and that's why she's still an S tier, because if she wasn't doing that on the regular, I think I would actually put her in A.
Yeah.
Because I it like I was trying to think about it because I'm like, why did I go to lesbians as opposed to more of a maternal thing, right? And I don't think there was much of a reason. Like, I think the game lets you kind of speculate as to what it is, because...
Yeah, I think that's done on purpose.
Like, Fi specifically talks about how this seems familiar, or this feels familiar.
Yeah.
And, like, that doesn't even begin to hint at the actual thing that's going on there. So, like, you kind of have to take it in isolation of, like, okay, what could that possibly mean?
Like a relationship that Fi's been in before or something like that. Like,
yeah, exactly. Like, my mind wouldn't have gone to mother, and I think it's specifically because of the age, right?
Well, also, I think, didn't Fi barely know her mother?
Yeah. She did, well, she didn't.
In the first place? Yeah, she didn't know her mother. She was
raised by, who I speculate...
German scientists, right?
Yes, German scientists. Totally not Delta and Phi.
So, like, the only connection she has to her mother is the locket that she has in VLR.
Yeah, the locket is an part in that, like, it has no origin.
Yeah.
Its existence is a closed circle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And, like...
I like that a lot.
I'm gonna be honest, when I was looking at, like, criticism of, like, Fi specifically, because I was thinking about, like, did anyone else have this same idea I had? Oh my god, the amount of people that are like, actually, Fi shouldn't actually exist and all, because she's part of a closed loop alone, and this is symbolized by the... Who gives a fuck?
Who fucking cares?
I don't think it's possible to
touch
say
some grass.
consciousnesses across time, so like, what...
Actually, none of the game is supposed to happen because the morphogenetic field isn't real. Like, shut up!
We're jumping ahead a bit, but I do legitimately love how... For as much as Delta, you know, gloats about having complex motives, his motives do ultimately boil down to, I just want to exist.
I want to be like Akane!
Yeah, I did everything that I did so that I could recreate the extremely esoteric conditions of my birth.
Yeah.
And, like, that's great. You don't need more than that, because the most primal human fear is of death, is of not existing.
We have to close the loop.
Yeah. So if you're, you know, a super powerful psychic who can perceive timelines in which you don't exist and that terrifies you, of course you want to, you know, ensure that you exist at all costs.
Like
rules.
if you saw that you, like, if it was the opposite, that you could only die in some esoteric way, right? You'd probably just, like, put a one bumper up just to make sure you kind of nudged along in the opposite direction ever so slightly. Like, the idea that you wouldn't go out of your way to ensure you lived, period, is, kind of absurd.
Yeah.
There's a weird criticism about ZTD specifically, and I feel like it's... Actually, I don't want to get into that, because...
Is it the aliens?
We are the council at this point. I don't give a shit.
Is it the time travel?
One of it is the time travel.
I love that. It's stupid and it's good.
Yep.
Yeah.
I remember someone was also, like, leveling the whole closed loop thing on 999 in isolation, and I was like, who the fuck cares? That's the entire scenario we're, like, exploring. What do you mean?
That's
raising your finger,
that's
going,
the point of the game.
Actually, this is a time paradox. Is like, yes.
Yeah, that's the point.
Come on, you're almost there. You almost got it.
Oh, you almost understand the game. You're so close.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, like, there's a reason why Akane is like, consistently represented with Schrodinger's cat, because she is a living paradox. Like
she shouldn't exist.
At any given point in time, she has both died in the past and lived a million years into the future. It's super interesting, and that's like, if you don't find that interesting, the series is not for you. Simple as that.
Yeah, it's like the premise of this series is actually the premise. Congratulations.
Yeah, that's like, oh, good. You're at step 1 of media literacy, buddy. Great job. Excellent.
Good on you.
Good on you.
I don't know. I'm not too big on Sean. I feel like he's
I'm not
like,
big on Sean either.
Yeah.
He feels. I think he might be the first C, because he legit feels like a nothing character. Like,
yeah, I would I would make an argument for him being plot device tier, but I think C is more fitting.
Yeah, I don't even
Yeah.
think he's plot device tier because I don't think his existence is critical to the plot.
No,
Like,
not at all. Like his only link to the plot is to the quantum computer, I guess.
yeah, which doesn't
And-
really need foreshadowing because it's okay
No.
to introduce something like that.
I think,
like,
Yeah.
I think a lot of this has to do with the fact that Sean's motivations and like, oh god, what's the term? A lot of the interesting stuff that happens with him is in isolation to everything else that that is happening.
Yeah.
The only
Yeah.
time he really gets character or like explored in and given like interesting things to ponder is when everyone else is gone and it is only him and Zero the Second.
Mm-hmm.
Like that is where he gets to shine, and then he's either before that or after that in every other circumstance in which he's either having to deal with Eric because he's a piece of shit, or
Yeah. Or he's a robot.
or no, he's suddenly like competent and like kind of bland ultimately.
Oh,
And- which
there are large parts where he's just like a robot that's attacking them. Also,
well, that I don't think that's him. There were clones.
Is it-
There were other
is it
AI.
not?
Yeah.
I think he is at like one specific point in the story, but all the rest
Yeah.
of them are like clones. Yeah.
oh,
Like,
okay.
replicas made in his image.
Oh, okay.
Which is a shame because I feel like the conundrum it introduces can cast a different light on a lot of the series.
Yeah, he's an interesting metaphor, but I don't think the metaphor extends to a compelling character.
Yeah.
No.
And yeah, exactly. Like, and the thing is, this is verging on you could have replaced Sean with an actual, with a robot with no sentience.
You could
And
have replaced Sean with an object. Yeah.
You could replace him with Gab. make Gab and Sean.
Yeah.
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 Make it so that Delta was sad to see a dog die, so he devoted his life into giving that dog immortality.
I do want to say I like Sean. Like, I think Sean
he's-
is a likable character. I just
he's-
don't think he's an interesting character in the
Yeah,
context
he's
of this
perfectly
tier list.
pleasant. He's perfectly pleasant, especially in contrast to the rest of the fucking
Yes.
psychopaths in Q Team.
Yeah.
But like, nice does not like. See, like we said earlier, like K is nice, but he's interesting.
but he's involved in the plot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like Sean is nice, but he plays the audience surrogate role a little bit too well as the designated amnesia character
Well,
of the game.
Also, the thing with Sean is in service of another character.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
like Q exists to hide the Delta twist from the player.
Yeah. I guess he is kind of a plot device, but at the same time, like, I don't know,
It doesn't
you could have
matter.
replaced him with other
So you
characters and it'd be...
Yeah.
I feel
so
like
like,
it would
'cause
be
at least-
reasonable that people would still talk around it in some ways.
At least the plot device is integral to the story.
Yeah.
Sean
Um,
isn't.
Yeah. The first C.
S for Sigma?
This is an easy A at the very least because he is head
Yeah.
and shoulders above the Alive.
Yes. Yes.
From there though,
Can we put him at least above Dio? Like,
you
Yeah,
know
I'm
what?
comfortable with
You
that.
know what?
I think he's an S for a lot of his interactions with Phi,
Along with Diana,
also-
I think.
along with
think that's-
Diana. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fianna.
Fianna. Yeah.
Yeah, because you kind of actually get an opportunity to, like, understand who Zero Senior is. Because,
Yeah.
that's Sigma.
He's
Yeah, you
elevated
see-
from plot device
and
to S.
It's actually, like, remarkably entertaining seeing this 87-year-old guy, like, have to deal with, like, Phi,
Yeah.
basically.
It's
Um,
interesting because he's so stoic, but like he still is willing to bicker and be a little bit silly sometimes. Like when he
And
puts
also-
the bucket on his head in the bathroom.
And also the curse.
Yeah, and the curse is of course really great, especially when it's being fully voice acted for once.
Yeah,
Yes. Yeah.
it's very good.
Don't think there's much else to say about him, really.
No.
Kind of
We
like
covered
a
most of it
decent
in
amount,
the initial
yeah.
Sigma.
Yeah, we did most of it already. Okay.
D for Delta.
Delta. D for Delta.
I would argue solid B tier, to be honest. I think Delta
Okay.
he's interesting, but he's definitely the weakest antagonist of the series. And while I will
I
defend
agree.
complex motives, but like
I
the
think
fact that
complex motives fucks, and I think it's incredibly funny.
it's great. It sums up his character so well. Like people who use that to dunk on him or the game don't understand it. That's the point. Like
Yeah.
he is
That's the point.
He is a pretentious asshole who dresses up his motives to seem like they're super genius ones when really they're
When he just
the
wants
most
to
basic
exist.
shit.
The, po-
Yeah.
the thing is too that he doesn't even hide that that's the case. Like that is the literal reading of his character as he explains, and
Yeah.
people still go like, "Oh, what a yeah." But
Yeah.
I think I generally agree.
I think I like Delta as a villain, but yeah, I think compared to like Akane and Zero Senior in VLR
and Ace even.
and Ace even, yeah, I think he's a much less compelling villain, especially considering like. So the thing with Ace in 999 is that we get to know him as like this nice old man, and then there's a twist that he sucks shit.
Yeah.
And then in VLR, we have the connection to Akane and Zero Senior because of our attachment to 999. Thus, them coming. Oh no, Zero Senior is Sigma. Whatever.
Yeah.
But we still have that attachment to those characters because of the experiences that we've had up to that point. The thing with Delta is that we have no connection to him at all, even if he is present for the entire game. And we only know he exists for the last 20 minutes of the game.
Something like that, yeah.
And
Yeah,
as we've
like-
discussed ad nauseum, characters who are just absent have to be really fucking good to compensate for that.
Yeah, and
And-
I don't think he is that good.
Yeah. My motives
Yeah.
are complex is god tier, but it's about the
so
only
funny.
thing. Yeah.
Yeah. It's really funny. Yeah, like the
Also,
and, like,
just the concept of mind hack and that he calls
Mind-
it
Yeah,
mind hack.
yeah.
saying mind hack with a straight face.
Fuck.
It's so fucking good.
I really love it. But yeah, you know, B tier gets
Hi,
docked
Violet.
points for being voiced by a sex pest. Also, hello Violet.
Hello,
yeah.
Violet. Wait, is he?
fucking damn
Is
it.
it? Oh,
Yeah.
it's
Same as Falco.
it's.
Yep.
Is it?
Yep.
Yeah,
Falco.
Is it DC Douglas?
Yes.
it's DC Douglas. Yeah.
Fuck. God damn it, Wesker.
God damn it, Wesker! Why'd you do this?
Yeah, it's funny because like a lot of the scenes he's in are unintentionally comedic, just because he's like mugging to the cat. He's clearly like eating the fucking scenery whenever he actually
Yeah.
appears, and I think that
Yeah.
is fun. But like, he is a far more like he is a character to facilitate things first rather than a character first, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, we are being generous putting him in B and not plot device.
I still no, I wouldn't put him in plot device. I'd still put him in B because for the one line alone.
B
Yeah,
for
that's
brother.
fair.
There we go.
And I
B for
oh,
brother.
Yeah, shit. I think I think too. This is an appropriate character to tie a lot of things together, especially with the whole snail thing.
Yeah.
Like, only a character that has been through this much. Like, Akane is way past the point that she would need to feel the need to explain it. But I feel like Delta is actually in the position to be like, no, or like to explain just the oh god, I kind of lost my point a little bit there. But basically,
because like,
oh, go on.
because Delta doesn't have access to the morphogenetic field in the same way as Akane or as Sigma and Phi.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like
he's
his
just gotta keep
his-
mental track of all this stuff.
Yeah, so his access to it is contained within hacking the minds of people who do have access to the morphogenetic field.
I love the idea that he just has a little notebook that he puts all his reminders in. Like he mind hacks the guy who's foreseen the apocalypse, and he just write, all right, world ends 2023.
Yeah.
But like I think like him not having lived for like a million years like Akane, and not shifting to other timelines like Phi and Sigma do, like grounds him in humanity, where like he actually understands the repercussions of the shifting better than any other villain in the series.
Yeah,
which makes him the perfect person to have done all of this.
Because it happens to him.
Because it happens to him.
Like, he doesn't get to escape the way the others do. He has to deal with dying in that place in multiple timelines. Yeah. And I think that's fuck. I still don't think low A, but like he's on the border, I think.
He's definitely high B, because I think like his motivations are complex. And also I think like funnily enough, he is the villain that is most grounded in humanity.
Yes.
Of like the humanity of the situations that they're in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do think that lends a little bit of credence to my like thought process that he, like, because he presents the ending as, okay, I've done my job. I got shifters into a position that they want to actually stop this in a way that's not. Well, they don't want to stop Radical 6. They want to stop the person Radical 6 was developed to kill.
Yeah.
I've done my job because that was my plan. Like, I think the way Mina's talked about it in the past, like, had changed my mind on it a bit. Where, like, oh yeah, that is what the pretentious guy who, says my motives are complex would probably tell you. Outside of, like, trying to justify his own existence. But I do think there might be, like, a shred there because of his groundedness to be like, no, I think we should actually solve the issue at hand than throwing away timelines like this. And, I mean, he does throw away timelines to do it, but...
His motivations are complex.
Yeah,
they're very complex. We could never understand.
Yeah, no, absolutely not. All right. 3 games down.
Okay, this will be an easy lightning round.
S.
Slam dunk.
Boss A. No, boss A. There is some shit that makes me like.
Okay, wait.
Like,
sorry. Let me clarify. This is the first game.
This is something file. Yeah, S.
Yeah. S.
Yeah.
Do we have any
Just
opinions on?
Drop her wherever. We'll lightning round this.
Sure.
I'll go there. I would put it behind. I put it behind Junpei. Yeah.
Dante A.
Dante.
A.
S.
That's fine too.
Yeah, I think
low
S.
S. Let's put low S.
Yeah.
Tell me.
Well, hang on. I want to talk about this. I want to talk about this one just a little bit. Because like, Iber and Boss. What is there to say?
They're perfect.
Date plays an interesting balancing game between being a cringe fail idiot and
cringe fail man whore.
Yeah, and still like a likable, decent human being.
Yeah. I think we see a lot of his humanity in the Mizuki time, or is it the Mizuki timeline?
Yeah. I think
and the Mayumi one as well.
Yeah, which is a branch off of the Mizuki one, so it's not a surprise that he's also really good there.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, where like he's a genuinely like compassionate and like empathetic person. Like, it's just a shame we don't see more of that in other timelines. Where like it just seems like to be like a contained element of his character to this one branch.
Yeah.
Almost.
Yeah.
There is something to the way that it will bring forward, like, some character trait like that, and then, like, you can either actually see it under the surface in other scenes, or if you really read into things with that context, it reframes it slightly.
Yeah.
But like, there have been examples of characters we talked about that have a little bit of that it's actually been a detriment because ultimately that doesn't factor in a lot. Whereas, like,
Yeah.
I genuinely get the sense that, like, even across any timeline, like, you still see flashes of that.
Yeah.
Even if, he's, like, rolling his eyes every time Mizuki's telling him off or whatever.
At his heart, I think Date is a genuinely good person. And I think, like, I don't know, I think a lot of his, I think this is also informed by by Nirvana Initiative, but I think a lot of his, like, more off-putting personality traits are maybe a defense mechanism because he doesn't want to get too attached to anybody or have anybody be attached to him. Like, and I think that tracks with him ghosting Hitomi for 6 years.
Well, we'll get to that.
We'll get to that.
I noticed that you've omitted Renju entirely from this list.
And Shoko.
Wait, what?
Oh no,
Shoko's there. Shoko and Renju were there. They're at the bottom.
Oh, they're at the bottom.
There's.
Why are they?
Okay, sorry. Remember how I said at some point? Remember how I said at some points the thing refreshed and it got muddled up? I don't think I did as good a job organizing this.
Whoops.
Okay, wait. While I do this,
Hitomi.
Yeah.
S.
I don't know.
I would put her behind. Okay. If anything, I would put her behind Luna.
Like, she's nice, but like, I don't know. I don't think that she appears enough to.
You know what? That's fair.
No,
I think that's
you know what?
fair.
That's definitely fair.
That's
She
fair.
has her own somnium, and I think like the stuff you learn in that is interesting. But like, if we're gonna put a character as important as like Aoi in I'm not
That's
sure
fair.
that she's enough to warrant S.
You're right. Kagami needs to be S though.
Who?
He is very important.
Hold on.
Sorry,
I'm sorry.
Kodaka.
I'm
Kanaiza.
reorganizing the
Kanaiza?
list. Shit.
Katamari.
Where the fuck did it
Categorical.
go? Sorry, I'm trying to like alphabet while I'm doing this, and it's not working well.
Like he has to be.
Put him
Kakashi
next
has
to
to be
Gab.
S tier.
Put next to Gab.
Yeah,
Put
you know
him
what?
next to Gab. Yeah, he's
absolutely.
a mascot. He's a mascot character.
All the mascot characters.
Yeah.
Don't forget that those two are from the same game. Okay. Iris.
Oh.
Iris kind of occupies a similar space to Clover in my brain.
Mm-hmm.
We're like,
No. Wait, which Clover?
like VLR Clover. Like,
Okay.
she's more proactive than 999 Clover, but like, I guess she still feels not perfunctory, but it's more that her birth itself is an important plot point, but she as a character isn't as important. Like the most she affects the plot is when she's being held hostage so that Saito can get what he wants.
No, yeah, the most she affects the plot is when she is an Iris.
Yeah, when Saito's in her body.
Yeah.
That's gonna get complicated when we bring up certain character moments, because like, was that this character?
Yeah, because like, is acting like that character would have in that scenario, but it's not actually them. How they would react to I think to make this a bit easier, we'll just that's Saito.
Yeah. Mama.
No, I agree.
Or do you have more to say?
I think I agree with that. Like,
I agree with that assessment.
Yeah.
I think she is better than Clover.
I think I'd actually put her with Hitomi, actually.
Do not separate
fine.
them.
Do not
separate them.
Yeah, because like she is a little bit more like involved in the plot, but like almost like yearning to be out of it. All of her actions don't relate to it much.
Yeah, yeah, you're right.
And I think that's like a lot to do with her character being a lot more spontaneous and obviously the plot device in her head.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think that makes sense. Okay, well,
Mama
doesn't do much for the plot, but like...
I
love Mama. I wish
Mama.
the game loved Mama too.
Okay, yeah, so I don't know if we want to go too much down this line, but I am genuinely curious because this is a thing that keeps happening in Japanese games that are narrative based that end up
Yeah.
in, like, more adult areas, like Lala in P5 and stuff like that.
Yeah.
From
I like Lala in P5 as well.
Yeah, like, because Mama's fun.
Yeah.
Like, I guess beyond that, I'm
Do you-
just like a little conflicted.
Do you have Mama on here twice?
Yes.
Okay, then I would put this Mama in A.
Mina?
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I like I said, I like mom. Like as a fat trans woman, I think I'm contractually obligated to love Mama. But like she's the butt of a lot of kind of weirdly mean jokes that I'm not a fan of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah, like I like her. I'm even like I'm okay with her being voiced by a cis man because I love Patrick Seitz. He also voices La Diva, another wonderful trans character. So he has the pass. He's allowed.
I give him the pass.
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, it's I don't know. I like her. I just wish that the game was a bit kinder to her.
I wish the game liked her. That's a good way of saying it.
Yeah. I guess it usually shows up as a red flag to me, not being trans myself, when this is the same, like, this is effectively the same character as the one that's in P5, like, specific character traits notwithstanding, and it's just like,
yeah.
why do we
If
keep,
your character
why do we
is
keep doing this?
if your queer character is similar to one that's in Persona, you maybe have a problem.
Yeah, it's a bit of a cultural issue as well, because in Japan the concept of an okama is an umbrella that covers camp gay men, cross-dressing gay men, and trans women, like all under the same umbrella. It can be really hard to differentiate which one the character is supposed to be, and the dub does hardline take a stance in the second game that yes, she is a trans woman, like she does not identify as a man at all. But yeah, like the fact that there's this question at all is strange.
Yeah. Babe, we do a lot of qualifiers because we have to talk about it. Like,
Yeah.
I think Mama is overall good, and like the way that we have structured the tier list and what the different tiers mean, like it just makes sense to put her in higher than B.
Yeah. A quick thing.
Why do they write her? Why do they write her like that? Oh, because they hate. No, they don't.
Yeah.
They're
Uchikoshi's an ally. He's a little confused. He's got the
he's an
spirit.
yeah. He's a little Uchikoshi's a little confused.
He's got the spirit, yeah. I guess just as a refresher, just to make it clear to anyone who might be joining, D is actively bad. C is like, I wouldn't miss them if they were gone, but if they were still here, I'm fine. With plot device being, might as well be C, but I literally can't rip them from the thing narrative.
Yeah.
B is like, yeah, okay. A is, yep, really good, and S is just stellar.
Yeah.
Like, and because it's funny again that like this wasn't what Vi was saying, but I do find it funny that Seven and Sigma are in the same tier right next to each other for like polar opposite reasons.
And Dio is directly above them.
Yep. Yeah. and Akane is Akane, correct.
Mayumi, I think it's S tier.
Yeah, it's S.
She's
That's
pretty
easy.
good.
That's easy. I don't know if I would put her above Aiba.
Oh, sure. I'll put her with the dad.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah.
So one thing to note here, this is S, but in my opinion, there's like a caveat to be made, because like Mayumi doesn't really participate much in the narrative.
No.
I just think her section is that powerful.
Yes.
That she belongs in S.
Yeah, I think her Somnium is so like emotionally resonant that like if like even if she doesn't engage with the plot whatsoever, like I think that is such a good like emotional beat. It deserves high marks.
Yeah.
And
it is possibly the best Somnium in the first game.
That is yeah.
I think that's my favorite one.
I'm struggling to think of one that tops that.
I like a lot of the Saito ones, but
Ooh, Date's is close.
Yeah,
Date's is really good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you're playing as Mizuki, it's great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That one also had me crying, but I think Mayumi's edges is it out. Mizuki
Speaking
S
of
tier,
which,
Mizuki S tier.
Yeah.
Do not separate them.
I think
Yeah, you know
No,
what?
Mizuki's
That joke is too
but
funny
like
not to do.
But like Mizuki's definitely higher than Date, like way higher on this
I think
list.
she's my favorite character in the first game.
She's my favorite
Like,
character in the first game, and
Okay.
also my favorite character in the second game. But I think do not separate them. Like they have to be together.
That's fair. Yeah. Keep daughter and daddy together.
Yeah.
You know what? I will make a slight modification then, because I want that joke to be funny, but I'm actually thinking like, yeah, no, Mizuki would probably fly past a lot of these characters.
Mizuki flies past a lot of them.
Let's put them here.
This is fair. This is fine. Yeah, I agree with this.
So like, it's shitty the way that the game treats Mama, but I also know that like, you know, Uchikoshi is a real ally because knowing that Mizuki's voice actor Karina Bottager is non-binary, specifically wrote that speech that Mizuki makes in the second game for them.
Oh,
Knowing that they would be the one saying it, which is really cool and powerful in my opinion.
Cool. I
did
didn't know
not
that.
know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yes. Also, having that one speech in there in AI1 where Mizuki talks about LGBTQ and then doubling down on it in the second game.
Yeah, it's so good. Mizuki, we stand a queen.
Yep.
Moma gets low marks in my opinion.
Moma's funny is the thing. He's a little freak.
Yeah.
He's a funny little freak.
That is the
but
only
he's
thing
really
keeping
weird
him
to
out of D.
Iris.
Yeah, like if the game wasn't as aware of how much of a little freak Momo can be, I think he would be an easy D.
Yeah.
However, he is.
And
he has
constantly...
He canonically has horse porn in his on his fucking computer in Nirvana Initiative.
Yeah.
He's constantly getting dunked on all the time, and it's legitimately hilarious. And like, I know the implications of the scene where he's wearing the Vochlocho are really creepy, but the actual performance is fucking hilarious.
It is really funny.
Yeah. That enables one of the coolest character performances in Nirvana Initiative. And as much as I dislike the implication, that is phenomenal.
Yeah, like Jackie Lestrada playing Iris, playing Moma is fantastic.
Yeah, really.
Pewter.
In the first,
we don't want to be homophobic, so we should probably put him.
Put him in B at least.
Here, yeah. Well, sit next to Carlos, my man. He'll treat you right.
He would treat him right. You're
Pewter
right.
would love that. I like Pewter more than I like Delta, but like let's think about this in the context of the narrative, though. Like,
hold on. I'm gonna shoot further, actually.
Ooh.
Honestly,
I'm
cool with that. I like Pewter. I just wish he wasn't so terminally horny that he's willing to betray all of his workmates for a guy he'd known for like 6 months.
Yeah.
That is exactly why I was putting him higher, to be honest.
Remember how his name is short for computer?
Yes. Yes.
Remember how his real first name was Futa?
Yep. Futa Amanoma. Okay, jokes aside, I think the sudden realization that Pewter was like deeply in love with Renju, and that like it like both A kind of like collapses under all of that, and in one timeline, and in B is literally willing to commit crimes for him because I think that for a character that could have otherwise just been the brains operating the goddamn levers at Abyss, that is a really cool character aspect to add to him, and I think that really does elevate him.
He looks like a Pokemon gym leader, and you gotta give him credit for that.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly.
We do not talk about his Team Galaxy past.
He's definitely in Team Galaxy, yeah.
Abyss has forgiven Futa Amanoma for his Pokemon crimes.
Hey, Ota, can we just
Okay.
quick D?
No, sorry. I want to do one. I want to do something at once.
Okay.
Oh, actually, hold on. Wait.
Okay. I mean, that is his color, yeah. Yeah, it's with a T.
Oh, Matsushita.
Yeah, I
Like-
think it is, isn't it?
God, the fact that Oda is introduced.
Oh, wait.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Lighting
Wait, what?
I'm okay with that.
I
I'm fine with
think.
that.
Yeah, Ota is definitively worse. In
Okay. Yeah. So
Nirvana Initiative.
Ota is garbage.
Yeah.
His one
Yeah.
positive trait is calling out Date on the responsibility of the police, and good on him.
Good on him.
In
Yeah.
the
Well,
first,
he knows his
in
rights.
sorry, can I?
Yeah, no, go ahead.
Yeah. In the first game, the fact that he is a shithead is obviously there, right?
Mhm.
I think it ultimately points to a naivety that connects to his conflict with wrestling with Mayumi's situation.
Mhm.
And the resolution of that line, though he finishes the fucking ending with a line like being like, "Oh, Iris is totally my girlfriend." I think
Yeah.
at least knocks him into the trajectory of being on the way to being okay at
Yeah.
most. In the second game, he is just a piece of shit for no fucking reason.
Yeah.
It sucks ass that the one ending that he gets positive development is one in the non-canon branch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that absolutely does not make any difference in him whatsoever.
Yeah.
I cannot describe how disappointed I am with this character in the second game in retrospect.
He just regressed.
Yeah, like I don't care about the timeline argument. You should take some of the character development from the first game and put it into here. Like, I
Yeah,
think that's
probably.
ultimately better. And there's
I think
there's like a small
there's
thing to
some
it
of it.
where he has
Yeah.
taken over the restaurant for Mayumi.
Yeah.
Like,
and that's
it's
it.
just like, okay, there's some progress. And I was waiting for him to, like, pull up and maybe, like, you know, some people around him also being a bit more like, dude, shut the fuck up. But
Yeah.
no one does.
Nope.
MoMA gets called out, I think, appropriately whenever it actually fucking happens. Ota in the second game never gets any pushback. Except for maybe from Mizuki. Everyone
Yeah,
else
I
rolls
think-
their eyes. It's...
I think Mizuki does, call him out and gives a shithead a bunch of times.
Yeah.
But-
yeah.
Why does she hang out with Ota? Because he
Because-
hangs out with Iris?
Because he hangs out with Iris, yeah, and he's useful to her because he can drive.
Yeah.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
Like, so Ota's very first scene in the first game is him catfishing and white knighting a teenager at the same time, and it's all downhill from there.
Yep.
Yep.
I want to give a special middle finger to Date for falling for hey, look over there from fucking Ota twice in the same game.
God.
Okay, no, that solidifies him in C because that's funny
Yeah.
as shit.
That is very funny.
Once I would be like, okay, he's like, you underestimated him. He's
Yeah.
a stupid kid. You
Like-
didn't think he could do that.
Oh, Date.
Why?
The second time?
Dude.
Yeah.
Come on.
Oh God. Anyway,
Come on, man.
I don't want to waste any more time on this loser.
No, absolutely not.
Speaking of losers,
I think Renju is an interesting character, but he's a shitty dad, so I hate him by default.
Yeah.
I also hate him.
I'm gonna do Shoko and him at the same time.
I
actually?
want Shoko in D. I want them like
Hold on.
I think
I'm gonna bring
Shoko.
I'm bringing back the thing I deleted before.
Oh, okay.
Oh, no, not this one.
Like,
Shit.
I think Shoko is worse than plot device derogatory, though.
I think there's a good argument for that, yeah. Actually, no.
Like, I think she is objectively a garbage human being. Like, okay. I just want to. Okay, I know we're trying not to.
Tell me, yeah.
I know we're trying not to contextualize this with like Somnium Files 2 stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But consider the fact that she adopted a child and then abused that child for not being exactly the child that she wanted.
I don't even think you need to bring that in. The idea that she had a child and is just relentlessly like because I think like you were I think you were actually watching my stream when this happened, Luka, when we went through that scenario, and I was talking about how like the thing she is pointing out that is wrong with Mizuki is that she is a child, not that she is a one-man wrecking crew. Right?
Yeah.
Like, and to some readings also possibly on the spectrum.
Yes.
And the fact that she...
Which I heavily think is part of it.
I mean, listen, she breeds Cleones in their fridge. Like, no fucking way she's neurotypical.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's, like, so egregious. And, like, I'm trying to think, like, why would I put her in plot device? I don't think she has relevance other than getting killed.
Not really. Yeah, not really.
I mean, she
she is a body that Saito used.
Her neglect of Mizuki does set up a really poignant theme about family being something you choose rather than something you're born into.
But that doesn't make her a good character.
But yeah, that doesn't make her a good character though.
No.
It makes her the unintentional facilitator of a very good moment from Mizuki.
That makes her a villain.
Yeah. Only villains do that.
Yeah.
Only villains do that. I would say Shoko and D personally. Like,
I think the funniest part of her involvement is when Aiba tries to mimic her voice and immediately gets stage fright and hangs up.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
But she does give the opportunity for Date to absolutely fucking roast them.
Yeah,
although I don't think he goes as hard on Shoko. I think it's just like
but
at the end of both scenarios, Date just turns around and goes like, "You two fucking suck," and that's kind
also
of
I wouldn't give Shoko and Renju credit for that. I would give Date credit for that.
Well, yeah. But when we're talking about like use to the narrative,
narratively, yes, but I don't think somebody's saying. So a character looking at another character and saying "you fucking suck" adds points to the character that is on the receiving end of that.
I definitely. The thing I'm trying to do in my head right now is like, would this have been as good a moment if Shoko wasn't there, but it was just Renju?
Probably. That probably would have been just as effective.
Yeah.
I think we just need to let go of the arbitrary notion that every character in D needs to be deleted from the game. They can exist and still be a shithead.
Sure. Actively bad doesn't mean I want to see them go away necessarily. That's fair. That's fair. It would also.
C is the one where it's like they're fine if they're gone.
Yeah. This is and also just like there's no more worth out of discussing either of these two. I think like Shoko is just reprehensible. Renju is almost as reprehensible for not realizing what was going on, regardless of the fact that he is disinterested in the first place.
I think he realized it. He was just complicit and like apathetic.
Yeah, and just like forcing, not forcing, but like instead of taking responsibility for his own child who adores him, who looks up to him and thinks the world of him, he's instead like, actually, I'm too busy like helicopter parenting my friend's child. You go live with my weird drinking buddy.
my weird friend who has amnesia.
Oh my god, you could have actually made this work if you just combined Renju and Shoko into one character called Renju. Seriously though, what if Renju was actually trying to parent both Iris and Mizuki, and that was what resulted in the neglect?
Yeah.
But specifically stated, like with Date, that I can't handle both of these. Like, I'm trying to help Hitomi because she needs help, but I have my own kid, and I need to balance. Like, I can't put off either. But this is obviously slipping, which leads him to fuck Shoko.
Yeah,
Absolute
Shoko doesn't
D.
need to be here at all.
Yeah. Worse than Eric, confirmed.
Worse? Yes, I would absolutely put
I don't know
her
why I
worse than
put her
Eric.
above Eric. That's an insult to Eric.
That is an insult
Alright.
to Eric.
Okay.
That's the only character I would put below Eric.
Yeah, very
S,
important.
S,
Very
S,
important.
S.
Mascot tier. Mascot
S.
tier.
Yeah, mascot tier, yeah.
There we go. There they are.
I have a voice. Big titty.
Big titty.
So...
So's a great character, I think.
Yeah,
Yes.
so is really interesting because he is an example of a shithead villain who knows they can get away with everything, but still
Yes.
chooses to be obstructive. Like,
Yeah.
he's interesting because most villains in his position would gloat. Like, they would give away their evil plan and whatever. But he understands, no, my reputation is more important than any evil plan I have. So
Yeah. Well, and
he just shuts the fuck up.
yeah, and if anything, his silence, his reputation is one of the things that helps him do all of this. So he's just I will shut up. You can't make me talk. My reputation will speak for itself.
Yeah. Honestly, the entire plot of this franchise could be averted if he just got a fucking like
Wear a condom.
Dude.
yeah, if he got a condom or got his fucking dick snipped
Please.
Yeah.
when he was younger.
You're like, yeah. God.
This man
Stop having kids.
this man's penis churns out serial killers like baby batter.
Delta? Delta.
Delta?
You motherfucker.
Delta move.
I
I would say low A almost.
I think I think So is really compelling a red herring villain because
Yes.
Yeah.
you absolutely think that he's the main antagonist for most of the game. So moments like when you kill him in Mizuki's ending and things aren't over, or when you find him chopped to pieces in the Annihilation ending, they hit harder.
Yeah.
God, the Annihilation
absolutely.
ending lock is so good where you get the video and it's boss.
Yeah.
And it's like, what?
Yeah. Second ending.
Yeah.
The second thing I did, by the way.
It's the first thing I saw.
It was the second last one that I got, so I didn't get to appreciate the full magnitude of it.
For my entire playthrough, I was just like, "Hey, boss, what's up?
What's up?
What's up, though?
What's up, though?
Saito's not a character.
No. Hello?
To a certain degree, he is.
I think I'm okay with putting Saito there on the provision that we put Uru higher, because I like Uru more as a villain.
Uru needs to be higher than Saito, yes.
I think that Saito's...
That's a good point, actually.
I think Saito's an interesting character, but when it comes to his motivation, I don't like how they just go with, I was born fucked up and crazy. It
I
feels
love
kind
Yeah.
killing.
Yeah.
It feels kind of
They could have
simplistic.
they could have done a bit more work to, like, explain that, like, or him even realizing that he's kind of conditioned, but, like, that's better than whatever normalcy actually is.
Yeah, like they very, very briefly touch on the idea that So's neglect made him act out for attention, and then once he did that, he just couldn't stop. But they never really follow through on it, and it kind of weakens his character overall when his motivation just ends up being, I like killing and I want to keep killing and feeling good while doing it.
Yeah.
Versus Uru, who was a very tragic and complex character who, there existed another path. There was another timeline where Uru could have turned out normal and well-mannered, but he just got dealt bad hand after bad hand until, like, even when he gets to the point of his ultimate vengeance, he only kills 2 people who arguably deserved it very much.
Yes. Yeah.
So, like, I think when we put him in the context of the Somnium Files villains, he's the lesser of the 2, even if he's still not a bad villain.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. Like, I think the concept of him wanting to go back to his, like, essentially, I don't want to say it like that, but his body that has a deficiency that plays into his personality. I think that's a really interesting way to do that. But it
ties into the game's theme of love really well, too.
Yeah, and even when he's, like, jettisoned from that, he doesn't, like, think about it anything, or, like, say he's kind of... Or, like, mention he's had a perspective shift. It's just, no. I want my body back so it feels good to fucking... to kill people.
Yeah.
Which is, like...
He lives in a woman's body for a full year to accomplish that goal.
Yeah,
He sure does.
It's kind of like, well, it's a, oh yeah, like I like it, but it is still kind of like shallow and straightforward, which I don't want to say is bad, but I think the reason I was thinking S tier immediately is because I always go back to that interview with Boss in the Annihilation route, or Boss, like, him monologuing as Boss
so
and Falco is just so good.
Yeah. The boss one specifically is so fucking good.
Yeah, like, credit to Allegra Clark and, all the other voice actors who have to portray Saito while not being Saito.
Yeah.
They all do such a good job of copying Greg Chun's mannerisms for that.
Yeah.
It's really good.
Also, Greg Chun also makes a very good Saito as well, on top of
absolutely.
Date.
100%.
The fact that he can play both Date and Saito with equal proficiency is such a credit to his voice acting ability.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah. Oh god, would I actually put him high B?
I don't think he's high. I think he's low A. I think he's at least A.
I think he's low A. I think he earned that with all his killing.
He's better than Delta, and Delta's the top of B.
So here's the thing. Saito's motives are not complex.
No, they're quite simple.
They are quite simple. That makes him an A tier.
Alright.
Yeah.
Yep.
Aiba, next to Aiba.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's more Aiba.
A tale of two Aibas. The same great taste as ever. Yes. Yeah, correct.
What? Really?
Sorry, I'm just thinking about where in this. No, actually,
I meant for the tier. The placement, I'm not too fussed about. You can put her there if you want. I'll take the L for K.
Well, I'm gonna set it down because I think it sounds like we might have some things to say about this.
The thing about Amame now is that I don't remember much about Amame.
Oh, fuck, wait a minute, is this... No, we are in Nirvana Initiative. Okay. I thought for a moment I thought maybe that would have been a thing.
No, she's not a character in the first game. She doesn't even get a name unless you check the file.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think a lot of Amame's stuff is with other characters, like Gen. And I think Amame has an issue like Clover, where there's a long period of the game where she's not really talkative or receptive to anything.
Yeah, that's a fair assessment. I just think
her Somnium. Oh no, that's Gen's Somnium.
Even she has two Somniums.
She does have. I was thinking of the cooking Somnium.
Oh,
but
right.
like her Somniums are they have an interesting gimmick. But I don't think I can really attribute that to Amame so much as I can good game design and good narrative design. That's
true, but I think the character moment she has at the end of her second Somnium, where she keeps increasingly desperately saying A or B to try to kind of she's seeking validation that she made the right decisions even though she knows she didn't, is a really, really powerful moment. I kind of adore just her role as a secondary antagonist in the second half of the game, because when you find out the circumstances behind it, multiple characters are willing to still go to bat for her, and even in the epilogue, there's a news clipping that says she might get out on bail early because there's a bunch of people publicly protesting her imprisonment by saying that she was just defending herself against a serial killer.
Yeah, I just don't know if I would put her in S. I think I would say high A, but I don't know
that's
S.
Fine too. I'm okay with that. Yeah.
Sorry, go on.
There were long periods of the game where she was just not doing anything.
I don't think I disagree on that, at least. I don't know if I agree about the first Somnium just being clever game design. Because a lot of her character is being put forward in the second game. And I think, like, the whole quiz show thing, like, it comes up multiple times before that Somnium is hit. Like, I don't... Yeah. But the thing is, I'm looking at A, and I'm like, no, I think I like Amame more than, like, Carlos and that. Like,
I definitely do like Amami more than Carlos. Like, I just...
Oh, yeah, I guess I could still put her in high A. But I guess the thing that really sells it for me is a lot to do with, like, almost a reverse Snail scenario where, like, she... Yeah. That was a sentence that left my mouth.
No, I'm looking at what Cookie said, and, shut up, Cookie.
She does send you to the quiz dimension. Oh, fuck.
That was before I played Paper Mario, too, is the fucked up part.
Oh, God.
Residual trauma.
I think...
You know what? Okay, so I'm looking at the characters that are in S tier.
Mm.
And I think I would put Amame up to higher than Diana. But not higher than that.
Okay, I can see that. Yeah, I think the thing that really sells it for me is actually the, like, culmination of, like, the entire plot into that.
I think that's fair.
And it feels like a really, like... Because that moment is the game showing its hand on, like, the kind of broader things it's, like, driving at. Much like Zero Escape is very much about how a snail on the footpath can cause so much of this, suffering. This, like, tries to go, like, an inverse of, like, there's people that are driven down these bad paths, and it's, like... They're making the best decisions they can, and it's still fucking them over.
Yeah.
How could she have... how could any person possibly turn out to, like... To think that... Like, to think that they're a bad person because every decision they make keeps it wrong? Or, sorry, oh god, my words are fucking falling apart.
Well, okay, so she became... the person that she is, despite making all the right choices.
Yeah. And the tragedy of, like... Yeah, and, like, the tragedy that just, like... She's still a bad person in, like, in some, like, frameworks you can analyze that. But fuck. Like, how else could she have ended up with the hand she was dealt, really? Yeah,
I think, one of my favorite moments in the game is after you finish her second Somnium, and Mizuki just kind of stands there in silence, and Aiba asks, "What do you want to do, Mizuki?" Which kind of implies that, like, Aiba's asking you, like, do you want to still arrest her? Like, what's the play here? Because she knows that this is a friend of Mizuki's, and I think the fact that Aiba asks, like, what are we doing, implies that she, like, you know, there is leeway here. If Mizuki chose to let this go, Aiba would go along with that.
Yeah.
And that's really interesting in my opinion, because I can't think of any other criminals in the series who get that luxury.
Yeah. No, I don't... Yeah, I can't think of any.
It's really fascinating. I think the moral complexity of, like, killing someone in a fit of rage who arguably deserved to die, and then, you know, being blackmailed into covering it up is really fascinating.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, because, like, that, I think that, sorry, that was the thing I was trying to get at, is that, like, she goes so far down that route of, like, this is the thing I should be doing. Oh, things got worse. Okay, well, in this situation, this is what I should do. Oh, it got even worse. It goes that far down, and then she's confronted with Uru, and it's like... What? The character starts to lose conception of that at that point, I feel. Because she's presented with a... Well, I mean, you gotta kill him, right? But, like, you look back at the choices she's made, that are like far more like, you know, I guess like not objectively good, but like far more caring and sympathetic in that. And then she is presented with the opportunity to like basically end a serial killer's life.
Yeah.
Which, like, but that's the thing. I think the thing that resonates with me about the right decision play, because at that point it's like that's the right decision, right?
That is, yeah.
Like,
yeah.
I think there's a couple of things like that ultimately leads her down a bad path still. But I think that's the ultimate breaking point of her whole character. It's just like,
Yeah.
what the fuck? What was I meant to do?
What do I do?
Like,
Yeah.
and it's especially highlighted by during her mom and dad's divorce. She went with her mom because Shoma went with her dad, and she wanted her mom to have someone, you know, to be there for her and live with her and whatever. In retrospect, she wishes she chose her dad because he's a fucking wreck, and he obviously needed that emotional anchor and support and whatever. But like, how the fuck was she supposed to know that? Like, she was a child.
Yeah.
She thought she was making the right decision by choosing to spread, you know, the love between her parents, but instead it ended up inadvertently getting her dad killed because, you know, he didn't have a mature voice there to talk him into doing stupid shit, essentially. And like, it's just so interesting.
Yeah.
Like the fact that her ultimate breaking point is just being, like you said, being dealt bad hand after bad hand and throwing her hands up and say, well, what else was I supposed to do?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
You know what? Yeah, okay. I'll accept this.
I think it's less to do about her character explicitly and more the journey she takes.
Yeah. That's fair.
Yeah.
All right, BB, top of S.
BB top of S.
BB.
Yeah, BB. BB.
I genuinely love BB.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. One thing I will say about Amame. Wow, that was a character to elevate into the story.
Yeah.
Yeah.
like
I almost imagine that's because they had her model on hand and they were like, well, I don't want to make an entirely new one, so like, let's just use one from the previous game, please.
But they did that so well that it's just like, wow.
Yeah.
Like, this isn't you just brought back a character to do a thing. No, they like sold that real hard.
They did a great job.
Yeah.
Swung for the fences with that one. Also, I'm sorry, Val, I didn't mean to invoke that level of emotional response.
Amame's situation is...
It's fucked.
I feel deflated just thinking about that.
Yeah.
It's so tragic, but it's tragic in such a compelling way.
Yeah.
I like how we moved on to BB and then we went back to talk to Amame.
What do you say?
BB is
self-evidently fantastic.
BB's just the perfect character,
Yeah.
She's charming, and she endured hell and still came out of it as a good person. Like,
Yeah.
what else can you say about someone like that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This almost became the nuclear event of Nirvana Initiative, where I said Boss was trash.
I would say Boss is still A. I would say low A.
I'd say still A because I think her interactions with BB are really cute. I love BB calling her mama, and her not liking it because it makes her feel old. It's great.
Yeah,
that's
true.
true.
I would say middle of A is probably appropriate, but she makes some questionable decisions.
Yep.
She does make some questionable decisions, but honestly, I see it as the product of her having a really big heart. Like, this is the same person who, when when Date, her old academy buddy, was in a bind, or I mean, back when he was Hayate,
Falco.
Like, she pulled so many strings and put her job, not only her job, but her freedom on the line. Because she would have definitely been thrown in prison if they found out what she did, just to help him.
I gotta say, like, that's fine, but like, when your big heart is allowing a very mentally unwell person continue being a cop with a gun, you get a little bit less leeway there.
Yeah, I think this is like one of those things where, it's you understand it in fiction, but I would never ever be okay with this in real life.
No,
I think you do have to suspend your real life morals a little bit when it comes to, video game cops and institutions and whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the reason I blew up so hard at the idea that Boss would do that is that I was already straining, like, not straining credulity, but being like, okay, Boss, I hope you won't pay for the fact that you're still letting Ryuji do the things he's doing. Ryuki, sorry. Do the things he's doing, because... Whoa.
Yeah.
And it was almost like a I told you so moment of like, who could have seen this fucking coming? The unstable idiot. Yeah.
Yeah. Averted slightly. Chikara gets... Oh, I want to put Chikara in A so bad.
I'm okay with Chikara in A.
Yeah.
He's an interesting character who makes the most of his limited screen time because, like we discussed earlier, he is the big bad of the game. Everything bad that happens is because of him. In the way, like, so Sejima starts off shady, and the more you learn about him, the shadier he gets.
Yeah.
Whereas it's kind of the opposite for Chikara, where he starts off kind of looking like an eccentric weirdo, but the more you learn about him, the more loathsome and
He's a
reprehensible he
fucking
gets.
monster.
Yeah. Like, by the end of the game, it's very difficult to argue that he did not deserve his fate of being suction cupped to a blackboard.
Yeah.
No, I think he did.
Yeah. It's actually remarkable how fucking eccentric they start him off as, because, like, I feel like you're meant to have the slow realization once the evidence starts piling up of,
Oh.
And that building up, I think you spoke to this a bit earlier, Mina, but that building up to Chikara calling Lien a bad person is
Yeah.
the bile filling my throat looking back on that is indescribable.
Yeah, it's a really effective use of double standard where he's like, "Oh, you're a thief. Like you don't deserve any sympathy or stability," whereas he's literally torturing babies. Like,
Yeah. Oh fuck Chikara. I don't even remember this guy's name.
Is Shinpei a plot device?
Shinpei is a plot device.
I would say so. Yeah, he's not a character.
Yeah. He's not the ninth man.
He's not the ninth man.
He gets more characterization than the ninth man. He gets the two funny scenes, but his role in the plot in the first game is to be a goon who doesn't get a name.
Yeah.
I can't believe he openly like fires a gun
in a restaurant.
In a restaurant.
And
I think Morphe and I both reacted appropriately to that with what the fuck?
Yeah. And what I enjoyed is like Ryuki also being like, are you fucking serious?
Like, what are you doing?
And then he starts going like, oh, but my family, and
it's like, but
I think I said at the time, like, all this scene is missing is a cut to Ryuki going, like, what is happening?
Like, what is up, my dude? Like, God.
Buckaroo, even if you got out of that restaurant, like, your family is done. You're on the run forever now.
Yeah. Like, fuck, man. Date. Worst character in Nirvana Initiative.
He's funny, though.
He's funny, but he abandoned Hitomi for 6 years.
Not by choice.
I feel really bad that I have to put Date in C.
He actively does not need to be there. If he's removed, the game will not change.
He has amnesia.
Shut up!
Like,
they did, but also they did that in the first fucking game.
Okay, so I want to speak to this a little bit. I think this is one of the things I would point to when I'm saying the game is trying to hand wave too much at once. There is definitely an angle you can play where this makes sense. Date, like, is presumed dead, and either already has suspicions or realizes there's something up with Abyss, communicates to Hitomi, hey, I need to disappear for a while, don't tell Mizuki, I think there's something rotten in Abyss, and disappears. Now, this isn't stated anywhere in the game, it's just, like, it's something I could believe, but again, if like we said a couple of times, if we have to write fan fiction that isn't just like, what would I
It's not
describe?
supported in canon.
Yeah, what would I describe like the? Because there's a difference between like the fan fiction made to bridge plot problems and the stuff that basically enhances the plot.
It's
when
supplementary.
When I'm thinking about
Supplementary fan fiction.
when I'm thinking about the stuff that you like people have made and animated for Akane, for example, as opposed to fixing problems with Date's behavior here.
I think a good comparison point would be Ace Attorney as a series.
Mm-hmm.
Where a lot of what people like about the series is basically supplementary fan fiction, like Phoenix and Edgeworth's relationship, and a lot of the stuff that you haven't gotten to with Trucy as well.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think
I would
like
say that's a much smaller subset. Like that stuff, like it's definitely like it is fan fictiony, but there is at least more basis for it.
there
like,
is some basis for it in fiction, but like it is still supplementary fan fiction that is not like fully supported within the text. That is not.
But
like,
it's not
at
like
least-
the games are bad without it, is what I'm saying.
No.
Like they're little bits of sprinkles on top of an already delicious ice
think-
cream, rather than like.
I think in some cases it might be
For the game Apollo Justice, maybe
for the game Apollo Justice, yes, which we shouldn't talk too much about.
Yeah.
But
I've seen people fanfic that game a lot, and it's like the problems are just too pronounced.
they're too pronounced to fanfic your way out of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway,
it reminds me of a lot of people's relationship with P5 and the characters in that, where a lot of like even me myself, I take a lot of liberties reading into those characters because I think the writing is generally not good at
bad. It's bad.
Yep.
It's just bad.
P5
is bad, baby.
P5 is like tell, don't show the game. Like so much that you're told about the character is only told and not displayed at all.
Yeah.
Like, down to like physical characteristics. Like multiple characters call Haru fat, and like it's a part of her insecurity. And then like when you unlock the inevitable swimsuit outfit, like of course she's got like a washboard stomach. Like it's preposterous. Like the game couldn't even commit to that one bit.
Yeah, it's almost like it's contrived for some other nebulous, unknowable purpose.
It's almost like Persona 5 is a bad video game or something.
It's pretty bad.
It's a pretty bad video game. Gen is definitely. I was gonna say S.
I'd say below Hitomi. I think that's fair.
Below Hitomi?
I think that's I like Gen. I like Gen a lot, but he is a little bit perfunctory to the actual plot. He's important to the backstory. Like his existence and his predicament they are a really good way of showing how Chikara's actions could affect people even indirectly.
Yeah, you're right.
But yeah, like he's mostly there to have a really good Somnium and some really funny fight scenes.
His Somnium's so fucking good, though.
It's hilarious. It's one of the funniest in the game.
This is also where we start to get into having to address the elephant in the room for this game of adult men liking teenage women and that.
For Gen, I don't want to give him a pass necessarily, but I think it's handled tastefully because A, he never even once acts on it or verbalizes it. Like he's ashamed. That's you reading his mind. He never says it out loud, even once.
I'd have to revisit for context, but sure, I can believe that.
Yeah, you wink sync with him. He doesn't say "I love you" as he's dying or whatever.
Yeah,
he just asks Amame to play the song one more time, and like
that's true.
In the wink sync, like he is ashamed of it, but it's the only unconditional love he's ever experienced in his entire life. You could very easily say, like, of course he fell in love with her. Like there was no scenario in which he didn't, because that is the only unconditional love he has ever received.
That's true.
It is definitely, I think, the most like okay. Well, sorry, not like.
Still weird.
It's still weird. However, character arc centric, like it's not just there because we couldn't think of any other way to tie this in. Like, it does make a lot of sense for those two characters.
Yeah, and like I think. Sorry, go on.
Sorry, just an aside on Mame. You reminded me that song. You know, there's actually an extended version of that in the game that never gets played. Yeah, in the bonus.
Oh,
is it sad?
Well, it is. I think it's the way that song plays is like it's obviously sorrowful, but like ultimately hopeful underneath.
Right.
But I think there's a real tragedy in like Kizuna getting the full thing being played at some point, and Iris obviously in the first game, but Amame's is only ever heard like almost as a
snippet
and as a coping mechanism.
Yeah.
Like she doesn't even get the ability to sing that whole song.
That sucks.
But I saw that, played the whole thing, sat there for a minute, and went like I can't recreate the noise, but just like head on desk. Oh my god. Please let this woman have a positive moment.
What could have been?
Yeah.
I think what the ultimate like tragedy of Gen's character arc is the point in Insomnium where his mental projection of Amame, the person that he's closest to in the world, who he loves the most, is criticizing him and chewing him out for not being as as proactive or as happy as he could be. And like, damn, even in his dreams, he can't catch a break.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
I got no respect.
I just realized I don't have Jin in this list, but dude may as well be a plot device.
Yeah.
He's not really.
Can we put Nirvana Initiative Hitomi next to Somnium Files Hitomi?
Yeah, there's no appreciable change.
There's no appreciable change between them.
I'll put her explicitly below because again, I feel like all you needed was one line to hook in Date's behavior and.
The long-suffering wife of Kaname Date.
Yeah. Also, I hope you did notice that I used Catboy.
It is the kitty.
Catboy.
Yeah, the Catboy face. I noticed. Kagami.
Okay, yeah. I mean, do not separate.
Do not separate them.
Do not separate them. It's really funny seeing Mizuki grief him on purpose.
Yeah, it's so fucking good.
Especially when she reels him in. That one time she reels him in. I think that might be BB. I can't remember which one, but reels him in on like, I don't care what your name is. You're a hard worker and all that stuff, and then explicitly gives him a dumb name, and he's like, "Okay, you've ruined it."
Okay, you. I can't even remember the name. That was not even close. But like,
it's long.
It's so long. It's so good.
Yeah.
So. Okay, so as much as we all love Juicy Velour Iris,
I don't think she's much of a character in this game.
I think she's flattened too much into just being a conspiracy theorist nut. Like the second game kind of ignores her, her love of dancing and her nerdy habits, but she does sing the Chug Jug song. So top of
she does sing the Chug Jug song.
You're absolutely correct. Yep. Yeah, she's one of the characters I'm like, yes, you absolutely should be here. I do not care if you're plot relevant whatsoever, that's fine.
Yeah.
But even then, I'm still like...
Why was Iris here?
Well, not even that, I feel like there's more you could have done with her here. Like...
Yeah,
like what Mina said about, like, just kind of, like, playing into one singular thing about her character instead of, like... I don't know, involving her in Kizuna and her dancing and performance and that, other than just saying that.
I think an issue with that, though, is getting Iris more involved would give less time to the actually new characters.
Yeah.
Which it's a really hard balancing act to do, I think. And, like, it just lends more credence to the fact that I don't think the Somnium Files characters should have been in the game in the first place.
I did really like her Somnium, though. I think her presence in the game is worth Kusemon Go.
Her Somnium is really... Her Somnium is really good. Kusemon Go is incredible.
Solidifies top B. Yep.
The fact that she doesn't even know that So is her real dad, and yet still like visualizes him as a dorky Pokemon trainer with a baseball cap.
Yeah, that's pretty... Yeah, I like that.
Also, I think Kizuna is S.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
I'm okay with that. She's
Like,
she's a
she-
tragic
she lit-
character, but
She fires a minigun in the ending
Well,
sequence
Oh,
of the
God,
game.
you're so right.
yeah. What does
Just
she
putting
yell
her down
again?
here for now.
What
get
does she yell again?
She's like, "Come
It's-
get some motherfuckers" or something.
Oh right,
Yeah,
yeah.
I
She
think
does
so.
say the fuck word. I remembered that.
She
much.
does
It's
say she
perfect.
does say the fuck word.
Yeah. I'm just
Uh,
glad that she has a happy ending.
Yeah.
Part of why I am not a fan of, or rather that I'm not a fan of, part of my theory as to why the nil number ending is a critique of flawless happy endings is because, it does this very un-Uchikoshi like thing of presenting her as like, oh, she has such a happier life because she's physically able and whatever, whereas like his entire writing ethos, as voiced by Tenmyoji in VLR, is that being human is about finding happiness through pain. And like,
Yeah.
I think the fact that she does suffer this terrible tragedy and loses the ability to pursue her passion, but still ends up happy despite that, is really powerful. And like, not even in like a disability is inspiring sense, just like her personal growth and journey is satisfying.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Night,
I agree with
Charles.
that completely.
Good night, Charles.
Good night, Charles.
Okay. Charles's cut in there is actually a good time for me to ask this. We've
Right.
still got a fair few characters to go, and the big one.
Okay, do we want to lightning round the rest of these characters? 'Cause I think they'll be pretty easy.
I don't
Okay.
honestly. I don't even think. we have to rank
Or do
a lot
we
of these.
want to take a break really quick?
Well,
I'd rather just power through this so we can get to date
Okay.
night.
yeah.
Oh.
That was my concern.
I forgot about
Do you
that.
have do you have like a ballpark on how long before that? I would assume like half an hour, maybe.
Well, it's whenever we're free.
Okay,
Yeah, whenever we're done.
Okay, whenever we're done. Cool. No, that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm gonna make a bold play. I think Komeiji is at least mid A. I think he's a very compelling tragic character, and I really appreciate.
Yep. Sorry, can I say one? I want to say one thing about Kizuna.
Go for
I
it.
appreciate that there's an interesting interplay that happens between her and Gen in terms of like their confidence and self-worth. That takes a plunge with Kizuna while Lien is kind of feeling better than himself or better about himself.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel
Yeah.
like it would have been way too easy for like Lien to always be the one that's kind of catching up to Kizuna in that regard. Having the thing reversed in the latter part of the game and like that ultimately really sells Gen's character, so kind of more to get speaking to Gen, but yeah, I think seeing Kizuna grapple with a lot of that, especially like and focusing in on her relationship with Gen and how that kind of like works out was like a really interesting part of her development as she kind of grew.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I agree with that.
yeah, I'd
Komeiji,
agree.
Yeah.
I really like
Can,
it.
Yeah,
can, you,
I
put him,
think-
can you put him next to the mom?
One of the most moving parts of the game for me
Yeah.
was the scene in which Komeiji talks about how he gave Shoma his name, and like he is this pathetic, despicable man, is like beaming. He's so like happy and proud of the son that who still loves him despite all his fuck ups, and that's like
Yeah.
I don't know. It really affected me. I think that's part of why Shoma's Somnium and ending really affected me as well. It just gives like this really sad glimpse into a future that can never be, where Komeiji stops making the wrong decisions, but he's cursed to always make the wrong decisions because he is ultimately a screw up. Like,
Oh, that's like the inverse of Amame.
Yeah.
like Amame, one of Amame's biggest regrets is not being there to cover up his screw ups more.
Yeah.
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 Lien.
Actually, I'm gonna pick out a couple that are just like really easy.
Oh, okay.
I'm putting Mamoru in C. It doesn't matter if he's not there. I think his inclusion is like cool
I
because
think
he
he's
punched
good.
So
I like
and
him.
then appeared. That's
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah. I think
Um,
he's a funny character.
Who else can we lightning? Moma. Yeah.
And then
Moment.
you can put him lower. He's weirder in the second game than
He is
in the
weirder
first.
in the second
You know
game.
what? That's absolutely true. He's weirder, and he still gets ribbed a bit, but like he also doesn't need to be here, and yeah.
His only role, he got flattened from being like a really goofy and weird but still pretty badass Yakuza dude to being just a weirdo.
Yep.
Yeah. I can't even remember the detective's name. Kabuki Colombo.
Ushidera.
Colombo.
Something
I'd
she
say
can,
he's in,
though.
I'd say he's in plot device. Not that I dislike him. It's just
No,
like
I don't like what.
Well,
But
no.
Does he really do anything for the plot?
So
he's there to explain like developments in the case to you instead of just having a generic officer do it.
yeah, like I think its C is fine. I don't think he's plot
Okay.
device though, because he's
That's
not
fair.
integral.
Think
This is like
I
he
think
could
some
be
of it. I think
interchanged. This one you can't really pull out.
Yeah.
I think his wink syncs are really funny.
Yeah,
That's fair, yeah.
So like I think he should be in C rather than plot device.
yeah.
Comma S.
I mean,
S.
yeah.
S.
Oh, okay, hold on.
Oh, hold on.
Let's make an Iva sandwich.
Hold on. Yeah, let's make an Iva
Yeah,
sandwich.
no,
Yeah,
that's too
yeah,
funny.
yeah.
Okay.
At that point, we don't have to argue.
Crisis averted.
Yeah, she's great.
Kizuna's dad.
I want to.
Surprisingly compelling.
Yes. This was the
Surprisingly
character.
a good dad.
This was the character that surprised me the most in terms of just like what there was to him.
I agree.
Yeah.
I think my biggest regret in the piece that's being published next week is I didn't get to talk about him. I had a part talking about how effective he is as a subversion of the expectations, but I got caught because it just wasn't relevant to the main pieces.
Yep. Actually,
Oh.
sorry, I'm gonna pause talking about him for a sec because I realized this is actually a character we could discuss. Pewter,
Put him next to Pewter.
I think same tier, but oh yeah, double Pewter. No,
Double Pewter.
the
That's like-
joke
it's
over
the same character.
the thing. Mama.
Mama. I would put this Mama higher than Somnium Files 1 Mama.
Yeah, she gets
Because
a
I
bit more
think-
to do.
I think this
Yeah.
Mama has way funnier bits and like actually has stuff to do.
Yeah. That
Yeah.
seems fine.
That's fine. Leanne, we need to do
Oh,
Leanne.
God.
We need to do the main cast at least.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mizuki.
Do we have
put up
much
next
to say
her.
about Mizuki? Is she just
No,
straight S and
Mizuki's-
better?
Mizuki's Mizuki. Yeah.
Yeah, she
Put her-
was already great and she got better in the sequel. So
Put
She's
her. Put her
She's a
next to
mascot.
titties. Come on.
Yeah. She's also a
Let her-
mascot,
let her
so she's a
appreciate.
nice bridge for that.
yeah,
Yeah.
well, let her appreciate them.
I mean, this is an easy S.
I think
Yeah.
Ryuki is an easy S. Yes.
Ryuki is one of the most compelling parts of Nirvana Initiative. to me.
100%.
Yep.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think that makes sense. I will say, I wish there was just a little bit more about like his actual deal with memory and that. It is fudged,
Yeah.
I think, for the benefit of the narrative, and I once again, another thing that needs to be hand waved. I still don't mind it because it is nebulous and unclear, and that's kind of the point. And
Yeah, it's an effective way to obfuscate the plot twist while also hinting at it at the same time.
yeah.
Like it characterizes him by showing that he's so obsessed and single-minded about this case that he's having vivid flashbacks to it, like at the most inopportune times.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like
when he's
oh, sorry, go on.
like at the Ferris wheel, when he's standing at the base of the Ferris wheel, and he asks Tama which one was Shoma in, and she's like, "What the fuck are you talking about?"
Yeah.
and he's like, "Yeah, when Shoma went in the Ferris wheel," and she's like, "Oh, are you still on that?"
Yeah, because yeah, that fuck. Look again, Ryuki is a character that makes more and more sense to me the more I look back on it, but it takes a while to look back on it
Yeah.
because it's a large ass video game.
Yeah,
It's a very
and,
big
yeah,
video game.
I think you're spot on. I ended up enjoying Ryuki way more than I thought, and I've been instantly enamored to any character Stephen Fu has played since then.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that tracks. I think Shoma's S as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's nice.
I think he's at least as good as Kizuna.
Yeah,
I love the trans Shoma headcanons. They're great.
yeah,
They're good.
Those are great.
Lone has the hugest brain ever.
So part of this is a bit more personal for me because I could have going through his Somnium, I could easily see how I could have ended up like hating my parents in a
Yeah.
very similar way, not for the same reasons. And I think that emotional kind of like breaking out of that cynicism about like just loving someone you're related to unconditionally, even if they are kind of cringe sometimes, is really fucking compelling.
Yeah. I agree with that.
Yeah. In terms of like plot and that, like obviously is kind of important, but I think the emotional part is the thing that like really, really resonates there.
Yeah, I mean we have Mayumi in S tier. Like I think Shoma deserves to be high up because of the emotional resonance of
Absolutely.
this thing.
Well, I mean, we already partially discussed this. Where the fuck is...
Uru should be in.
I
S.
think
high
Uru,
A.
I think Uru's S just below K in my onion.
In your onion?
In my onion.
What would we really put? Oh no! We are having the mentality here that Mizuki and Date are actually Mizuki's actually higher than.
Yeah,
right.
she's higher.
But
We just cannot
Do not
separate
separate
them.
them.
We cannot do not separate them. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm fine with this.
Yeah.
Better than Date?
I don't know. I find Uru very compelling.
Yeah.
But better than Date?
I feel biased here.
We can move him down to Amame if you want.
I'm actually happy with this because I think there's like
There's a lot.
There's a
with
There's a
him.
lot. Oh god. I almost
Also,
wanted...
we gotta honor Billy Kamet's final performance too. That's important.
That's
That's
fair.
true. God, I wish there was a way to do a second stream of this so I could like talk about
We
like
just talk
4
about
or
Uru.
5 characters for forever.
Yeah. I mean, hey, we could start a podcast.
We could.
the Uchikoshi podcast
Let's
where we
just
talk
talk
about
about
all
his
the
games
latest
all
and
day.
greatest.
Yeah.
All the latest and greatest in Uchikoshi brand.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I didn't see him as okay. No, there is one comment I want to make about this. This is the worst example of an adult male like crushing on a teenager. It's heavily implied to be that, and I don't know if I'm reading into that more as a result of the other examples that exist of this happening.
In what context?
So I saw a lot of like interpretations of the obsession Uru has with Amame.
Oh.
I don't see that as
I don't
as
see it that
crushing
way at
or
all.
love, because he invited her because he thought she was weak and he wanted to rub it in her face. Like that
Yeah.
reads as abject cruelty rather than love. to me.
Yeah.
This is one of
Like,
the reasons.
he was-
sorry, go on.
Yeah, like he was so sure that she was this demure little fragile thing that wasn't a threat that he was willing to turn his back on her while she had access to a deadly weapon right in front of him.
Yeah.
That is true. Oh man, this is one of the reasons I actually stopped looking at other people's interpretations, because I don't know if I realized it at the time, but you just point like, yeah, that doesn't really make sense. Or there are other interpretations that are better, but I think it was
that make more sense.
Yeah, I think it was because like I had been slowly realizing that there was way too many of these, and then I saw interpretations of that and went, oh god, not another, and didn't think about it much more. Oh, god,
Yeah,
I'm glad I didn't read
Yeah.
other people's opinions much. But I
he's-
do like that interpretation because it feels much more in line with like his experiences, because like he's been very much like he has had no agency for most of his life,
Yeah.
and everyone he knows is someone he either pays deference to or is just like through circumstance like not more power is like not the like word I want to use here, but like he doesn't feel like like they're all controlling him or are above him in some regard, and he finally corners someone who he can actually control. So when he feels like, oh, I'm about to realize my plan, oh god, no one's here to really like do this with me, oh, I'll threaten the woman that I threatened last time to essentially gloat, because what is she gonna do?
Yeah,
Like
he
I
has the
like that a lot more,
pathological-
even with that other thing in my crawl.
Yeah, like he's got the pathological need to be recognized, and at this point, like Tokigo has disowned him, Chikara is dead, Jin is dead. Like the only 3 people who knew about his existence and his plan are all gone. So he singles out this person that he thinks he can easily victimize, and just so that he has a witness for his grand ploy of genius or whatever. And that is very sad in and of itself. Like that he's such a twisted and broken person that he still has this childlike desire for validation through all this. Because a repeated thing in
his somnium is he's always begging Tokiko to recognize him, to praise him, and to give him the same attention that she gives Jin. So after Tokiko's disowned him for, taking her ideology and using it to justify a genocide, he just still craves that. He still craves someone that can tell him he's a smart boy and that he's going to save the world or whatever.
He's got a huge brain. He's a big, smart, huge brain boy.
Yeah.
And the other reason why I don't think he's into Amame is because he's way too Oedipal for that.
He's way too what? Sorry.
Way too Oedipal for that. I would believe he wants to fuck Tokiko before he
wants to fuck Tokiko, not Amame.
Yeah, no,
that's 100%
that's also
true.
a very good point. Yeah. Well, we're down to 2.
Yen goes in B.
Yeah, Child Creeper McGee.
Yeah. Like I don't think Lien's really effective beats later really make up for the fact that he stalks a teenager for half the game.
He's 2 characters in one body, and the first of those characters is really awful. So the fact that he's as high as B to begin with is a miracle.
That speaks to how good he is. The other character that is Lien.
Yeah. Absolutely, Violet. It's my favorite music in the entire game.
It's the best. It's the best music. Yeah.
Yep. I wrestled with my thoughts about Lien a lot.
Yeah, I think we did that a lot during the streams, even.
Yeah. Well, I think it was offset somewhat by the turn that Kizuna takes, because suddenly the roles were reversed and she's like gaslighting herself into thinking she's not worthy of Gen, even though, or like Gen is just putting up with her or something, when like that couldn't be further from the truth. Because I was thinking like, okay, we're clearly trying to stack the deck against Lien for his later improvement. Now, whether or not doing that in the first place is even necessary for this arc, I just want to accept that that's a cool idea. I think that can work.
Yeah.
If Lien was just the same age as Kizuna,
it would be fine.
Yeah.
Then nothing would change, and nothing would change, really.
Yeah, like there would still be stalking, which is still really weird, but at least it would be a little bit less morally reprehensible.
Yeah. And he could still have the criminal past.
Yeah, exactly. He fucks around with locks a lot, and when he was a kid, he got exactly. And like you could lean into that as like the reason that Chikara, for example, like, thinks he's so much better than him, and even Ricci for being like, I don't want you near my daughter. Like, it doesn't have to be just that. And I think that also that adding that into it draws focus away from the fact that the real reason everyone or that a lot of people put Lien down is because of his past as a criminal, something he has grown past, as opposed to that.
As opposed to the fact that he's being a creeper to a teenager.
Yeah, like no one, like people don't call it out in that way. Because people are obviously off-put by Lien following Kizuna. But it feels like if you actually change his age to the same as Kizuna, like, you wouldn't have to change the script. And that feels like a problem. Because if you're not directly addressing this kind of thing, when it's either reprehensible acts or something questionable to be representing, and like you don't focus on it, that's probably a good reason to not have it.
I guess maybe the justification for him being older is his involvement in the plot with Gen and Date, but there's no reason that can't still be a teenage character, because both of them still hang out with teenagers. Yeah.
And also, like developing the skill over that time and all that stuff, like, we do have a lot of, like, preteen, sorry, not preteen, well, I mean, Mizuki is 12 and punching trees. We have mostly teenagers and, crossing into their 20s people that are exceptional at what they do in one way or another. It wouldn't, like, strain incredulity to be like, oh yeah, and this guy just turned into a delinquent with a criminal history.
No, that makes sense.
And I think...
Also, go on.
I think it also squarely focuses... the thing it later tries to do, where the takeaway from that is that Lien has grown. He's no longer the person he was when he was younger, doing and having that criminal background or whatever. But that even judging someone on that, like, at all, at the point that he's at, is, like... Oh, fuck, sorry, I'm fumbling my words. Basically, just, like, he's a good example of the like, flaw in the whole double standard that Chikara, like, straddles, where he's casting down a person who, society-wise, very visibly is lesser in the sight of, in the perception of people, whilst doing far more terrible things. And adding this thing that's just, like, not really addressed directly and doesn't need to be there is just distracting, ultimately. Regardless
it's like a hangnail on an otherwise, like, fine character.
Yeah, like, regardless of, like, any moral thing about that. Regardless of any, I'm fudging my words. I should.
I get where you're going. Like,
I understand what you're trying to say.
It's
also,
hey, Worfy, it's been
before you even get to
7
the moral
hours.
part of it. Yeah, I know. I know.
Yeah, I think fumbling with your words at this point is fair and justified.
Yep.
You're totally right, Violet. I love his stupid Danger Zone tattoo, and I love even more that Yusuke Kazaki said in the art book that people are probably going to think he's a huge dork because of this.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
That's
they
very
do.
good. Yeah.
It's
Well,
great.
I'm about to spill the spaghetti from my pockets.
So I want to say that she goes in the Kane Kurashiki art, like, tier. I feel like Somnium Files does not have an Akane Kurashiki character. Tokiko is as close as Somnium Files gets to that.
Yep. I wish I could put a power gap into, like, a thing. Because here's the thing. I am very close to putting her in Akane tier.
Yeah.
I think I need the slightest shred of a second point to create empty space. Because, and this is just a personal thing for me, because I think the thing that makes Akane really remarkable, like I said, like, I think, I went, yeah, Akane's real cool, then VLR happened, and my brain expanded.
There's multiple points on the graph, at the very least. Like, Tokyo's 1 point. Still 1 point better than 7.
Yeah. But now that I'm talking about it, I'm like, this is the same conundrum I have with the first game and Nirvana Initiative and 999 and VLR, where, like, Tokiko is one solid, incredible point.
Yeah.
But is that better or worse than
a lot of negative space?
Well, yeah. Like, I think I feel torn on that, and I think I have to put it like this because of the way, well, just based on the way I feel about 999 and VLR.
Yeah.
There's obviously some different stuff going on here too, because, oh, sorry, actually, you guys talk while I kind of form my thing.
Ultimately, I think, like, a really, really good and detailed dot is... I think it is equivalent to a lot of really good empty space that you can rotate the character around in. Because I think a really, really good and detailed dot creates almost like a 3-dimensional negative space for you to bounce that character around in like higher detail and like speculate a lot more.
I like that we're doubling down on this metaphor.
I think that what speaks volumes, and all I really have to say about the character is any character that we can talk this much about is not a bad character.
Like, we have specifically avoided talking about Tokiko for the entire stream.
Yeah.
Because we knew that the moment we started talking about her, we would go on about her for fucking hours.
Yeah.
And we almost did at several points.
Like, automatic, not nowhere near the bottom of S.
Yes.
Like she is a character who believes in something and believes in it so strongly, and
part of her role in the game is she is trying to convince not the characters but the player that her ideology is correct, and that is so fascinating to me. I really appreciate, like, the last time I think I've seen something like that in a game is the fucking deserter in Disco Elysium. Like,
yeah,
just
like Cookie, literally yes.
Yeah.
Cookie literally yes. Cookie brings up an incredible point. Remember when y'all were talking to Tokiko and she almost had you thinking she kind of had a point about simulation theory?
Yeah.
Like, that's the fucking point.
Yep. She discussed the slit experiment problem and explained that via simulation theory, and I had to pause and go like, oh.
Oh.
Oh, hold on.
Remember how many times during the conversations with Tokiko we would just stop and talk for like an hour?
I've seen screenshots of your DMs. I know how much you discussed this character even off stream. Like, there is no way she was going to be anything but top of the pile. Like, hell, your fucking Twitter username is Tokiko Brainrot, and it has been for 7 months now.
Yeah. No, oh no, absolutely. There was no shot she was the top of S.
Yeah.
The
but
thing
I think she belongs in a Kane Kurashiki.
Yeah.
I mean, is it not perfectly in character for her to exist outside the boundaries of conventional logic?
Yeah, exactly.
She didn't actually. She escaped the simulation and shot herself directly into my brain.
Yeah,
it's a serious medical condition.
I know we've said all this stream that we're going to talk about her a ton, but like I don't think there is much we have to say.
No, because I also think we said a lot about Tokiko while we were going through the game, and like while we've been DMing, and like while we've been kind of like digesting the game over these months.
It's one of those characters where if you've played the game, it's self-evident why she is a fantastic character.
Yeah.
Like, if you know, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, and again, I cannot stress how important it is that she has a coherent ideology. Maybe it's not an ideology you agree with, maybe it's an ideology you think is full of shit, but she has one. And like that is so important for making a character feel three-dimensional.
Yeah.
Because like it's weirdly rare in fiction. Like there are entire series, like I love the Gundam franchise, but like there's a couple of Gundam series like Iron-Blooded Orphans and Gundam Victory, where I look at them and I go, I don't think I know what any of these characters believe in. Like they're fighting in a war, but I don't know what they're fighting for. I don't know what the world.
What are we fighting for?
Jesus. Okay.
Yeah. So that's the kind of thing that's what I value a lot in characters, and I think that's why I was drawn to her so much.
I also appreciate that, like, when it's introducing the character, they immediately divorce her from a potentially nihilistic or destructive form of realizing that, or putting into practice the belief she has. Both because that actually sets things up for Chikara to be obviously a big piece of shit. Like that's an important thing to establish. But it also forces you to take her on her ideas, not
her actions.
Yeah. Because there's a lot of fiction that will have a character that has a point, and then they make them do something cartoonishly evil, and it's like,
Cool motive, still murder.
Yeah.
Thinking about the Captain America and Falcon TV show, where they accidentally made the villains too leftist, so they had them blow up an orphanage to make them less sympathetic.
Oh my god. There's a thing in the Outer Worlds too, where like there's a commune of people on the first planet you're on, where they're like trying to overthrow the people running the planet.
Corporation.
And then it turns out they're cannibals.
Yeah.
Oops.
And it's just
we have to make them cartoonishly evil so as not to express that they have a good point.
Yeah. And I really appreciate that in this situation too, because it turns out that engaging with her on those ideas sets you to think about the game once it's over.
Yeah.
Especially once the divergent path is gone through.
Tokiko lives in my brain.
Yep.
It's like... it's actually weird to make a comparison to this, but Tokiko is like Inland Empire. Where, like, Inland Empire is a movie that after you watch it, I think Roger Ebert described it like this, where, like, Inland Empire gets in you, like a virus, and, like, every now and then you'll just think about it and you'll go, "What was this?" And you'll just rotate this movie in your mind. And like it's a movie that gets into your brain. And I think Tokiko is a lot like that because you have to engage with her.
Oh God!
You have to engage with her intellectually.
And like that analogy you just made is like speaks so much to me being flummoxed by this character because I keep thinking about her, and I feel like I still don't get anywhere. She's a fucking enigma in that way, despite being literally scripted.
Yeah, and that's exactly like the movie Inland Empire. Like it's very much constructed like you can think about it, but like you're not going to get anywhere.
Yeah, and like, the funniest thing about fiction is that the characters in fiction only exist as long as the fiction exists. Like once the story ends, their story stops. The only way for characters to achieve like true immortality or freedom is to live inside your brain.
Yeah,
because that's how they continue to get new roles to play or new ideologies to spread or whatever.
And that's how Tokiko escaped the simulation.
Literally.
Yeah.
Oh my God, the most baffling thing about going back and like, looking at some people's opinions was going onto streams of people playing through the Divergent bit and seeing someone in chat saying, "I never got this."
What?
Oh.
You didn't finish the game.
How?
Like, what do you mean?
Do you see the nil number and go, "Huh, neat."
Cool.
Yeah, literally. That was.
Did you forget about that?
Baffling. I couldn't believe that. But
it's funny that somebody could forget about the nil number when for the entire game we were like, when are we going to see this number?
I'm always looking for pieces of the nil number, and whenever a number comes up, I'm like,
Is that it? Is that enough characters?
Hello?
No, it's not. Okay.
I do want to note a few things just related to Tokiko and that, because her plan is to actually like grab your attention enough that you're curious enough to go back and do the thing, right? And there's some really interesting things you can look into in this regard. Like, I think every single prompt in the game, you can enter the correct answer the first time without seeing it. Except for Tokiko.
Yeah.
Like, she actually stands apart from the simulation in that regard, where the rest of the game is built in such a way that obviously you wouldn't know it, but if you've been through the game before, you can go through all of that.
You can't is the thing. It generates a new number for every new playthrough.
No. So
no. Talk about the dialogue. The dialogue.
Sorry, I thought you were talking about the number itself.
No. The locks.
Yeah.
You can get through. I'm pretty sure you can get through every single lock in the entire game without having experienced that in the game, except for Tokiko, because the nil number is entirely random. You cannot.
That is true, yeah.
And the funny thing about that is too is like, well, why don't I just look into it why don't I just tear apart the game to look for it? But you knew to look for it, and that's enough.
Exactly.
Because I was thinking
you tore at the hole.
Yeah, because I think a lot about like the instant before and after the diverging, where like Tokiko's body ends up somewhere for no clearly explained reason before the divergent bit.
Yeah.
And then after the divergence, Tokiko appears in the table exactly where her other half was.
Yeah.
And like the thing I've been thinking about a lot is just like, what was the configuration of the world between those 2 points essentially collapsing by the Freya knowing something from those 2 points, but not etc. Like being in the past, knowing something in the future. Like that must have some importance. And like I don't really care for it much more than just again rotating in my mind. But it's fascinating to think of like, oh yeah, so if if the player speaks this phrase when Tokiko is standing in front of them, but when they should know that has Tokiko dead, but their body's in specific positions, means that she spawns in the table. Like, I'm thinking about it like a speedrunner almost.
Well, it's also like you're like looking kind of beyond the game and like kind of at the code and like what the code is doing when you're doing specific actions.
Yeah.
And when characters are in specific places.
Yeah.
And like, yeah, like.
And I think
that's really good.
I think that's one of the few things that the hand wavy stuff I don't mind, because Tokiko's body, well, no, I think it's Tokiko's body and its arrangement that never goes explained. I think it's the other bodies that make like the X, but then there's the question of Tokiko's and I think it's Jin's body.
Well, Tokiko and
Uru's,
because
Uru,
Jin,
sorry, yeah.
Yeah, Jin's was never like fully found.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like were they positioned for a particular reason? Did that make another X somewhere that like tore a hole in the yeah, it's interesting to think about in that way. I went along this path because I was trying to think of something, the other thing I was going to mention about interpreting her. Oh, yeah. So one I want to keep my expectations measured for another game.
Yeah.
And if another game happens and Tokiko doesn't show up, I'm still happy. Like,
yeah, but if she does, I'm gonna lose my shit.
Yeah, well, if she does, I'm gonna be so fascinated how that happens. There was a Tumblr post that just like superimposed Tokiko onto it that was like, sorry, but I'm different. I'm gonna like remove myself from the narrative and become free or some shit. And then the next post is, I have condemned myself to be like apart from and unable to change the narrative. And the idea that she's gone down this path and then been cast adrift, unable to do anything.
Oh, that's existentially terrifying. Yeah,
that makes my neurons fire.
You are now unable to act, and the world is unable to act upon you.
Yep, and all you can do is watch.
Oh fuck! I hate that.
Yeah.
Well, on that
note, good night, everybody.
No, yeah, that's probably a good note to end it on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't even care if she's in the next game. Like, in fact, you know what? The fact that I think that she's just like perfectly fine where she is, akin to Snake, but like on almost a Kaneki Rashiki level, speaks to she absolutely belongs in that tier.
Yeah.
Actually, there is one important thing I want to talk about more broadly about the game.
Right.
Uchikoshi himself has gone out on Twitter and very, very prominently put forward a lot of names of the people that worked on Nirvana Initiative. The people that were taking up parts of the scenario writing. Oh, was it scenario writing or planning that he still did?
He was the actual writer. He's credited as the lead writer for Nirvana Initiative. He just didn't direct it.
Oh, okay. Maybe I'm remembering it not as good as I could have. But along with that and some things that happened surrounding like Disco Elysium and that, I've had a lot of like thoughts about like lifting like a particular person as responsible for a project.
Yeah.
Like famous line from an article, people focus too much on one person that makes a game, says what is his name?
William Spector?
Yeah, creator of Deus Ex and shit.
Spector? No, it's
oh my god.
No, it's
War Inspector.
Hold on.
War Inspector. Yes.
Thank you, Mina. I was just about to.
That line is just so transcendentally bad.
Yeah.
But I realized too that like playing into that can be fun when like we're going, Uchikoshi, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah.
But I think there's something to be said about like it sounded from the way Uchikoshi was tweeting that there's a lot more people involved in doing important things than just him. There were people who are, and in some way could like go to explain why there were, there were things that maybe we take issue with in terms of like, oh, this could have been done better. Why is this character written like this? All this kind of stuff. Even though it does have like clear like parallels in other games. I want to try and lean away from that in the future.
Yes, I agree with this.
I think it's important to realize that, like, while one guy might be kind of, you know, thumbing through a notepad with his video game ideas and going, why don't we do this? That, like, there's a lot of people involved in creating the game, even from like the narrative perspective. Like the people who do all the like minute character writing and not the broader stuff. The people who, like
I sent the thread in our group chat.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I just kind of scrolled through his Twitter.
Yeah, I'm gonna retweet that after this actually, specifically with the thing. But yeah,
so
like,
the game was directed by Akira Okada and subdirector Kazuya Yamada.
Yeah, Akira Okada was Uchikoshi's like right-hand man and assistant director on AI1 and several Zero Escape games.
Then there's like the character designers. The does he say anyone else that's like writing in that?
The English producer and editor who did the localization is Alex Flagg.
Yes. But yeah, like I think especially when it came to, like, the Disco Elysium shit, because that was a lot to deal with, because that game means a lot to me. And there were opinions both in people a part of the studio and outside of the studio that, like, really conflict in a way that, like, made me have to really think about this a lot. Yeah, I think it's funny to be, like, Uchikoshi's wild ride in that. As long as, like, I put a caveat that, like, there are a lot of people that worked on these games. Yeah, exactly.
That's why I went out of my way earlier to be like I know it's not just Uchikoshi that made this game, and like I started trying to reframe things a little bit more to be they, not he, rather than to kind of signify plural rather than one guy. Because I think there are a lot of issues that can happen when you attribute everything you love about this thing that you like being attributed to like one person, and I think we're seeing that a lot with some forms of media these days.
Yeah.
And I think there are points where like those people become inseparable from their work, and you get situations like Swine Pimple's Legacy. But then you get situations where like some creators are just like kind of weird, and it makes you feel weird about their work. Like Kojima. Like Kojima is like, as much as people like to meme about Kojima, I think there are elements to Kojima that are kind of weird. Like, especially, like, everything surrounding Quiet in MGS5 was, like, it was very weird and makes me feel weird about Kojima. But, like, MGS5 is not just the product of Kojima, it's the product of a whole shitload of talented people that probably put a lot more work into the game than Kojima did, even if he is the face of the game.
Yep.
Like, generally, I think the people who are on the ground floor, like, in the trenches, do a lot more work on a video game than the people who actually get the like brunt of the credit for the video game, and I think that sucks and can make a relationship with a work complicated when the sole person that you attribute this media to it turns out to suck. And I think that's not good to do.
Yeah, for sure.
Also, not to obviously take away from the things that they do, because obviously Uchikoshi is a big part of why this series even exists.
Yes.
But I think, especially when the man himself is being like, hey, you should follow these people and tell them they did a good job if you like the game and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
I think it would be remiss of me not to say that. But also, personally, like, I want to try and pull myself up on
like
doing that too much without, like, without caveat, I guess.
You know what's really upsetting? is that Yoko Taro wears the Emil head to avoid that exact situation.
Yep.
And now he has become so like eccentric and stuff that it's just happened again, where it's like Yoko Taro is the face of his product, and
Yep.
he specifically didn't want that, but fuck.
Yeah.
Shit. Shouldn't have been so weird, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think there is one more thing I just want to do quickly, but before we do that, because I think it's a better note to wrap up on, then haha, what if Tokiko abandoned timeline? Oh no. Yeah, I want to thank Luka and Mina so much for sticking around for so long for this. First of all,
was that 7 hours?
It's closing in on
while.
7 hours. It is 6:57:10 right now.
Yeah, that tracks.
It
All right.
tracks.
Yeah, I should go put some food in me before we date.
Absolutely. So
Yeah.
you know what? I'll let you guys go before I wrap up the stream. But
Okay.
I do really want to just show everyone this before we go. I realized I forgot to show it before, so we're going to do it now.
What are we doing?
We are trying to point out the location of where the Nirvana initiative is happening.
What?
Obviously, this is the Date residence.
Oh. Yeah.
Huh? What? Oh. You're being weird again. You... Come on. Oh, no. Check and then...
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. What was it? Wait, what? Oh my god, I forgot how this thing... The tutorial even came up and showed me. This map will assist you. When you figure out the location, close the map and tell everyone. Oh, right.
My place. Let's go, Zippy. I gotta save my porno mags from going up in flames.
I told you, I already got rid of those.
Oh my god.
Good. Alright, thank you again, Luka.
I hate him.
I love him.
I love him, but I hate him.
I know.
love him, but I hate him.
Yeah.
Alright, that was a good time. Thank you, Orphe.
Yeah, thank you for coming, you two.
Yeah, thank you so much for having us.
I really enjoy talking to you two about video games, so...
Yeah,
this is...
hell yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
thank you so much. Alright,
Yeah.
I'll let
Big
you go.
hugs.
I'll clean up here.
Yeah, Orphe, take the broom.
Yep.
Okay. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
And those should actually disappear? Yep. Okay, I know how that thing functions. I could still talk about this game for another 24 hours, I feel. There's like so much I could say there. Yeah, I wanted to make sure Luka and Mina could go free, because they've got like date night and stuff coming up, so... No, absolutely not, Val. I've got yard work I need to do that I hoped I would have gotten done already. So I'm ending the stream here as well. I'm just gonna do my like usual wrap up thing real quick. So during the week, again, I think I'm gonna give Elden Ring stuff a shot. Seems like a little bit more of a bite-sized thing, especially throwing myself against the boss. It sounds like a good idea. Friday's still gonna be Blasphemous. We're about, like, 2/3 of the way through the game, I think. And even though it's being a little obtuse, I hope I can still get through it with a reasonable amount of time. And then next weekend, we're going to be continuing Hi-Fi Rush. I think I might be able to beat it that weekend, depending on if I want to lab on stream, or if I want to do extra stuff, or if it's going to take... Or, like, if particular missions drive me up the wall. But yeah, generally I think, that's probably going to be done then. And then I will talk about what I'm going to be doing next time. Well, actually, no, I'll talk about this now, because it's kind of in line with AI, the Somnium Files. After Hi-Fi Rush, I'm going to be playing Gnosia. It's a visual novel game with... like, okay, so I haven't looked into this too closely, because my misconstruing of the premise, I don't know if it's a mistake, but I'm really curious to see what it actually is. It sounds like it's a social deduction style game in a visual novel, and the person who did it, quote unquote, is different potentially depending on your choices. I am fascinated how that even works as a structure for the game. But yeah, that's what I'm going to be playing after Hi-Fi Rush. So not the weekend coming, the weekend after that. Assuming I don't blast through Hi-Fi Rush, which I doubt. I've still got like 4 missions to go, so that'll probably be 2 streams. But yeah, that's what's happening. I'm gonna go deflate. Yeah, this went way longer than I expected, but I mean, also, what was I expecting? Yeah, the fact that I could fucking still discuss this game with those 2 specifically for so long is... I don't get a lot of time to just, like, actually shoot the shit with, people like Luka and Mina as much as I would like, because time zones are a curse. But whenever I do, it's just... Yeah. It's, really rewarding to talk to them about these kinds of things, I think. Oh, fuck. There was one bit I forgot to do of like, okay, well, now that we're done with Nirvana Initiative, please look forward to me making, character action games my entire personality for 2023. Because it looks like that's what's gonna happen between, like, replaying Bayonetta and maybe even Nier Automata. Especially with Hi-Fi Rush as well on top of that, so... Yeah. I think that's a good place to end it. Let's just... This is gonna be a quick raid. If there's someone on... Oh my god, Wayne was doing the fucking, Gnome behind-the-scenes stream. Oh my god, there's so much I need to catch up on today. So many people were streaming when I started, and so many people are streaming afterward, too. Haunted's playing Apex, let's go bother him. Okay, cool. It's just confirming. But yeah, that's gonna be it for me. I need a rest and to actually eat food. I got leftovers, I'm gonna be easy. But yeah. I'm gonna go mow a lawn and think about life. And I guess Tokiko, because that's what I've been reduced to by this game. Yeah, so, thank you very much for watching live or on the VODs, I really appreciate it. I hope you all have a lovely day, and I hope to see you all next time.